Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I've had my fair share of moments where the darkness has played tricks on my mind, but there's one instance that still makes my palms sweat just thinking about it. It's the kind of thing I never talk about because it feels so weird, like maybe I've just imagined the whole thing, but I know it wasn't a dream. Even now, if I lie down in bed too quietly, I can feel that unease crawl up my spine. It happened during the summer, around 5 in the morning, when the world is still holding on to the last bit of the night before the sun breaks over the horizon. I had spent the night just like any other, playing video games, browsing the internet, scrolling through random pages, my eyes glued to the screen and my brain lost in the distraction. It wasn't a good habit, I know, but it was the summer and I didn't have much else to do. My mom couldn't stand me staying up all night. She'd always tell me I was messing up my sleep schedule, but tonight I was lucky. I had already climbed into bed when I heard her footsteps coming up the stairs. I could hear them clearly, the slow, deliberate steps that echoed through the house. My mom wasn't the kind of person to sneak around. She was always loud and straightforward, so when I heard her, I knew what was coming. She'd open my door, peek in, and tell me to go to bed, but by the time she got to my room, I was already pretending to be asleep. I wasn't trying to get away with anything, just hoping she'd go back downstairs and leave me alone. I wasn't hurting anyone by staying up. I figured I'd be fine. I lay there, eyes closed, my body still and breathing slow. My ears strained to catch every sound, every creak of the floorboards, the hum of the fridge in the kitchen, the soft tick of the clock on the wall. The house was quiet, aside from the occasional rustle of leaves outside, but then I heard it, her footsteps moving past my door. The faint creak of the floorboard in the hallway. She didn't stop. She walked past and into the room next door, the one that used to be my parents' study, but was mostly just filled with old furniture now. It was a room that never really got used much, and to be honest, my mom didn't go in there often. That's when I felt it, a strange, creeping feeling in my stomach. It wasn't like her to go into that room at this hour. She never spent time in there. I don't even know why I remembered it so clearly, but the sound of the door opening and closing behind her stuck with me. I could hear it in my mind, the soft click as the door shut, as though it was meant to be closed quietly. The odd thing was that she never came out. I waited, keeping my eyes shut, but my mind awake. I was trying not to make a sound, trying to pretend like I was still asleep, but the more I thought about it, the stranger it felt. I had no idea what she was doing in there, and I couldn't let it go. 5 minutes passed, and I still hadn't heard her footsteps leaving the room. Normally, after she came in, told me to sleep, and made sure everything was quiet, she'd leave. But not tonight. It was too strange. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. I threw the covers off and slid out of bed, careful not to make a sound. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped across the cool floorboards, each step making a small creak that felt way too loud in the silence. I stood there for a moment, my hand hovering over the doorknob of the room next to mine. I felt like I was being ridiculous, but my gut told me I had to know what was going on. Maybe she'd fallen asleep in there. Maybe she was waiting for me to come out. I couldn't just lie there anymore, wondering. I turned the knob slowly, the metal cold beneath my fingers. The door swung open with barely a sound, and I stepped into the room, the cool air hitting my face like a sudden gust of wind. My eyes scanned the room, searching for her. But there was nothing. The room was empty. No sign of my mom at all. No sound of breathing, no movement, nothing at all. I stood there, frozen. My breath caught in my throat. I could feel my heart beating harder now, faster, in my chest. My stomach churned, and I suddenly felt sick. I didn't know what to think. I remembered so clearly seeing her walk into that room. I remembered hearing the door close behind her. How could she just be gone? How could she have left without a sound? It didn't make any sense. My mind raced, trying to figure out what happened. Maybe I had imagined the whole thing. But no, my memory was too clear. I had heard her, seen her, even heard the door close. I checked the closet, looked under the desk, behind the chair. I even peeked in the small cabinet by the window. There was nothing. The room was completely empty. No sign of anyone ever having been there. No sound, no movement, just the stillness of the room. A wave of dread washed over me, making my hands shake. My skin felt too tight, like I was caught in a dream that I couldn't wake up from. I closed the door behind me, backing out of the room slowly, my mind racing with questions I didn't have answers to. Was it possible that I had just been too tired? Was I just imagining things? I didn't know. But the more I thought about it, the more I could feel something crawling along the edges of my mind, something I couldn't explain, something that made everything feel wrong. I went back to my room, but sleep wouldn't come. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing. Maybe I was just too tired. But the more I tried to push it out of my mind, the clearer the memory became. The sound of my mom's footsteps, the door opening, the way she had walked past me so casually, and then the room, empty. So empty. I lay there for what felt like hours, my mind spinning with the thought that someone, had been in that room, and I had seen it, but there was no explanation for it. No reason why she would have been in there. It didn't make sense. By the time morning finally came, I was exhausted. My head throbbed, my stomach still twisted with unease. I didn't want to tell anyone about it. Didn't want to sound crazy, but I couldn't shake the feeling. My mom came in, just like usual, asking me if I had gotten any sleep. I didn't say anything. I just nodded, too tired to talk. As the day went on, I tried to forget about it. Tried to tell myself that it was nothing. But even now, when I'm home alone and it's quiet, and the light from outside fades into darkness, I can still hear those footsteps in my mind. The door closing behind her. The room empty. And I can't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but every time I walk past that room, I feel a weight on my chest, a sense of something being just a little off, and I can't explain it. I've been back to that room since then, looked inside, even stood there in the doorway, but nothing's ever the same. It's always just a room, empty, quiet, just like it's supposed to be. But I can't forget the way it felt that night. The way the room seemed to breathe with something I couldn't see. It's the kind of feeling that sticks with you, a nagging doubt in the back of your mind. Every time I walk through that hallway, I feel that tightness in my chest again. And though I try to convince myself it was nothing, I'll never truly shake the feeling that I'm not the only one who's ever been in that room. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just the dark playing tricks on me, but part of me still wonders if I'll ever get an answer. I was about 8 or 9 years old when this happened, and back then, the world felt both small and big at the same time. My house was on a quiet residential street, the kind where you knew most of the people who lived there. The street was narrow, and not many cars came through, so it felt safe. It was also a place where the sounds of the neighborhood, the laughter of kids, the hum of lawnmowers, and the distant buzz of traffic made everything feel like it was in its right place. I had a ritual back then, one I loved. After school, I would ride my bike to the corner one street over from our house to meet my older brother's bus. He was in high school, and I always felt proud of him. When he'd get off the bus, he'd come over to me, grab my handlebars, and lift me onto the front of his bike. I'd sit there, gripping the bars tightly as he took off down the road, speeding past houses and trees. The wind would whip through my hair, and I'd feel like I was flying. On that particular day, my dad told me not to go. He always had his reasons, of course, but I remember thinking he was just being overprotective. I felt so sure that everything would be fine. It wasn't like I was going far, and the street was just around the corner. I didn't see any harm in it, so I decided to go anyway. The corner where I waited was busy. It was a main road, where cars came and went, and buses pulled over to drop people off. It was the kind of place where you could watch the world pass by. The big, noisy cars, the bikes, and sometimes the odd person walking or running. I loved it, mostly because I felt like I was part of something bigger when I was there. I could hear the rumble of engines and the clatter of passing bikes, all moving around me in a steady rhythm. I stood there waiting. It didn't take long for the first group of beakies to roll past. There were maybe 6 or 8 of them, all riding side by side, their leather jackets glinting in the sunlight. They weren't bothering anyone, just moving along with a sense of purpose, the sound of their engines mixing with the other noises of the street. I watched them as they passed, fascinated by the loud growl of their bikes. A few cars drove by after that, and I almost forgot about the beakies. But then I saw 2 more approaching. At first, I didn't think much of it. It wasn't unusual to see beakies around, especially with their loud, rumbling bikes. But when the two of them got closer, something about them made me freeze. I couldn't explain it, but it was like an instinct kicked in. I didn't recognize them, and they didn't seem like the kind of beakies who were just passing through. They had a look about them, something cold, something unsettling. They rode side by side, and I could feel their eyes on me as they drew nearer. I didn't move. I just stood there, watching them, and I could tell they were staring at me too. It wasn't a friendly glance. It was more like a gaze that made my heart skip a beat. One of the beakies on the left spoke to his friend, something I couldn't hear over the noise of their bikes, but I could see his lips move. He pointed at me, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. I knew, right then and there, that they were going to come after me. The beakies were on the left side of the road, and I was on the right, so they would have to wait until they could turn. As soon as I saw them slow down, my heart raced. I didn't know what to do. The fear hit me like a cold wave, and my legs felt like they were made of lead. I knew I needed to get away, but I couldn't think clearly. Instead of running to the gas station just up the street, where I could have hidden behind the large concrete pillars, or at least called for help, I did the opposite. I decided to ride down the middle of the street, as if I could outrun them. I told myself I'd make it home before they could catch up, but deep down, I knew it wasn't a good idea. I took off. I pedaled harder than I ever had, trying to move faster than I could ever remember moving before. The world around me started to blur. I couldn't see the road clearly, couldn't make out the cars or the people. Just the feeling of my legs pumping furiously as I tried to escape. My hands were gripping the handlebars so tight, I thought they might break off. The wind hit my face, hard, and I felt my breath catch in my chest. I wasn't even sure if I was going in the right direction anymore. All I could focus on was the sound of my bike's wheels spinning and the pounding of my heart in my ears. But then, something strange happened. As I pushed myself faster, I began to feel lightheaded. My vision went black at the edges, and I could feel my body growing weak. I could smell something, a strange, salty smell, and it was only then that I realized what it was: fish. It hit me like a wave, sharp and pungent, and I suddenly became aware of the rough pavement beneath me. Then everything went dark. I don't know how long I was out, but when I woke up, I was lying in the middle of the road, barely able to move. My arms and legs felt heavy, and my head was spinning. The smell of fish was still in the air, and when I blinked my eyes, trying to clear the haze, I saw a woman standing over me. She had been cleaning fish on her front porch, and her face was etched with concern. I could barely focus on her, but I could tell she was worried. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. I just lay there, paralyzed with fear and confusion. The woman looked toward the road and saw the two beakies coming down the street. They hadn't gotten far, and now they were approaching. I didn't know what to do, but she did. She stood over me, blocking my body from their view, as though she were guarding me from whatever they might have done. The beakies got halfway down the road before they slowed to a stop. They weren't directly in front of us, but they were close enough. They stared at the woman, and I could see their faces as they slowly looked us over. The tension was thick in the air, and my chest was tight with fear. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe properly. I just lay there, too afraid to make a sound. After a long, drawn-out pause, they turned their bikes and rode off, back in the direction they came from. They never looked back. It was like they had made a decision, and that decision was to leave us alone. The woman stayed by my side for a few more minutes, watching the beakies ride off. She didn't speak, but I could feel the relief wash over her. When she was sure they were gone, she gently helped me sit up, though I felt like I couldn't hold myself up at all. I had no energy, no strength. My head was still spinning. After a while, she helped me to my feet and took me to her house. She kept me there for what felt like hours, though it was probably just 30 minutes or so. I didn't say a word, couldn't find the strength to explain what had happened. Eventually, she led me down a back lane to my house. I was so exhausted I could barely keep my eyes open, but I felt safe again. As we neared my home, I could see my dad standing in the yard, his face worried, probably wondering where I had been. The woman gave me a quick, kind smile before walking back to her house. I never saw her again after that day. When I got inside, my dad asked me what had happened, but I didn't have the words. I just told him I got scared and that I had been out too long. He didn't press, though I could tell he was relieved to see me safe. To this day, I still don't know exactly what those beakies intended. Maybe they were just messing with me, or maybe they saw something in me that made them want to follow. But the fear I felt that day never left me. I was never the same after that. When I see groups of beakies, my heart still races, and the feeling of vulnerability, that fear of being watched, comes rushing back. I don't know why they stopped or what made them leave, but I'll never forget the woman who helped me, standing over me and keeping me hidden. She saved me that day, even if she never knew it. The day my grandfather died, I was sick. Not just the kind of sick where you stay home from school, but the kind of sick where your body feels like it's betraying you slowly. I remember being so weak, I couldn't even get out of bed to grab a glass of water without feeling dizzy. I didn't have the energy to do much of anything that day, just lying there, drifting in and out of sleep, with the TV on for some background noise. It was 2007, and my parents had decided to go out of town to see my grandfather one last time before he passed. He was in hospice, and they were doing everything they could to make it in time. But I wasn't in any condition to go with them. I don't even remember what I was sick with exactly, but it was bad enough that they decided I needed to stay behind and rest while my sisters went to school. So I was left alone in the house, just me and the steady hum of the TV. The sound of Maury's voice filled the quiet space in my room, and for the first time in a while, it was comforting to have some noise, something familiar. I wasn't paying much attention to what was on TV, just letting it play as I lay there in a kind of half-sleep. My body felt heavy, like the weight of my sickness had settled in my bones. Suddenly I heard it, a faint cry. It was the kind of sound you'd expect from a newborn baby, soft and distant. At first, I thought it might have been coming from the TV, maybe some kind of dramatic segment or sound effect from the show. I wasn't sure, but I shrugged it off. I didn't have the energy to get up and check. But then it happened again. This time it was clearer, a little sharper. The sound cut through the air and seemed to come from somewhere inside the house. I glanced around, trying to figure out where it could be coming from, but the room was still. I turned the volume down on the TV and listened for a moment, straining to make out any other sounds. Sure enough, there it was again, a faint cry, almost too quiet to be real, but still enough to make my heart skip a beat. It was then that I decided I needed to turn off the TV. Something about the sound just didn't sit right with me, and the air in the room suddenly felt thick, heavy. I reached for the remote, muting the TV completely, and the silence that followed was deafening. But then it happened again, the faint cry, this time much louder, and it definitely wasn't from the TV. It was coming from somewhere in the house. I wasn't sure what to do. I'd never heard anything like it before. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that maybe I was just hearing things because I was sick. But the more I listened, the more I realized the sound was real. It was the unmistakable cry of a baby, soft and fragile. I tried to ignore it, but the sound only grew more persistent, echoing in the quiet house. It was then that I realized where it was coming from. My mom's room. I didn't want to get up. My body felt like it was made of stone, and every movement felt like a chore. But I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to know what was going on. Slowly, I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my feet brushing against the cool floor. I stood up, my legs wobbly as I made my way out of the room. The house was eerily quiet, except for the faint sounds of the baby crying. I walked down the hall and toward my mom's room, my mind racing. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to find, but I didn't like the feeling of dread that was building in my chest. The sound of the baby was getting louder, more desperate. I pushed the door open, and what I saw stopped me in my tracks. The crib was in the corner of the room. I had seen it many times before, whenever my mom would watch my older sister's baby. It was empty now, but the sound of the baby crying was still there. It was as if it was coming from the crib, but no one was in it. I stepped closer, trying to make sense of it all. My heart was pounding in my chest, my mind racing with confusion. That's when I heard it. A soft thud. Something had fallen. I turned toward the sound, my eyes landing on my mom's dresser. There, on the floor, was an old photo of my mom and my grandma, shattered into pieces. The glass from the frame had broken, and the picture itself was bent, the edges curling. I couldn't understand what was happening. The baby cries had stopped, but the air in the room felt thick and heavy, like something was pressing in on me. Without thinking, I turned and bolted out of the room. My heart was racing in my chest, and my mind was spinning. I didn't care about anything else in that moment. I just needed to get out of the house. I ran across the yard, not even pausing to look back, and made my way to my older sister's house next door. I was out of breath, panicked, my mind barely able to comprehend what had just happened. I could still hear the baby crying in my head, even though I had left the house behind. I knocked on the door, my hands shaking. My sister answered, and I nearly burst into tears, but I stopped myself. I was too scared to explain what had just happened. She was on the phone at the time, so I waited in the living room, pacing back and forth, my mind a jumble of confusion and fear. I didn't know what to make of it all. The baby cry, the broken photo, the heavy feeling in the air. It all seemed so unreal. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, my sister hung up the phone. I rushed to her, my voice trembling as I tried to explain everything that had just happened. But before I could get the words out, she looked at me with a serious expression. "Grandpa just died," she said, her voice quiet. "He passed away about 5 minutes ago." I froze. For a moment, it felt like everything in the world had stopped. I didn't know how to react. I didn't know what to say. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I had no way of knowing that my grandfather had passed in that exact moment, but somehow I had felt it. The baby cries, the broken photo, the heaviness in the air. All of it, it felt connected in some way. I didn't know what it all meant. I still don't, but I knew one thing for sure. In that moment, everything in the world seemed to align in a way I couldn't understand. It was like the universe had sent me a message, one I couldn't explain or interpret, but one I would never forget. To this day, I don't know if it was just my sick mind playing tricks on me, or if there was something more to it. But I'll never forget the feeling, the weight of the air in that room, and the sound of the baby crying, faint but real. I'll never forget the broken photo, and the way it all seemed to happen at once. And I'll never forget how, just as I was feeling the deepest fear, my sister's words confirmed what I had sensed all along. Grandpa was gone, and somehow I knew it before anyone had told me. I'm not going to pretend I was the most supportive friend when it started happening. I didn't see what she was seeing. I wasn't there, so how could I know what she was feeling? I've always been one to brush off things like this. But when it started getting worse, when she started telling me things that made my stomach drop, I realized that I had been wrong to dismiss her. I should have paid more attention. She had been living by herself in a rundown neighborhood for a while. The kind of place you wouldn't want to walk through after dark, but she didn't have much of a choice. The rent was cheap, and at the time, that was all that mattered. She had a little apartment on the 3rd floor of a building that looked like it was held together by prayers and duct tape. It wasn't much, but it was hers, or so she thought. It started slowly at first. Just little things, nothing that would set off alarms in anyone's head. She'd come home after a night out, and the place would feel off. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she felt like someone had been there. She shrugged it off. It was probably just paranoia, she told herself. A side effect from smoking too much weed, she thought. Anyone who heard her mention it, friends, family, they all said the same thing. "You're just paranoid, girl. Nothing's going on." So she let it go. For a while, she just ignored it, writing off the weird feeling as her mind playing tricks on her. But then things started to change. It was the magnets on her fridge that got her attention. They started moving. At first, she thought she'd just forgotten where she put them. Maybe she had shifted them when she was cleaning or rearranging. But then it kept happening. It wasn't just the magnets either. The fridge started looking different. One day, she noticed a new magnet from a business she didn't recognize. It wasn't even from around here. It was from a different state entirely. And there was another one, and then another. Different businesses, different places, all showing up on her fridge like some twisted little collection. She couldn't explain it. That's when she started feeling something much deeper. Something darker. She had never smoked weed in her apartment, but she thought maybe, just maybe, she had misplaced a cigarette. Then she noticed something else. Her ashtray, which she knew she'd emptied the night before, now had cigarette butts in it. And they weren't from any brand she or any of her friends smoked. They weren't even the same color, the same shape, the same anything. She didn't recognize them. That's when her heart started racing a little faster. She tried to convince herself it was nothing, that she had left the window open, or maybe someone else had been in the apartment. Maybe one of her neighbors had come in. But deep down, she knew something wasn't right. The breaking point came when her friends brushed it all off. When she told them what was happening, they just shrugged. "You're just paranoid," they said. "You've been smoking too much, that's all." And the police? Don't even get me started on them. She called the cops a couple of times, but they barely took her seriously. They were dismissive, like she was wasting their time. They didn't even want to file a report, and when they did, it was clear they weren't going to put much effort into finding out what was going on. No one seemed to care. No one took her seriously. At that point, she realized that if anything was going to be done, it was up to her. She was the only one who could do something. But she wasn't stupid, and she wasn't about to just charge in blindly. She had to be careful. One night, she borrowed her boyfriend's car and parked it a few blocks down from her building so it wouldn't look like she was home. She wanted to be invisible. She sat there in her apartment, the lights off, just listening. For 45 minutes, she sat in silence. She listened to the sounds of the city outside her window, the distant hum of traffic, the faint echo of people talking, the low murmur of life. But something was off. She couldn't explain it, but something in her gut told her to leave. She didn't even question it. She just grabbed her keys and rushed out of her apartment. She didn't look back as she sprinted to her boyfriend's car, and it wasn't until she was safely inside that she let herself breathe. But when she looked back at her building, that's when she saw it. A huge, dark silhouette, tall and broad, climbing into her apartment from the balcony. It was like something out of a nightmare, a figure moving with an unnatural fluidity. She could barely make it out, but the silhouette was unmistakable. The fear in her chest spiked, and without thinking, she started the car and drove away, leaving her apartment and her life there behind. The next day, she packed up all her things and moved out. She didn't have time to explain it all to her friends, but she didn't care. She didn't want anyone to tell her she was just being paranoid anymore. She was done with it. She couldn't risk staying there another night, another hour. It was too much. She never found out who was in her apartment, and she never asked. But she was sure of one thing. It wasn't someone she knew. A few years later, I had my own experience that made me think back to what she went through. I worked with a manager who was dealing with her own nightmare. She and her husband had been fighting over something silly. One of them had misplaced the car keys, and neither of them could own up to it. It was petty, but it led to a whole series of events that neither of them saw coming. A few days after the argument, she had to stop by the house in the middle of the workday. She walked in, and it didn't feel right. The house was quiet, too quiet. She walked through the living room, and that's when she saw it. All of their valuables, laptops, tablets, cameras, jewelry, were piled up in the center of the room like someone had been preparing to take them. It didn't make sense. Nothing was missing, but everything was just off. Her heart dropped into her stomach as she realized something had been happening in their home while they weren't there. She immediately called the cops, and when they investigated, they found something even worse. Someone had been living in their attic for 2 months. They weren't sure how, but the person had somehow managed to stay hidden up there, coming down at night when the house was quiet. They couldn't figure out why the person hadn't stolen anything, but it was clear that they had been in their home for a long time. It was horrifying, and the cops didn't have any answers. My manager and her husband moved the next day, no questions asked. They had 2 young girls, and the thought of someone being in their home, watching them, was too much to bear. I can't imagine what it would have been like for her, especially with kids in the house. No one should ever have to feel that way. Looking back, I'm grateful nothing happened to either of them. But hearing their stories, it makes me wonder how many other people out there have felt that same sickening feeling. Something isn't right, but no one will believe you. It's terrifying to think that someone could be inside your life, your home, and you wouldn't even know until it's too late. It's easy to dismiss the warning signs, to brush things off as paranoia or coincidence. But once you've been through something like this, once you've felt the weight of fear settle in your chest, you start paying attention to things you used to ignore. You start trusting your instincts, because sometimes that's all you have. And when the truth finally hits, when you realize someone was there all along, it changes you. You start looking over your shoulder, checking doors and windows, and you never quite feel safe in your own skin again. I still remember the feeling of the heat pressing down on my skin that afternoon, the pavement radiating warmth, even though the sun wasn't at its peak anymore. It was the kind of heat that made everything feel slower, like the air was thicker somehow. I was 18, working a retail job that I didn't care much for, counting down the hours every shift, waiting for something, anything, to break the monotony. My brother had come by to visit that day. It was a small thing, but it meant a lot. He wasn't the type to just show up for no reason. So when he asked if I wanted to grab lunch with him, I agreed without a second thought. There was a taco cabana nearby, close enough to walk to, and we figured we'd take the long way around, have a smoke, kill some time. The alley behind the retail strip was a shortcut we had used before, a quiet, empty stretch of asphalt lined with dumpsters and the occasional loading dock. It wasn't the kind of place you'd linger in, but it was easier than walking around the entire plaza. We made our way down the alley, talking about nothing important, just filling the air with whatever thoughts came to mind. That's when I saw him. A truck was parked further down, just sitting there with the engine off. There was a man inside, leaning against the driver's side window, looking right at us. I didn't say anything at first, just kept walking, but the hairs on my arms stood up when I realized that he wasn't just glancing in our direction. He was staring, unmoving, unblinking. Something about him made me uneasy, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. I figured he was just some guy waiting for someone, maybe a worker taking a break. But as we walked past, I could feel his eyes following us. Not just watching, tracking. We didn't say anything about it, but both of us must have felt the tension. That kind of awareness, that little alarm bell in the back of your head, the one that tells you something isn't right. Maybe that's why we did what we did next. There were a few empty beer bottles scattered near one of the dumpsters, probably left behind by some workers or drunks from the night before. Without thinking much about it, we each grabbed one and threw them against the pavement, the glass shattering loudly. It wasn't meant to be anything more than dumb teenage recklessness. Just breaking something for the sake of breaking it. The alley was silent again after that, except for the crunch of broken glass under our shoes. The truck was still behind us, still parked, still quiet. I remember glancing over my shoulder one last time before we neared the end of the alley. That was when I heard it, the roar of an engine. It happened too fast for me to react. The truck peeled out from where it had been parked, tires screeching against the asphalt, the sound tearing through the silence like a scream. My brother barely had time to move before the front bumper came dangerously close to clipping him. The truck skidded to a stop, blocking the exit of the alley. The driver's side door flew open, and before I could process what was happening, the man was out. I remember his face. It wasn't angry, not in the way you'd expect. There was something else in his expression, something unhinged. Like he had been waiting for this moment. Like he had been waiting for us. He had a gun in one hand, a cell phone in the other. His knuckles were white from how hard he was gripping both. He was yelling before I could even understand what was going on, words tumbling out of his mouth too fast, too erratic. I finally caught you. I finally fucking caught you messing with this place. I was frozen. My mind was scrambling, trying to find some kind of logic, some kind of reason for what was happening. He wasn't a cop. He wasn't security. I had never seen this man before in my life. He kept shouting into his phone, claiming that he had found us, that he was taking us to the police station. He wasn't asking. He was telling. That's when I realized. He wasn't talking to 911. Or if he was, there was no way a dispatcher had told him what he was claiming. No way in hell they would have told us to get in his truck. He pointed at the open passenger door, motioning for us to get in, the gun still clutched tightly in his hand. I felt like I was outside of my own body, like I was watching this happen to someone else. There was no way this was real. No way this was happening to us in the middle of the day, behind a row of stores, where anyone could walk out at any second and see. But no one did. My brother was the first to move. He stood his ground, eyes locked on the man, unmoving. I don't know how he stayed so calm. I could feel my own breath coming in short gasps, my chest tight, my legs tense to run. But where? The truck was blocking our only clear exit. The man stepped forward, gripping my brother by the arm, trying to shove him toward the open truck door. My brother yanked himself free, his voice low, controlled. We weren't getting in that truck. He could do whatever he wanted. He could wave that gun around. He could scream into that phone. He could call whoever the hell he was calling. We weren't getting in. For a second, I thought he was going to shoot us. His eyes darted between us, his grip tightening around the gun. Then, as suddenly as he had lunged for my brother, he let go. "Fuck this," he spat. Then he got back in the truck and tore out of there. Just like that. I don't remember moving. I don't remember how long we stood there, frozen in place, the sound of the engine fading into the distance. My hands were shaking. My heart was hammering so hard I thought I might pass out. We didn't speak. There was nothing to say. Eventually, we walked the rest of the way to the taco cabana. It felt like autopilot, like my body was moving without me really telling it to. We sat down, but neither of us touched our food for a long time. The air felt heavy, suffocating. There were people around us, laughing, eating, completely unaware that just a few minutes ago, we had been standing in an alley with a gun pointed at us. We never talked about it after that. Not that day. Not the next. Not ever. It wasn't until much later that I thought about what could have happened. What if we had gotten in the truck? What if he had decided to shoot us anyway? What if someone else had walked into that alley and seen it happen? Would they have helped? Would they have been another victim? I don't know, and I don't want to know. What I do know is that I never took that alley again. Never walked behind those stores. Never let myself forget the way that man looked at us. Because he wasn't angry. He was excited. I woke up with a heavy feeling, one that I couldn't shake off. It wasn't unusual for me to feel a little disoriented when I first woke up, especially when I was sharing a bed with my cousin. She stayed over at my place a lot, as she usually did, and since I only had one bed, we'd end up sleeping together, something that felt pretty normal for both of us. We'd joke around before bed, share stories, or talk about everything and nothing. But this particular night felt different, like something wasn't quite right. I'm not sure what woke me up, but I found myself wide awake in the dark, staring at the ceiling. My heart started racing as I lay there, trying to shake the weird, unsettling feeling crawling up my spine. The room was quiet, save for the soft sound of my cousin's breathing beside me. Her warmth next to me should have been comforting, but instead, I couldn't shake the anxiety gnawing at me. Then I felt it, the weight. At first, I thought it was just my cousin shifting in her sleep, maybe getting up to go to the bathroom, as she sometimes did during the night. But the feeling didn't fade. It grew. It wasn't just someone moving on the bed. It felt like someone was actually on top of it. I felt the mattress sag, the distinct pressure of a body near mine. The worst part wasn't the weight itself. It was how it felt like it was pressing down on me, slowly and deliberately. I couldn't move. It was like my limbs were stuck, as if something was holding me down. My wrists were pinned to the bed, and my chest felt crushed, like someone was lying directly on top of me. I couldn't breathe. My heart pounded harder, and my mind raced, but I couldn't scream or even whisper. The sensation of being trapped, unable to fight back, intensified the fear. I started to feel like I was sinking, like I was caught in some sort of nightmare. My thoughts began to spiral, and I couldn't tell if it was real or just my mind playing tricks on me. It felt like I was reliving one of those sleep paralysis episodes I had experienced in the past. But this was worse, so much worse. In the midst of the pressure, the sense of fear gripped me, tight and suffocating. My chest tightened with each breath I tried to take. The weight pressing on me felt unnatural, like something was crawling on me, something far too heavy and sinister. I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't dreaming. I could feel it. The sense of impending danger was palpable, but there was something more than fear in it. It felt like déjà vu, like I had been in this exact situation before, yet I couldn't place why. It was the kind of feeling that made the hair on the back of your neck stand up, something you couldn't ignore. I kept my eyes shut, hoping the pressure would let up, that whatever it was would just leave. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, I tried to tell myself. Maybe I was just imagining it, letting my mind run wild in the dark. But the sensation of something being on top of me, suffocating me, wouldn't fade. It lingered, like it had a hold of me, trapping me in that moment. Then, just as quickly as it had started, the pressure lifted. My cousin shifted in her sleep, moving slightly, and I felt the weight on the bed disappear. It was like someone had lifted their hands from my chest, like the force that had been holding me down was gone. My breathing returned to normal, and the intense fear that had gripped me started to loosen its hold. I blinked, unsure of whether I had dreamed it or if it had been real. I lay still for a moment, my mind trying to make sense of what had just happened. It could have been sleep paralysis, I thought. I'd had it before, but something didn't sit right. Something about the feeling, the intensity of it, made me feel like there was more to it than that. The next morning, I woke up to my cousin looking at me with wide eyes. She was always a bit of an overthinker, but something about the way she was staring at me sent a chill down my spine. "I had a weird dream last night," she said, her voice a little shaky. I hadn't said anything to her about what had happened to me, but I could tell by the look on her face that whatever she had dreamed wasn't a simple nightmare. "I dreamed about a man with black wings standing in front of the bed. she said, still staring at me. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. She described the figure in my room, this man with black wings, and it sent a wave of nausea through me. It wasn't the wings that unnerved me. It was the way she described him. Tall, dark, with features I didn't recognize but felt I should. The man she described was eerily similar to my abusive ex-boyfriend. He had died a couple of years ago, after a long, drawn-out battle with his own demons. The man in her dream was someone I'd seen in my memories, someone I had spent years trying to forget. When she told me about the man, my mind went back to that moment in the night when I had felt like I was being held down, suffocated. The weight on my chest, the feeling of being trapped. It all clicked in a way that made my stomach churn. The figure she described was the same one I had seen in the darkest corners of my memories, the same one who haunted my thoughts during those difficult years of my life. I couldn't explain what happened. I still can't. It wasn't sleep paralysis. It wasn't a nightmare. It was something far more unsettling. The fact that my cousin, who had no knowledge of the trauma I had gone through with him, described him in such vivid detail made it all the more chilling. How could she have known? She didn't even know the half of what I had endured with him. I sat there, feeling a deep, hollow sense of dread wash over me. My cousin didn't know what she had just said. She couldn't have. She wasn't there during the worst of it. She didn't know about the bruises, the fear, the control. But somehow, her dream seemed to connect with everything I had been through with him. It was like something had pulled her into that memory, into the place I tried so hard to leave behind. I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to acknowledge the connection, but I couldn't ignore it. I felt like the night had been a warning, something that had forced me to confront a part of my past that I had buried deep down. The feeling of being trapped on that bed, the weight on my chest, it all made sense now. It wasn't just sleep paralysis. It was something more, something real. As the day went on, I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just a coincidence. My cousin had been asleep, and her dream was just a random, strange occurrence. But the unease lingered. I couldn't shake the thought that whatever had happened that night wasn't just in my mind. Maybe it was my own subconscious pulling me back to that place. Or maybe it was something more sinister, something tied to the dark memories I had tried to escape. Either way, it left me with a sense of dread that I couldn't explain. As I sit here now, I still don't know what really happened that night. Was it sleep paralysis, or was it something else? I don't have the answers, but I do know that I can never forget the feeling, the weight, the pressure, the fear. And the fact that my cousin, out of all people, dreamed of a man with black wings, someone I thought I had left behind, still sends shivers down my spine. I don't know if it was a warning, or if it was just the aftermath of the trauma I had lived through. But whatever it was, it's something I can't shake. It's always there, lurking just beneath the surface, like a shadow that never quite disappears. It was a typical school day morning, or at least it was supposed to be. I woke up groggy, my body still trying to fight off whatever bug had kept me up the night before. My mom had already left for work. She was always the early riser in our family, a routine that never changed. My dad, on the other hand, was more of a late riser, and I had gotten used to the sound of his footsteps as he would get ready for work, knowing that he'd be out of the door by 7:30 at the latest. The moment I heard the door slam, followed by the familiar rattle of his car starting in the driveway, I didn't think much of it. It was just part of the rhythm of my mornings, one that had become second nature. But that morning, something felt different. I had been feeling off the entire night before, my stomach in knots, my head pounding with a feverish ache. I had told my parents the night before that I wasn't going to school. I just wasn't up for it. And to be honest, I was relieved. I could stay in my warm bed for a little longer, drifting in and out of sleep. I don't know how much time passed after hearing my dad leave, but I was already slipping back into a half-conscious state, barely awake. It's funny how you can hear noises around you and still feel like you're somewhere in between dream and reality. At least, that's how I felt as I lay there. Suddenly, I heard it. Thumping. Lots of it. It wasn't the usual sounds of the house settling or the creaking of old floorboards. No, this was much more pronounced. The thumps were coming from somewhere downstairs, and they were loud, way too loud to ignore. I figured my dad had come back to the house, maybe forgotten something, and was rummaging around looking for it. It seemed pretty typical for him. But this wasn't a quick noise. It continued for what felt like an eternity, thumping, dragging, scraping against the walls. It was loud enough to pull me out of my drowsy state, but I didn't feel like getting up. I just rolled over, pulled the blanket over my head, and tried to go back to sleep. It wasn't unusual for my dad to be disorganized in the mornings, so I didn't think much of it. After a while, I must have fallen back into a deeper sleep. It was easy to do, considering how sick I felt. My body was exhausted from battling whatever sickness had me in its grip. The soft sound of the house creaking and the occasional thump drifted away into nothing as I faded into unconsciousness. Hours later, I woke up again. This time, the light creeping through my window told me that it was past noon. The heavy weight of my headache made it hard to get out of bed, but the silence in the house was unnerving. I could usually hear the faint sounds of my dad's footsteps or my mom's phone ringing. Anything to break the stillness of an empty house. But today there was nothing. It felt too quiet. I groggily made my way downstairs, thinking maybe I could find something to eat, maybe some soup or crackers. I wasn't in the mood for anything heavy. As I reached the landing at the bottom of the stairs, I froze. The living room was a mess. It looked like a storm had blown through. All the drawers in the sideboard had been pulled out. Papers were scattered on the floor, books knocked over, and there were clothes strewn around as if someone had been searching for something, anything. The strange thing was that it didn't immediately click in my mind what had happened. I just stood there, staring at the disarray, feeling a creeping sense of unease wash over me. It was like the world was slowly turning in on itself. It took me a minute, but then it hit me all at once. My house had been ransacked. I didn't scream. I didn't panic. Instead, I just stood there frozen with my heart racing. My mind went blank for a moment as I tried to piece things together. Had I left the door unlocked? No, I couldn't have. My parents were always so careful about that. I couldn't understand how this could have happened. I looked around, trying to gather my thoughts, but it was all a blur. I walked through the living room slowly, stepping over the mess, my heart pounding in my chest. My bedroom door was closed, and for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to check it. I didn't want to. I wasn't ready to know what else had happened in the house. There was one thing that I did know. I was alone. I couldn't hear anything. No sounds of the neighbors, no faint hum of cars driving by, no distant laughter from outside. It was just me and the wreckage. The realization that I was the only one in the house started to settle in, making my stomach turn. I should have checked earlier. I should have done something. Anything. But now it was too late. I wasn't sure whether to be scared or angry, so I just stood there, my pulse thumping in my ears, trying to think. I headed to the kitchen, my feet dragging. There was a sense of urgency now, but it was a quiet kind of panic, like everything was closing in on me, and I was helpless to stop it. The kitchen was a mess, too. Drawers left open, utensils scattered across the counter, and a chair overturned as if someone had rushed through, frantically looking for something important. I thought about calling my parents, but they wouldn't be back for hours. What if I was still being watched? I'd heard enough stories about burglars who lingered around to make sure their victims didn't catch on too soon. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I had to leave the house. I couldn't stay there. Not like this. I grabbed my phone from the kitchen counter and made my way out the front door, stepping over broken glass that had scattered from a window on the porch. I could see that the door had been forced open. It wasn't the kind of thing that could be undone easily. It wasn't just a casual break-in. This was personal. I ran to my neighbor's house, my heart pounding with every step. I wasn't sure if anyone would be home, but I couldn't risk being alone any longer. I knocked desperately on their door, and thankfully they were there. I was shaking when I asked to use their phone to call the police. The whole time, I kept thinking, what if they're still here? What if they're watching me? The police came quickly, but by then, there wasn't much they could do. They dusted for prints, checked the window, and confirmed what I already knew. The place had been robbed. The only thing that had been taken was cash. I wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or disgusted by that fact. They even pointed out how the thief had gone through the trouble of sorting out the coins in a jar. Pennies from nickels, dimes, and quarters. They'd used my backpack to carry the loot, even taking out the Kleenex in the front pocket to make room. It was such a bizarre detail, almost methodical, as though the person was in no hurry. The police reassured me that no one had been harmed, and it was lucky that nothing had been broken except the window. But I couldn't shake the feeling of violation. The thought that someone had been in my house, touching my things, was something I couldn't forget. I couldn't help but think about how close I had been to the whole thing. How I had been there, in the house, completely unaware. If I'd gotten up earlier, if I hadn't gone back to sleep, I might have seen something. I might have caught them in the act. But instead, I had stayed in bed, not thinking twice about the noises that had woken me earlier. It made me sick to my stomach. Later that night, after everything had settled, I was lying in bed, my head still spinning. I thought about how lucky I was that the thief hadn't gone upstairs, hadn't made his way into my bedroom. That thought lingered in my mind for days, leaving me with an unsettling feeling. I kept imagining what might have happened if I'd walked out of my room at the wrong moment, if I'd encountered them face to face. The what-ifs played in my head like a broken record, and I couldn't stop it. The police had said they couldn't find any leads, and eventually, we just had to move on. The thief was never caught, and nothing came of it. But to this day, I still remember that feeling of waking up, hearing the noises, and never fully realizing what was happening around me. It's strange how you can be in the most vulnerable place and not even know it. In the end, the house was cleaned up, the window was fixed, and life moved on. But I'll never forget the feeling of being alone, of hearing those thumps, and knowing that someone had been in my home, someone who could have been right outside my door. I woke up in the dark, like I always did when something wasn't quite right. At first, I thought I was just stirring in my sleep, half aware, but then the sound hit me. It was this low, unsettling whooshing noise, almost like the air was being sucked in, but there was no breeze, no fan running, nothing that should have made that sound. My eyes were still heavy with sleep, but that noise? It kept going, steady but weird, like it was swirling in the air. My mind raced, even though I wasn't fully awake yet. The first thought that crossed my mind was that it was just the house settling, the way old houses creak and groan at night. But then, the air felt different. Cold, like something was coming, something wrong. I didn't know what it was, but I felt it in my chest, this pressure. Something was creeping up the stairs. I could feel it, the weight of it. Whatever it wasn't good. I glanced over at my boyfriend, who was still deep in sleep beside me. He was curled up, breathing softly. I didn't want to wake him. I never did, not when he looked so peaceful, so unaware of the creeping tension I could feel. But I couldn't shake this feeling that something was off. The house was quiet, too quiet, and that sound, the whooshing, it wasn't stopping. It was getting closer. I stayed as still as I could, hoping it would stop, hoping that I was just imagining it. Maybe it was just my brain playing tricks on me. I wanted to believe that. But as the noise got closer, I knew deep down that something wasn't right. My heart started to race, and the fear that had been slowly creeping up my spine took over. The stairs leading up to the room were right outside the bed, just a few steps away. I knew if whatever was coming up those stairs was real, I'd be the first one it found. I didn't even want to look toward the stairs. It was like if I didn't look, it couldn't be real. But the sound kept coming, closer and closer. The whooshing was followed by something heavier now, like footsteps, but slow and deliberate. It wasn't just the noise anymore. It was presence. I tried to move, to sit up and do something, anything. Scream, yell for help, but nothing happened. It was like my body was made of stone, like every part of me was frozen in place. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even twitch my fingers. I wanted to scream, to shout, to call my boyfriend, but my voice, it wouldn't come out. I was suffocating in my own silence. It was like the air had thickened, like I couldn't breathe or make a sound. The fear inside me twisted, and that's when I saw it. At first, it was just a shadow, creeping along the corner of the stairs, blending into the dark like it wasn't even there. But it was moving, slowly. It moved with purpose, with something dark and heavy. It wasn't human. I couldn't explain how I knew that, but I just knew. This wasn't some person creeping up the stairs in the middle of the night. This was something else. It took everything in me not to panic, but I was already fighting to get my body to move, to scream, to do anything. I tried to push myself up, to twist out of the paralyzing terror that was holding me in place, but it was no use. My limbs wouldn't listen. My body was a prison, and this thing was getting closer. The shadow kept inching its way up the stairs, closer to the landing, closer to me. I could feel its presence, like it was brushing up against my skin, even though I knew it was still a few feet away. The air felt thick with it, heavy and wrong. I tried again to scream, to say something, anything, but nothing came out. It was like my throat was closed, my chest caving in from the weight of whatever was creeping toward me. I felt like I was choking, suffocating in this quiet, oppressive space. The shadow figure turned the corner and came into the room. It was darker than the darkness of the night around us, like it absorbed the light from the room, and it felt wrong. Like I shouldn't be seeing it, like it wasn't supposed to be there. It loomed, taller than anyone I knew, bigger than anything I'd ever seen. It stood in the doorway, motionless, but I could feel it. I could feel it watching me. I had never felt fear like that. It was as if every part of me, every instinct, was telling me to run, to get away. But I couldn't. I was trapped in my own body, helpless. It was right there, standing over me, and I was still frozen. My heartbeat was so loud in my ears I thought it might explode. Every second that passed felt like an eternity. When it was standing right above me, I could feel the weight of it. I tried again. I pushed with everything I had, tried to move, tried to scream, but I was still paralyzed. The terror was so intense it felt like it was choking me. I wanted to lash out, to hit it, to do something, but I couldn't. I just had to watch as it hovered above me, its presence suffocating. Finally, after what felt like forever, my body finally gave in. I could move. I could breathe again. I shot up from the bed, throwing myself into a wild, panicked flail. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know if I was fighting something real or just fighting my own fear, but I didn't care. I screamed, "What the fuck?" as loud as I could, hoping it would make this nightmare stop, but the figure, the shadow, was gone. It had vanished into the air like it had never been there at all. The room was still, too still. The whooshing sound was gone, replaced by the normal silence of the night. I could hear my own ragged breathing, my heartbeat pounding in my chest. I looked at my boyfriend, who was still fast asleep, oblivious to everything that had just happened. I stared at the empty space where the thing had been, my body trembling, trying to make sense of what had just occurred. Was it a dream? A hallucination? A nightmare? It didn't feel like any of those. It felt so real. I could still feel it, like its presence had seeped into the room, lingering in the air. I lay back down, my mind racing, trying to convince myself it was just a bad dream, just sleep paralysis or something my brain had cooked up. But I couldn't shake the feeling. The fear wouldn't go away. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sound of my own breathing. The rest of the night was restless. I couldn't sleep. Every little sound, every shift in the house, made me jump. I kept thinking I heard the whooshing noise again, or the heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. But every time I listened closely, there was nothing. Just the normal sounds of the house settling, the wind outside, the quiet hum of the world continuing on as if nothing had happened. The next morning, my boyfriend woke up, confused by my restless sleep. He asked if I was okay, if I had a bad dream, but I just nodded, not ready to explain what had happened. I didn't even know how to explain it. I didn't have the words for the fear I had felt, the terror that had gripped me so completely. Later that day, I told myself it had just been sleep paralysis, that my mind had played tricks on me. I wasn't sure if I believed it, but it was the only explanation that made sense. I didn't want to believe anything else. But even as I tried to push it out of my mind, the fear lingered. Every time I walked past the stairs, I would glance up, half expecting to see that shadow figure standing there, watching me. That week was a blur of anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the fear creeping in during the quiet moments. I kept checking behind me, around corners, half expecting something to jump out. Every creak of the house, every whisper of wind, felt like it was something more than it should be. It took a few days before I could sleep without the overwhelming fear gripping me. I tried to tell myself it was all in my head, that it was just a product of my imagination, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Whatever had happened, whatever I had seen, it wasn't normal. As the days passed, I began to settle back into a routine, trying to push the memory out of my mind. But it was hard. The fear lingered in the back of my mind, always there, a constant reminder that whatever had happened that night, I wasn't imagining it. I never told anyone else about it, not my boyfriend, not anyone in the house. I didn't know how to explain it. It wasn't something I could put into words, but I couldn't forget it either. The feeling of being trapped, the overwhelming terror, the shadow standing over me. And I don't think I ever will. It's funny how memories can feel like they're from someone else's life, even though I know it was mine. I was 8 years old, the kind of age where you're both still a little kid, and yet trying to act like you're grown. But that night, I felt so small. I remember how everything was dark and still, the kind of silence you get when the house is asleep, the sort of silence that feels heavy. It was one of those nights when the air in my room felt thick, like it was holding its breath, and the darkness didn't just cover the walls, it felt like it was watching. I was lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling, feeling the weight of it. I knew the house was quiet, but still, I could feel something wasn't right. I remember my room felt smaller that night, more cramped. The darkness made everything seem like it was closing in on me, even though I knew it wasn't. My nightlight, the one that always gave me just enough glow to see the outlines of my stuff, had burned out weeks ago. I hated it, but my mom didn't think I needed a new one yet. I was already 8. That night, I tried to sleep, I really did. I closed my eyes and forced myself to think of something comforting, like the way my dad would pick me up when he got home from work, or the smell of my mom's cooking. But then I noticed something. It wasn't obvious at first, but after a while, it hit me. There were faces. I know it sounds insane, but there they were, in the dark. I couldn't see them clearly, but I could make out their shapes. They weren't like normal shadows that you get when your eyes play tricks on you. These were distinct, like the outlines of a group of people standing just inside my room. I couldn't see their bodies, just their faces, but I could feel them staring, just watching me. One face stood out more than the others. The figure had on motorcycle glasses, and I knew right away what that meant. My dad was a biker. He had the same pair of glasses. I felt a chill go down my spine, because for a second, I thought maybe it was him, even though I knew it couldn't be. He wasn't home, and his motorcycle wasn't parked out front. I didn't dare move. I wasn't sure why I didn't move, but I was frozen, staring back at them, pretending like I was asleep. Maybe if they thought I was sleeping, they wouldn't come closer. Maybe if I acted like I didn't know they were there, they wouldn't make a move. My heart started pounding in my chest, but I stayed still, listening to the sound of my breath. The sound of nothing. Then, just when I thought I might break, I heard something. Music. It was faint, just barely audible, but it was coming from somewhere outside my room, in the living room. It wasn't the usual music that came from the TV or the radio, and it definitely wasn't something I recognized. It sounded more like an old tune, something from a movie or a show, a haunting kind of melody. I couldn't even tell if it was a real song or just something in my head. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, but the music didn't stop. It kept playing softly, like it was coming closer. I wanted to call out for my mom, but my voice wouldn't come. My body refused to move. It felt like time was stretched out, like a rubber band being pulled farther and farther, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold on. Then, like an eternity had passed, I heard footsteps. Heavy, deliberate steps. I didn't look. I was too scared to move, too scared to breathe, but I heard the soft creak of the floorboards in the hallway, one step at a time, getting closer to my room. I could hear the rustling of someone's clothes, the faint sound of their breath. I could feel their presence. The steps came closer and closer, until they stopped right outside my door. I knew my door was cracked a little. It was always cracked a little when my mom would check on me at night, making sure I was safe. That little gap in the door had been a lifeline before, but now it felt like it was an opening for something dangerous. And then I saw her, my mom. She walked right by the door, her figure just visible in the hallway light. Her silhouette, the outline of her body moving down the hall. She didn't stop or look inside. She just walked, like she always did when she was going to bed. I called out to her, "Mom!" I screamed, but it was barely a whisper, and she turned around. The light from the hallway flicked on. She reached over and flipped on the light in my room. The faces were gone. Just like that, they vanished like they were never there at all. I blinked, trying to make sense of what had just happened, but I couldn't. My room was just how it always was. The dark corners, the scattered toys, my blankets bunched up at the foot of my bed. My mom walked in, her face full of confusion. "Sweetie, what's going on?" she asked, but I couldn't answer. I was too scared to speak. My mind was racing, but there were no words to explain what had just happened. "There's no music," she said gently, "and no one is in your room." I didn't know how to respond. How could I explain the faces, the music, the footsteps? I couldn't even bring myself to say it out loud. She patted me on the head, kissed me goodnight, and turned off the light. But I didn't sleep the same after that. For the next 2 years, I couldn't sleep without making sure my stuffed animals were stacked up around my bed. I piled them high, building a wall of soft, furry barricades around me, so I couldn't see outside the walls of my bed. The stuffed animals were my protection, my armor. I would squeeze them tight, feeling their soft bodies press against me as I tried to sleep. They became my safe place, my way of making sure I couldn't see anything moving in the dark. I still don't know what happened that night. I still don't know if I imagined the faces, or if they were really there, or if I just dreamed the whole thing. I don't know if the music was real, or if my mind had made it up in my fear. But I never forgot that feeling, the feeling of being watched in the dark. The feeling of something not right, of something in my room, just beyond my sight. And even though I built my little wall of stuffed animals around me, I could never shake the feeling that something was out there, waiting for me to fall asleep so it could come closer. Maybe it was just my childhood imagination. Maybe it wasn't. But that night has stuck with me, and no matter how many years go by, I still remember it like it happened yesterday. Maybe, just maybe, I wasn't as alone as I thought. It was one of those crisp, clear nights in Idaho. The kind where the air feels fresh and the sky is packed with stars, casting a bright light across everything below. My family and I had been camping for the past few days, and we had set up our tents next to a small, tranquil lake that was surrounded by dense forests. The only sounds that broke the silence were the occasional calls of birds and the rustling of leaves as the wind passed through the trees. It was beautiful, peaceful, and perfect, at least during the day. But once the sun dipped below the horizon, the atmosphere changed, taking on a weighty, almost eerie quality that I couldn't quite put my finger on. I was 16 at the time, old enough to know how to take care of myself in the wild, but still a little too curious for my own good. I loved the outdoors, though I had always felt a bit of a tension between the natural beauty of it and the primal sense of danger that came with the territory. My family had been camping at this spot before, and I'd always enjoyed the experience, but something about this trip felt different. The feeling was subtle, like a shadow lingering just outside your line of sight. That night, after we had finished dinner and sat around the campfire for a while, everyone turned in early. My younger siblings had already gone to sleep in their tent, and my parents were snuggled up in theirs. I, on the other hand, was restless. The night was too quiet, and my mind kept drifting to the dense woods surrounding the lake. I needed to take a leak, so I grabbed my flashlight and slipped out of the tent. The forest around us was thick with tall pines, and the lake mirrored the sky perfectly, almost too perfectly. I walked a little ways from the camp to find some privacy. I could hear the soft lapping of water against the shore and the occasional rustling of branches as small animals moved through the underbrush. My flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the forest floor, and I felt a sense of calm that only the wilderness could bring. I stood there, doing my business, when that feeling hit. It was hard to describe, but it was like something wasn't right. My instincts told me that I wasn't alone. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, and my eyes darted around, scanning the trees, trying to see if anything was out there. It wasn't just a fleeting feeling, it was intense, deep down in my gut. I quickly finished what I was doing and reached for my flashlight, swinging it around in wide arcs to scan the area. At first, I didn't see anything, but then, just about 15 yards in front of me, I saw them. Eyes. Not just one set of eyes, but 6 pairs of eyes, gleaming with an unnatural golden shine, staring right at me from between the trees. They were spaced out evenly, like they were waiting for something. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. The light hit them, and for a split second, I could see the glint of the eyes in the darkness. They weren't reflecting the light the way a deer's eyes would. No, these were too bright, too intense. There was something unnatural about them. For a moment, I thought I might be dreaming, but the cold night air and the rapid beating of my heart told me otherwise. I quickly swung the flashlight the other way, praying that they'd vanish, and when I looked back, they were gone. Just like that. No sound, no movement, nothing. I stood there, my body tense and my breath shallow, trying to convince myself that I hadn't seen what I thought I saw. But I knew I had. The eyes had been there, staring at me, and now they were gone. My heart was hammering in my chest, and the chill in the air seemed to suddenly grow heavier. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that those eyes were still somewhere out there, waiting. I quickly finished up and made my way back to the camp as fast as I could without making too much noise. As I approached our tent, I thought about what I had seen, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was just some wild animals like deer or raccoons. but the eyes hadn't been like any animal eyes I'd ever seen. They weren't the soft, reddish glow of a deer. They were sharp, predatory, and cold. I crawled into my tent, my mind racing. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself I was just being paranoid, that it was probably just the forest playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the images of those eyes. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to every rustle in the woods, every snap of a twig, every creak of the tent as the wind blew. I wasn't sure if I was just being paranoid, but the noises outside seemed louder now, closer. The forest didn't seem as peaceful as it had earlier. It felt alive, and it felt dangerous. I kept telling myself it was nothing. The lake was beautiful, the air was crisp, and the woods were quiet. But my mind kept drifting back to the eyes. I kept telling myself that wolves were known to roam the area, that the wolves' eyes could shine in the dark just like that. But something about it still didn't sit right with me. Wolves typically traveled in packs, but those eyes had been spaced out, spread out across the forest in a way that didn't make sense. I tried to push it from my mind, but it wasn't working. I must have fallen asleep at some point, but it wasn't restful. I woke up every few hours, tossing and turning, listening for the sounds of movement outside. Each time, my mind would race back to the eyes, and I'd lie there frozen, wondering if I'd see them again. The night felt endless, and every small noise made my skin crawl. It felt like the whole forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. The next morning, the sun came up, casting a warm, golden light across the campsite. I climbed out of the tent, relieved to see the day, though I still couldn't shake the unease from the night before. I tried to act normal, helping my parents with breakfast, but my mind kept drifting back to what had happened. The thought of those eyes, 6 pairs of them, all glowing in the dark, kept sending chills down my spine. I didn't want to tell anyone about what I saw, not at first. I didn't want to sound crazy. We spent the rest of the day exploring the lake, hiking the trails, and enjoying the outdoors, but I couldn't relax. Every time we stopped to rest or eat, I kept scanning the woods, my eyes searching for any sign of movement, any glint of those golden eyes. But there was nothing. The forest was still, the lake calm, and the sky clear. It was like nothing had happened, like I was just imagining things. That night, as the sun began to set, I found myself feeling more anxious than I'd been the night before. I didn't want to be outside after dark. I didn't want to be near the lake, near the forest, near anything that might be watching. But there was no way I could explain why I felt that way. It didn't make sense. There was no reason to be scared. It was just a bad feeling, a sense of something out of place. I stayed close to the campfire that night, barely straying from its warmth. I was aware of every sound in the forest, every crack of a branch, every whisper of the wind. But I didn't see any more eyes, didn't hear anything unusual. The night passed uneventfully, and eventually, I was able to relax. Still, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right. Something out there in the woods was watching, waiting. The next morning, we packed up and left the campsite. I didn't say anything to my family about the eyes, but I knew I wouldn't be camping there again anytime soon. The whole experience left me with a feeling of unease, like I had seen something that shouldn't have been there, something that wasn't supposed to be watching me in the dark. To this day, I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if it was wolves or something else entirely. But I do know this. There's something about the wilderness, something about the deep woods, that feels different when you're out there alone. And when something out there watches you from the shadows, you know it, even if you can't see it. I don't know if it was just my imagination, or if something more dangerous was lurking in those woods, but I haven't been back to that lake since. And honestly, I'm not sure I ever will. Last night was one of those nights that felt off from the very beginning. I usually keep my window open when I sleep, even though my bed is right next to it. I know it's a little strange, considering how close I am to the outside, but the air always feels better with the breeze coming in. I sleep on the first floor of my house, so there's always that feeling of being close to the outside world. It's not a huge window, but it's about 10 feet up from the ground. It's always been that way since we moved in. I never really thought anything of it, just part of the house's design. I'm used to the sounds from outside, crickets, rustling leaves, distant dogs barking. But last night, the sound that stood out wasn't from nature. I had been tossing and turning for a while, struggling to fall asleep. I think it was around 2:30 a.m. when I first felt something strange. I was almost asleep when I felt a soft but firm pressure on my back, like someone had poked or gently hit me. It wasn't a punch, not hard enough to bruise or hurt, but it was enough to jolt me awake. My heart skipped a beat as I shot up in bed, instantly turning around to see what was going on. But there was nothing there. My room was dark, just the glow of the streetlights outside filtering in through the window, casting faint shadows on the walls. I breathed out a sigh, trying to calm myself. My brain was probably playing tricks on me, I thought. Maybe it was just a dream, or I had imagined it. I hadn't been fully asleep yet, so that made sense. I didn't think much of it at first, just brushed it off as my brain being half awake. But then, as I turned back around to lie down again, something caught my attention. The window. It was closed. I always keep it open, especially during the summer months, just to get some fresh air in. I had clearly left it open earlier in the evening before I went to bed. I frowned, confusion creeping up on me. Maybe my friend had come over and closed it for me. I couldn't think of another reason for it to be closed, so I just assumed that was the case. Still, a small knot formed in my stomach. I didn't like the feeling of things being off in my own house. I slid out of bed, moving to the window to open it again. My mind was still foggy from sleep, but I needed that air. As I reached up to slide the window open, I glanced out into the yard. It was dark, the kind of dark where you can barely make out shapes, but there was still just enough light to see. That's when I saw him. A man, standing in my neighbor's yard, staring directly at me. I froze. My heart thudded in my chest. I couldn't make out much of him. It was too dark, but I could tell his body was facing forward, while his head was turned completely back, like he was watching me. He was standing still, just staring at me. The more I looked, the more I could make out the vague outline of something in his hand. A wooden plank, maybe? It was hard to tell, but it definitely wasn't a stick. My first thought was that it was just some stranger passing by, maybe someone out for a late-night walk. But the way he was standing, so rigid and still, made my blood run cold. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to yell, to do something, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, my heart racing faster with each passing second. The guy didn't move at all. He just kept staring. I wanted to call someone, but my phone was on the dresser across the room, and I didn't want to take my eyes off him. After what felt like an eternity, I decided to get a better look. I stepped back from the window and stood up on the bed, trying to get a clearer view. My mind raced. What was he doing out there? Why was he staring at me like that? The panic started to set in. I quickly moved to the side, so I could look out the window from a different angle, hoping to catch any more details. That's when I realized, as I looked down at the yard again, the man was gone. I blinked, confused. Had I imagined it? Had I just been seeing things in the dark? I looked up and down the yard, scanning every corner, but there was no sign of him. No movement, nothing. I didn't know whether to be relieved or terrified. It didn't make sense. It was so sudden. He was there, and then he wasn't. My instincts told me something wasn't right, but I couldn't explain it. I stood there for a long time, just staring out into the yard, waiting for something, anything to happen. But nothing did. Eventually, I slowly backed away from the window and stood still in my room, trying to calm myself down. I thought about locking the window, but it already felt like it was too late. If he was out there, he'd seen me. And now, I didn't know what to do next. I told myself it was just a figment of my imagination, a weird half-dream state that had caused me to see things. I tried to sleep again, but my mind wouldn't shut off. Every little noise outside, every crack or creak in the house, made me tense up, my heart racing all over again. I kept replaying what had happened. What if he was still out there? What if he had been watching me for longer than I realized? I finally managed to doze off, though it wasn't a peaceful sleep. The fear lingered like a shadow over me. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted, my body tense, my mind still spinning from the events of the night. I hadn't heard anything else after that strange moment, but the unsettling feeling stayed with me. As I went about my day, I kept wondering if I should call someone or report what happened. But what would I even say? I had no proof, nothing to show for it. I didn't want to sound crazy, so I kept it to myself. That afternoon, I went outside to check the yard. I didn't really expect to find anything, but I had to be sure. As I walked across the grass, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and I kept looking around, scanning every shadow and corner. But again, there was nothing. Just my neighbor's yard, quiet and still. I glanced up at my window, still open as I had left it, and for a second, the memory of the man's staring eyes flashed in my mind. I decided to take a walk around the neighborhood to clear my head. As I walked, I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind, but the feeling of unease wouldn't leave me. It followed me, tugging at my thoughts with every step I took. It was only when I passed by my neighbor's house that I saw something that made my stomach drop. I hadn't noticed it the night before, but now, in the daylight, I could see a faint outline of something on the ground in my neighbor's yard, right where I had seen the man standing. I walked over to investigate, and that's when I saw it clearly, a broken piece of wood, half buried in the grass, the rough edges splintered and jagged. It looked like it had been dropped or discarded in a hurry. My blood ran cold. It was the same kind of wood I thought the man had been holding last night. I stood there, frozen again, as everything clicked into place. He wasn't just some random person walking by. Whoever he was, he had been right there, standing just feet away from my window, watching me. And the worst part, he wasn't just passing through. He had left something behind. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that filled me as I walked back home. I didn't know if he would come back, or if he had been watching me for longer than I realized. But one thing was clear. The situation wasn't as harmless as I had hoped. I felt exposed, vulnerable, with nowhere to hide. The man in the yard had made his presence known in a way I couldn't ignore. That night, I slept with the window locked, the curtains drawn tight, and my phone by my side, just in case. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. And the thought that he had been so close, so aware of my every move, made it impossible to relax. I don't know if he'll come back, or if it was just a one-time encounter, but I've learned to never let my guard down again. I've been checking the yard every night before I go to bed, and I'll never look out that window the same way again. I can't forget the image of him standing there, staring at me, and I can't ignore the fact that he knew exactly where I was. I don't know who he was or what he wanted, but one thing's for sure. I won't be sleeping as soundly as I used to anymore. It was the summer before sophomore year, and my friend Jasmine had invited me on a trip to the Bahamas with her family. The idea of escaping the routine of school, even if it meant hanging out with her family, sounded like the perfect way to unwind after months of stress. We were both good-looking, popular girls at our high school, and while we weren't exactly rich, we were both pretty resourceful and ready to make the most out of our time there. At 15, we felt invincible, like we could take on anything. We were both huge potheads, always looking for an opportunity to get high and chill, and when we got there, we couldn't wait to hit the beach. The weather was gorgeous when we arrived, hot and sunny, like something out of a postcard. The hotel was luxurious, and the beach was everything we had imagined. The sand was soft, and the water was clear and turquoise, as if someone had painted the scene for us. Every inch of it felt like a paradise. We spent our days lounging under cabanas, sipping drinks with little umbrellas, and the nights were spent enjoying the Bahamian nightlife. One day, after a few drinks and some sun, we were strolling along the beach, laughing and talking about random stuff, when we noticed a young guy standing near a small kiosk. He was selling jet ski rides for something like $150 an hour. He caught our attention because, aside from being handsome, he spoke English with a pretty convincing American accent. "Hey there," he said, flashing a grin. "You two look like you're having a good time. How about a free jet ski ride? You just gotta trust me. I'll show you a secret part of the island. I promise it'll be worth it." We exchanged glances, and Jasmine raised an eyebrow, but both of us were intrigued. The offer seemed too good to pass up. I mean, at that price, who wouldn't want a free ride? I glanced at her, and she gave me a little nod, a silent agreement between us. We'd been talking about trying something adventurous, something beyond the beach resort. "All right, why not?" Jasmine said with a grin. The guy, whose name we later learned was Malik, walked us over to his jet ski, which was parked near the water. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and his body was well-toned from what seemed like a lot of time spent on the beach. He wasn't the most muscular guy we'd ever seen, but there was something about him that seemed charming, like he knew exactly how to keep a conversation going. He wasn't pushy, just laid back, and he immediately made us feel comfortable, which made the whole thing seem less suspicious. We got on the jet ski together, and Malik revved up the engine. The wind felt incredible against my skin as we sped away from the crowded Atlantis beach. I remember watching the resort shrink behind us, becoming just a blur of bright colors and activity. It was a nice feeling, leaving the chaos of tourists behind. So, he began after a few minutes of silence. Do you guys smoke de herb? Both of us exchanged a quick look before I nodded. We had smoked a lot of weed in high school, and we both knew what de herb meant. Of course, I said, trying to keep it casual. We're always down to smoke. Where are we going? He smiled widely, turning his head back toward us. Well, there's a party just over there, he said, gesturing toward a small island in the distance, no more than half a mile away. My boys and I were having a good time. A few drinks, a little weed. It's just a few locals. You should come, see what it's like. It's pretty chill. We looked at each other, a little unsure at first, but the thought of smoking with locals on a private island was definitely appealing. We were 15, and we didn't really know the risks of going off with strangers. I mean, we'd been told to avoid the obvious dangers, but this guy didn't seem dangerous. He was offering us a party, not some shady back alley deal. Sounds fun, Jasmine said, grinning. Awesome, Malik replied, his voice almost too smooth. You're gonna love it. We kept riding the jet ski, and with each passing minute, we got farther and farther away from the beach and the crowds of people. As we made our way out, the surroundings started to look more and more desolate. The sparkling blue waters became deeper, darker, and the island on the horizon slowly came closer. It didn't take long for us to realize we were no longer near any kind of tourist destination. There were no boats, no people, no other signs of life. At this point, I started feeling a little uneasy. The laughter of the beach had died away, replaced by the dull sound of the jet ski cutting through the water. The island we were approaching looked much smaller from up close, no more than a handful of trees and a few rocks poking out from the sand. It was the kind of place that didn't exactly scream vacation paradise. It was just isolated, quiet, too quiet. Malik guided the jet ski into a small cove and stopped it near the shore. We hopped off, feeling the cool sand between our toes. A handful of men, probably in their 30s or early 40s, were sitting around a barbecue pit, talking in a language I didn't understand. When they saw us, their conversation faltered for a second. Then, without a word, they stared at us, unwavering, unblinking. Their eyes moved up and down our bodies slowly, like they were trying to figure us out. I immediately felt something in my gut. Something wasn't right. The vibe was completely different from the easygoing, laid-back nature of Malik. The men's stares were intense, almost predatory. Their faces were expressionless as they continued talking, but there was an undeniable tension in the air. The moment I realized how isolated we were, the heavy weight of reality hit me. This wasn't a party. This wasn't what we thought it was. Jasmine must have felt it too, because she subtly nudged me with her elbow. "We need to go back," she whispered, but the words felt so loud in the silence between us. I didn't say anything back, but I felt the cold grip of fear tighten around me. The man who had brought us there, Malik, was standing off to the side, watching us as we exchanged uneasy glances with the men by the fire. He hadn't warned us about any of this. This wasn't the party he promised. There were no drinks, no music, no good vibes, just these strange men and their silent stares. We couldn't leave the island fast enough, but we couldn't just make a run for it either. That's when I had an idea. I pulled out my phone, pretending like I was talking to my mom. I wasn't sure if the men knew what a phone call sounded like, but I needed to do something that would make them think twice. I started speaking loudly enough for the group to hear, saying, "Mom, I'm so sorry. I don't know where I am. I'm trying to find my way back. They're freaking out. They called the police. You know how much trouble I'm in. Mom, please don't let them." Before I could finish the sentence, I saw Malik stiffen. The men around the fire turned their heads toward us, and their faces dropped from curiosity to something colder, more serious. They began speaking rapidly in their language, and although I couldn't understand them, the tone was unmistakable. Fear, anxiety. Malik, the young man who had seemed so charming, stepped forward, his demeanor now noticeably less friendly. Okay, he said, his voice sharp. "I'll take you back." He didn't waste any time after that. The men at the fire fell silent, watching us closely as he led us back to the jet ski. He didn't even try to explain himself, didn't try to offer us any excuses or apologies. He simply revved the engine, and we sped away, not looking back. We didn't see him again for the rest of the week. Every time we walked by that spot on the beach, the place where he had originally approached us, he wasn't there. The jet ski rentals were run by someone else entirely, and Malik was nowhere in sight. We didn't talk much about what happened, after we got back to the hotel. It wasn't until much later, when we were safely home, that we really started to process how close we had come to something much worse. I'd heard of situations like this, of women being lured to secluded places by seemingly charming men, only to find themselves trapped and vulnerable. But we had been lucky. Too lucky. I'll never forget how quickly everything changed, how a simple jet ski ride turned into one of the most terrifying moments of my life. Sometimes, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't thought to make that call, if I hadn't acted fast enough. But all I can say now is that we made it out, and for that, I'll always be thankful. I wasn't expecting anything strange to happen that day. It was just another project for class. My photography assignment was to capture some emotional, candid moments, so I asked my friends to help me out. I didn't expect the day to go anything beyond a normal shoot, but as usual, life has a way of surprising you. We were at the graveyard. It was the perfect spot for my class project. The tombstones, the old trees, and the quiet atmosphere just set the mood right. The graveyard wasn't too far from where we lived, so it wasn't like we were trespassing, but it did have an eerie vibe about it. A few of my friends had already started posing for me, their faces neutral, trying to stay still as I adjusted my camera. I remember thinking how out of place it all seemed. Young people in a graveyard, smiling, laughing, posing for pictures. The contrast between life and death seemed odd, but I was determined to make something interesting out of it. One of my friends, Rachel, was standing near one of the bigger tombstones, playing along with my request to act emotional. She had always been a good sport about these kinds of things. I told her, just try to look like you're crying, like something's bothering you. I remember her nodding, her expression immediately changing. She closed her eyes for a second, and when she opened them again, there was a subtle shift in her face. It wasn't anything over the top, but she had a certain sadness in her eyes. I got ready to snap the photo, trying to make sure my settings were right. Everything felt calm, just the normal buzz of my camera. I raised the camera to my face and looked through the viewfinder. As I took a few shots, I watched Rachel. I didn't know how she managed it, but she was really getting into the moment. I saw her take a breath and wipe her eyes, like she was genuinely tearing up. It was convincing. I kept snapping pictures, catching different angles, trying to capture the emotion. But something about the scene felt off. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. Rachel looked really upset, which I assumed was her doing a good job of acting. But when I glanced around, I realized that she was no longer focused on the camera or me. She was staring at something, not moving. Her eyes were locked onto a specific tombstone, and there was this tension in the air that I couldn't ignore. I lowered my camera just to see what she was looking at. That's when I saw the grave, this big, weathered family plot at the back of the cemetery. The name on the tombstone struck me immediately. It was a long, ornate stone, the kind that clearly belonged to a family, and the names carved on it were all too familiar. There was a first name I recognized, Rachel's dad's first name, and beside that was her mom's name. Beneath them, the names of two others, her brother and sister. The last names were exactly the same as hers. The tombstones were weathered, old, like they had been there for decades, but these names, her family's names, were unmistakable. I couldn't believe it. It took me a second to process what I was seeing. I looked back at Rachel, and she was still staring at the grave. Her expression had changed from one of sadness to something darker. She looked almost paralyzed. I asked, "Rachel, are you okay?" But she didn't respond. I walked closer to her, trying to figure out what was going on. "Rachel," I asked again, and this time she slowly turned her head to look at me. Her face was pale, and her eyes wide. It was as if she had just realized what was in front of her too. She was still crying, but it was more genuine now, as though her tears had been triggered by something real, not just acting. "Do you see this?" she whispered, pointing at the grave. "This is my family, but they're not dead. They're alive. They live in another state. How is this possible?" I didn't know what to say. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. I didn't want to make her feel worse, so I just nodded. I had no idea how that grave, with those names, ended up in a random cemetery hundreds of miles from where her family lived. The thought was chilling. I tried to shake it off. It had to be some kind of coincidence, right? There's no way that could really happen. But as I looked at Rachel, her face full of confusion and fear, I couldn't convince myself that everything was normal. We stood there for a while, neither of us saying anything. Eventually, we decided to leave. I packed up my gear, and we all made our way to the cars. We were quiet, everyone a little uneasy, but no one really saying what we were all thinking. That grave with Rachel's family's names on it just didn't sit right. Later, we were all in my car, heading back to our part of town. We needed to get our minds off the weirdness of the day, so we decided to listen to some music. One of my friends had brought a USB stick with some songs on it, and we threw it into the car stereo. The song that came on was one we all liked. We started singing along, trying to lighten the mood. It was familiar, comforting, something to get the eerie feeling out of our systems. We listened to the same song a few times, just repeating it as we drove. It had this laid-back, mellow vibe, and we were all just enjoying the sound of it. But then, something strange happened. We were probably on the third repeat of the song when suddenly, the music cut out. The stereo didn't just stop, it went dead. There was silence for a brief moment, and then, this voice came through the speakers. It was low, raspy, like it was struggling to come through. The words were clear enough, though. "Get back from where you came from," the voice said. It didn't sound like anyone we knew. It didn't sound like anyone at all. The voice was so harsh and full of tension that we all froze. My heart skipped a beat. The voice sounded like it came from somewhere far away, yet it was so close, like it was right next to us in the car. I didn't know what to think. Before anyone could say anything, the music kicked back in, right where it left off, like nothing had happened. I had to pull over. We were all freaking out at this point. My hands were shaking as I turned off the car and sat there, staring at the dashboard. The others were just as stunned, their faces pale and wide-eyed. We sat there in silence for what felt like an eternity, trying to make sense of what had just happened. It didn't seem like a radio interference, because the voice was so clear, so specific. There was no way it could have been a glitch. Eventually, one of us broke the silence, nervously laughing to try to relieve the tension. "It must have been some weird interference," they said, but no one sounded convinced. We all knew that wasn't it. There was something off about that voice. It was too intentional, too malicious. We all agreed that we couldn't explain it. None of us had ever heard anything like it before, and we never did again. After a while, we decided to continue driving. We didn't talk much, just listening to the rest of the music in an uneasy silence. We dropped everyone off, and I remember feeling relieved when I got home. I couldn't shake the thought of that voice, though. It had sounded real, too real. And the grave with Rachel's family's names? That still haunted me. To this day, I still don't know what happened that day. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just interference from another radio station, or maybe it was a prank, someone messing with us. But the more I think about it, the more I can't explain it. We never figured out why Rachel's family's names were on that grave. We never figured out what that voice was, or why it spoke to us. All I know is that it left us all shaken, and I still don't feel comfortable thinking about it too much. I've never been back to that graveyard, and I don't think I ever will be. Sometimes, when I hear that song come on the radio, I can't help but feel a little uneasy, like I'm waiting for that voice to come through the speakers again. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but I don't think I'll ever know for sure. The whole thing still creeps me out, and it's one of those stories I can't forget, no matter how hard I try. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was about 14 or 15, staying at my dad's house near Houston, Texas. He lived in Magnolia, a small town with wide streets, a mix of dense trees, and houses spaced apart just enough to make you feel isolated. My parents had been divorced for a while, and I only got to visit on weekends, so when I finally got there, I was looking forward to the quiet break from school. The weekends I spent there were the only real time I got with my dad, which made it kind of special. But that weekend ended up being anything but peaceful. It started with my stepmom talking about something my dad had seen. I had just dropped my bag by the couch when she casually mentioned how my dad had been seeing something strange when he went outside for his nightly cigarette. She told me how, for the past few weeks, he'd been noticing a woman in white near the edge of the porch light. It wasn't like a shadow, she said, but a figure, a woman in a white dress, floating just outside the light's reach. He'd only see her for a few moments before she would disappear, and it always happened the same way. Dad would go outside, light a cigarette, take a few puffs, and by the time he got to the halfway point, he'd catch a glimpse of her out of the corner of his eye. Then he'd hurry inside, always a little shaken. but never wanting to talk about it much. He'd just go to bed. But the last time he saw her, something had changed. She didn't stay at the edge of the light like usual. Instead, she started moving toward him, faster than she should have. My dad told her that he was so freaked out by how fast she was coming toward him, he nearly dropped his cigarette. He didn't even finish it, just ran back into the house. When he came inside, he was white as a sheet, and my stepmom said he had that look on his face, like he'd seen something that rattled him to the core. For someone who didn't scare easy, it was enough to make her worry. That wasn't the only strange thing. She also mentioned hearing phantom lights in cars that would drive up the long, gravel driveway, but never park. They'd just pull up, the headlights lighting up the house, and then the sound of doors opening, people walking around the yard, but nobody would ever be there when my dad or stepmom went out to check. It happened more than once. She said that it almost felt like they were being watched, but it wasn't just a feeling. It was something else, like there was a presence that wasn't supposed to be there. At first, I didn't believe it. I thought maybe it was just my stepmom's way of dealing with the weirdness that sometimes happens in the middle of nowhere, where houses are spread out, and every little sound can be amplified by the silence of the woods. But when night fell, I started to feel uneasy. It was a Friday, and I was lying on the couch in the living room, unable to sleep. I had insomnia, something that always made these visits even harder. I stayed up late, flipping through channels, staring out the windows that faced the front porch. The house was old, the windows big, and giving you a clear view of everything outside, including the porch and the yard that stretched out into the trees. The house was on a piece of land that was mostly surrounded by woods, with an old fence running along the property line. The trees were thick, almost like a wall. It was too dark outside to make out anything beyond the porch, but the feeling of something just out of sight kept nagging at me. Around 9 p.m., it started. I first noticed the headlights. At first, it was just one car driving up the driveway, but it didn't stop. The car just kept going, the headlights lighting up the yard before disappearing, as if the car had never even come. I figured maybe it was just someone passing by, but then it happened again, this time 2 cars, then 3. By the 4th one, I started to feel uncomfortable. My dad had an old truck, and while the gravel driveway could sometimes make strange sounds, the cars kept coming, like they were circling the property, one after the other. I told myself it was probably just my imagination. After all, it wasn't uncommon for people to drive past late at night in this area. The town wasn't far away, but it was far enough from everything that anyone out here had to drive a little longer to get where they were going. But the lights kept coming, more frequent, almost like they were taunting me. And every time I glanced out the window, I couldn't see anyone. No cars parked, no footsteps on the gravel, no sound of doors opening. Nothing. After a while, I tried to ignore it, but the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. I couldn't shake the sensation that something, was standing just outside the window watching me. I started looking around, trying to make out shapes in the dark, but there was nothing there. The wind was still, the only sound the occasional rustle of leaves. My heart began to race. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe it was just the isolation, maybe the strange noises from the wind were making me paranoid. But I couldn't stop staring at the front porch, the yard, the shadows. Around 3 a.m., I started feeling like the presence was moving closer, right into the house. I couldn't explain why, but it felt like someone was standing just behind me in the living room. The pressure in the air thickened. I tried to move, to check the door, but I couldn't bring myself to. I was frozen in place, terrified, not sure what I was even afraid of. I heard faint noises from outside, footsteps, soft at first, then louder, closer. But when I looked, there was no one. Just the porch, empty and dark. I finally fell asleep, the fear wearing me down, only to have the strangest dreams. I dreamt of dark, misty forests and old Viking warriors. I was reading Beowulf before bed, and somehow, it twisted its way into my sleep. The dreams were full of images of battle and shadowy figures moving through the mist. There were footsteps in the distance, but I couldn't see who was coming. I remember feeling like I was running, but I wasn't sure from what. Something was chasing me, but I didn't dare look back. The next morning, I woke to find my stepmom already up, her face pale, almost looking like she hadn't slept. She looked at me like she had seen a ghost herself. She said she had heard it, the storm in the living room. She described it to me like it was a scene from a horror movie, glass breaking, things flying off shelves, people screaming, the walls shaking. It was so loud, She thought something had happened to me, but when she came out of her room, I was still sleeping, peaceful and undisturbed, like nothing had happened at all. It didn't make sense. How could I have slept through that kind of noise? And if nothing had happened to me, then what had caused all the chaos? She said she could still hear the echoes of it in her head. That was the last night I spent there. The next morning, I was standing outside looking at the front yard when I saw something I hadn't expected. A huge flock of crows, flying in wide, tight circles, low to the ground, right around the edge of the yard. It was strange. Crows don't usually fly so low, and they were too close to the ground to just be birds looking for food. They circled for what felt like a long time before suddenly darting away into the trees. I couldn't explain it. It felt like something was coming to an end, like the air was thick with the kind of tension that builds before a storm. My dad left soon after that, and I was glad to leave with him. The drive back to the city was quiet, the kind of silence that felt like the calm after a storm. We didn't talk much, but there was a weight to the air, a sense that something had shifted. I still don't know what happened that weekend. If it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, if the noises were just the house settling, or if something truly strange had happened. But I haven't been able to shake that feeling, the feeling of being watched, the presence that I couldn't see but could feel, lingering just outside the door, just outside the edge of the light. I don't know if it was the house itself, or if it was something else. But that weekend in Magnolia, I'll never forget it. It was the kind of place where things were just off enough to make you question everything you thought you knew. And no matter how many years have passed, I still can't explain what happened. All I know is that sometimes when I'm alone in the dark, I can still feel the eyes on me, still hear the footsteps just outside the window. And I don't think I'll ever really feel at ease in places like that again. I was about 13 or so when my parents decided that I was finally old enough to stay at home by myself while they went out for the evening. They hadn't been out much since my sister and I were both younger, but now that I was getting older, they trusted me more. They told me to just be careful, lock the doors, and don't stay up too late. It wasn't the first time they'd left me home alone, but for some reason, that night felt different. It was around 11 p.m., and I was getting tired. I'd spent most of the evening in my room, watching TV, and then just scrolling through my phone. The house was quiet, almost too quiet. The only sound in the house was the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I had my bedroom door open a little, so I could get some light from the hallway. The hallway light was always left on at night, and I guess it made me feel a bit safer. It wasn't like I was scared of being home alone, but when it's late and everything's still, your mind starts playing tricks on you. I climbed into bed and pulled the covers up to my chin. The cool sheets felt nice against my skin. It didn't take long before I started to drift off, my eyes feeling heavy. I remember staring at the ceiling, trying to push the thoughts of what could be lurking in the dark corners of the house out of my mind. Everything felt normal, but I just had that nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right. After about 5 minutes, I heard something. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, maybe a floorboard creaking or something. But then I heard it again, coming from downstairs. It was faint, almost like a soft rustling or a shifting sound. I told myself it was probably my sister. She'd been out with her friends earlier that evening, and it was about the time she'd usually come home. The sound was familiar, like footsteps across the hardwood floor, but they weren't heavy. They were slow, deliberate, like someone trying to be quiet. My sister was always a little sneaky about coming home late, so it made sense that she was trying to be stealthy. I didn't think much of it at first. I just rolled over, pulling the covers a bit higher. But then I heard it again. Another step, but this time it was louder. The first thought that crossed my mind was, maybe she's trying to sneak up the stairs without waking me. It was the kind of thing she'd do, being the kind of sibling who thought it was funny to catch me off guard. But then after a pause, I heard another step. This time, it was definitely coming from the bottom of the stairs. It was getting closer. My heart started to race, and I sat up in bed, listening closely. The footsteps weren't normal anymore. They were slow, deliberate, like they were making a point to not rush. It wasn't the hurried, light footfalls of someone trying to sneak by. It was heavy and purposeful, like someone who wasn't in a hurry, but knew exactly where they were going. My throat went dry, and I had that feeling in the pit of my stomach. Something was wrong. I had no idea who it was, but my gut told me it wasn't my sister. I tried to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, that I was just imagining things, but I couldn't shake the feeling. The steps continued up the stairs, slowly, one by one. I held my breath, too afraid to move. I didn't want to make a sound, not even a little shift in the bed, because that might give away that I was awake. As the steps crept closer to the landing at the top of the stairs, I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I knew that at any moment, I'd hear the creak of the floorboards in the hallway, just outside my door. I told myself it was probably just my sister after all, maybe coming to get a snack or something. But the footsteps didn't stop. They just kept coming, closer and closer. When the steps reached the top of the stairs, I felt my heart skip a beat. I was wide awake now, my whole body tense, as if I had been frozen in time. And then it happened. I heard a sound that chilled me to my core. It was a voice, but it wasn't my sister's. It was deep, raspy, and quiet. So quiet that I almost thought I imagined it at first. But then it repeated, as though it was meant for me to hear. Knock, knock, knock. I don't know what it was about those 3 words that made me lose all sense of logic. But in that instant, I was completely terrified. The voice wasn't joking, it wasn't playful, and it wasn't my sister trying to mess with me. The words weren't friendly. They were cold and calculated, like someone who knew exactly what they were doing. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening, but nothing made sense. I didn't think about what to do. I just reacted. I shot up out of bed so fast that my head spun. I slammed my bedroom door shut, locking it behind me. My hands were shaking as I sat back against the door, pressing my back into it as if that could somehow protect me. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, thumping so loud that I thought it might give me away. I was wide-eyed, staring at the sliver of light coming from the crack under the door, just waiting for something to happen. Minutes passed. I don't know how many, but it felt like an eternity. I sat there, frozen, trying not to make a sound, trying not to breathe too loudly. My mind was racing, but there was no way to make sense of what had just happened. The footsteps, the whispering voice, the knock, it didn't add up. I told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was my sister after all. Maybe it was a prank. But then I remembered the voice. It wasn't her. It wasn't anyone I knew. The air in the room felt thick, and every little sound made me jump. Finally, after what felt like forever, I heard the sound of footsteps again. This time, they were moving away from the door, down the hallway, and back downstairs. I don't know why, but I waited until I couldn't hear them anymore before I even considered moving. Even then, I stayed as still as I could, listening for anything else. But it was quiet, dead quiet. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed huddled in my room, afraid to even peek out of the door. I could have sworn I heard more sounds later on, but I didn't dare check. The house was silent, but it was a different kind of silence, the kind that feels oppressive, like something's wrong but you can't put your finger on it. It wasn't until the next morning that I finally told my parents. I don't remember exactly how I said it, but I remember the way they looked at me, like I was overreacting. Like maybe I had just heard the house settling or something, that I was just imagining it. Then my sister came into the room, all casual, like nothing had happened. She seemed normal, but when I told her what I'd heard, she laughed it off. She said it was probably her coming home late, but she'd been really quiet, trying not to wake me. But something in the way she said it felt off. It didn't sound like she was being honest, and I couldn't shake the feeling that she knew something I didn't. The day went on like nothing had happened. My parents didn't seem concerned, and I tried my best to act normal. But there was still a nagging feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't until about a week later that my sister admitted something. She told me that my mom had made her say it was her coming home late. Apparently, my mom thought it would be easier if I thought it was just my sister, because she knew I'd freak out otherwise. But my sister hadn't been home when I heard the footsteps. I hadn't been imagining it. I was relieved in a way, but I still couldn't shake the unease. That night had stayed with me, and the thought that something, or someone, had been in the house with me was enough to make me never want to stay alone again. A couple of months later, my family moved. I don't know why we left, but I wasn't sad about it. Honestly, I was glad. The house never felt the same after that night. The air was always thick with tension, and I never trusted it the same way again. Even now, whenever I'm home alone, I can't help but feel a little bit on edge, like something's waiting just around the corner. I lived in one of those dorms that seemed more like a relic from another time than a place where college kids were supposed to be. The building had been around for decades, long before I ever moved in, and in that time, it had been everything from a fancy hotel to a low-rent apartment complex, and even way back when a brothel. It sat in the heart of New York City, right where things were constantly moving. The dorm itself had history, old, complicated, and if I'm honest, a little unsettling. The kind of place where you'd walk down the hallway and feel like you were on the set of a noir film. The wallpaper was faded, the floors creaked, and the windows? Yeah, they were the kind that wouldn't open all the way. So you just got a little taste of that New York air, but not enough to really feel like you were part of the city. There were things about the place that were straight up weird, like how some of the older residents had clearly been there longer than the building's owners would have liked. I remember hearing that the school couldn't kick out some of the tenants, probably because of how long they had lived there, and as a result, there were old people who lived among the students. Some of them were normal enough, but some of them, well, let's just say they weren't the kind of people you'd want to mess with. One guy named Paul was especially bad. I never really saw him during the day, but you'd hear him at night. Sometimes, if I was up late studying or just trying to get some sleep, I'd hear Paul shouting at someone, or no one. It was impossible to tell if he was talking to himself, or if he was talking to a person who wasn't there. Either way, it was unsettling. He was loud, and he always seemed to do it in the middle of the night, so you'd be lying in bed, trying to drift off, and all you'd hear was Paul screaming at some invisible force in his apartment. But the thing about the dorm itself was that the building had so much history. Every floor had its own vibe, and every corner felt like it could hold some kind of secret from the past. A lot of students who lived there didn't think much of it, probably because we were too busy with our own lives to care about the weird old building. But I couldn't ignore it. You'd feel it sometimes when you were alone in your room, just the weight of the walls around you. It was always a little darker at night, a little quieter, like the building was holding its breath. Anyway, one night, I was in my room, in my tiny 8x10 single. It was a small space, but it had a bathroom that was connected to my room, which was a luxury. I liked having my own space, even if it did make me feel a little claustrophobic sometimes. I was exhausted, but for some reason, I couldn't get comfortable. I was tossing and turning, half sleeping, half awake, in that weird place where the line between dreams and reality starts to blur. I had one of those dreams, the kind where it feels like it's happening in your room. I remember hearing a flash of light outside the window, the familiar hum of the city at night. I could hear the distant honk of taxis and the murmur of voices, but in my dream, it was like all of that noise was in the background, like it wasn't real. Then, I felt something. It was a presence, something looming above me, a shadow that hovered just over my bed. The air felt heavy. I could hear breathing, deep, ragged breaths, like someone was standing over me, just watching. My heart started to race. I tried to open my eyes, but I couldn't. It was like I was paralyzed, trapped in the dream, but I swear I felt something huge, something massive, standing right over me. I tried to turn over in my bed, hoping to shake the feeling. But when I did, the dream shifted again, and in the blur of my half-awake state, I saw this massive figure leave my room. My door was locked, and I knew no one could have entered, but I saw it, this hulking man, his silhouette blocking out the small stream of light from the window. It was like he just disappeared, like he melted into the shadows. I could feel his presence as he passed through my room, then out into the hallway, but I could see nothing. It was only in the dream, but it felt so real, so vivid. And then, in that same strange dream state, I saw him again. This time, he walked through my bathroom door. I knew that was impossible. The bathroom door was right next to my bed, and there was no way for anyone to sneak in without me hearing it. My mind was racing now, jumping from one thought to the next. Could it be Paul? Could he have somehow gotten into my room? It didn't make sense, but in that twisted dream state, it felt like it could have been him, wandering around my room. I woke up, and for a moment, I wasn't sure if I was still dreaming or if it was real. But then I heard it, the sound of my bathroom door creaking open. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct enough that I couldn't ignore it. My heart dropped. The bathroom door was definitely closed when I went to sleep. I hadn't opened it. There was no reason for it to be open now. But there it was, slowly, silently creaking open. I lay in my bed, frozen, unable to move or breathe. It was like the air in the room had thickened, and I could feel my chest tightening as I fought to make sense of what was happening. Was it Paul? Was it someone else? Maybe I was just imagining things, but I knew what I heard. I could feel the tension in the air. The feeling that someone, or something, was watching me from that dark space behind the bathroom door. I didn't know what to do. The only thing I could think of was to get out. I wasn't going to sit there and wait for whatever it was to come closer. So I pulled myself out of bed as quietly as I could and crept out of the room. I didn't even bother to check the bathroom. I couldn't. The feeling of being trapped in that room, alone, was too much. I grabbed my things and left, heading downstairs and out into the streets of New York. The city felt like a strange escape from the weirdness of the dorm, and I didn't care where I went. I just needed to be away from that building. I ended up at an all-night diner a few blocks away. The soft hum of the fluorescent lights and the smell of stale coffee brought me some comfort, and I sat there for a while, just trying to ground myself. The city was alive, as always, and I wasn't sure what had happened in that dorm room. Maybe I had just been too tired. Maybe it was all in my head. But the way the door had creaked open, the way I had felt that presence, I couldn't shake it. I couldn't go back to that room. Not that night. So, I stayed out until the morning, until the world started to wake up around me. When I finally returned to the dorm, I didn't feel like I could just act like nothing had happened. I don't know if it was Paul, or if it was something else, but whatever it was, it felt real. Too real. In the end, I never did figure out exactly what happened that night. Maybe it was a trick of my mind, or maybe it wasn't. All I know is that I never felt quite the same about that building again. The old hotel, turned apartment, turned brothel, now dorm. It had too many secrets, and I was starting to feel like it was holding on to them, keeping them just beneath the surface. Every time I walked down that hallway after that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was watching me. I could feel it in the air, just the slightest shift in the atmosphere, like the building was breathing with me. And that was the last time I ever let myself get too comfortable in that place. It was probably 1 or 2 a.m., and I remember waking up in the dead of night, feeling that weird sense of disconnection you get when everyone's asleep and you're alone in the house. The quiet feels different then, like the whole place is holding its breath. The house had that slightly chilly vibe when the furnace wasn't running, and I could feel the cold creeping up under the blanket, so I decided to get up and get something to drink. Maybe I had a strange feeling, maybe I was just thirsty, but I never gave it much thought at the time. I dragged myself out of bed and made my way down the hallway toward the stairs. The floor creaked under my feet, like it always did in the middle of the night. It was one of those sounds that somehow didn't make sense when everyone was supposed to be asleep. When I stepped off the last platform and landed on the bottom of the stairs, the house felt even quieter than usual. There was just the faint hum of the fridge in the kitchen, and outside, the wind was barely stirring the leaves. The whole thing felt off. I can't really explain it, but there was this feeling in the air, almost like I wasn't supposed to be up at that hour. It was the type of feeling you get when you're somewhere that's usually normal, but tonight it felt foreign. I passed through the kitchen on my way to the back door. The place was dark, just the moonlight filtering in from the window above the sink. When I reached the threshold, I glanced over at the mirror hanging on the wall, the one across from the door. In it, I could see the reflection of my backyard, and for some reason, I felt like I wasn't supposed to look out there, like something was about to happen. But I did anyway. I wasn't sure why, I just needed to know. And then I saw it. A light. It was moving around my backyard, dancing across the grass. At first, I thought it was someone with a flashlight, or maybe a car driving by. But then I realized something was off. The light wasn't like any flashlight or headlamp I had ever seen. It was too bright, almost blinding, and the way it moved was strange. It wasn't steady like a beam, either. It was erratic, darting around like it had a mind of its own, spinning and weaving in circles. I couldn't tell exactly what it was doing, but it definitely wasn't a person walking around with a flashlight. It didn't make any sense. It was the brightness that threw me first. It looked like a helicopter searchlight, one of those really intense beams they use for search and rescue, but there was no sound. I could barely hear anything except the rush of blood in my ears. I couldn't hear a helicopter. No engine, no thrum of a rotor, nothing. It felt so wrong, like the light was too loud even without sound. It was an eerie, too bright kind of glow, and it lit up the yard in a way that felt invasive, like it was searching for something or someone. I tried to make sense of it, but I couldn't. I just stood there, frozen. I wanted to call out, but no sound came out of my throat. I was glued to the spot, my feet feeling heavier with each passing second. My eyes wouldn't leave the window, even though my heart was thundering in my chest. I felt like I was holding my breath, but it wasn't because I was scared. It was like my body instinctively knew something was wrong and was waiting for some kind of response from the night. I wasn't sure what to do. Every thought I had was fighting against the next one. I should have just turned around and gone back upstairs, but instead, I took a step forward. I couldn't stop myself. I moved toward the corner of the kitchen, toward the window that looked out to the backyard. I crept around the doorframe, just enough to peer out through the glass. The moment my eyes hit the yard, I regretted it. The light was still moving. It was dancing in the shadows between the trees, creeping toward the edge of the fence. The way it flickered made it seem like it was trying to avoid something, or worse, like it was looking for something, like it was inspecting the yard. My mind started racing, trying to come up with something logical. Maybe a neighbor had a searchlight, or maybe someone was just goofing off in the yard. But as I stared at the moving light, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was way too deliberate. Whoever was out there knew exactly where they were going, and they weren't moving like any person I knew. There was no sound, no voices, no chatter, no footsteps crunching through the grass. Just the light. It didn't make any sense, and I felt the panic building up in my chest. I couldn't stay there anymore. I turned and ran back to the stairs. My feet were heavy as I pounded up the stairs, my mind a mess of thoughts and questions. By the time I reached my bedroom, I slammed the door shut and locked it, like that would somehow make me safer. I pressed my back against the door, my hands shaking. I tried to listen, but there was nothing. Just the sound of my breath and the quiet hum of the house. I spent what felt like hours sitting on my bed, staring at the door, afraid to move. My heart wouldn't stop racing, but everything outside had gone silent. There was no more movement, no more light, nothing. It was like whatever had been out there had disappeared. I wanted to call my parents, but I didn't. I didn't know what to say. Hey, I think someone's in the yard with a helicopter light, but I'm not sure. No, I didn't want to sound crazy. So I sat there. I didn't fall asleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined the light again, moving in the dark. I kept hearing it in my head, the way it flickered and searched the yard, never stopping, always scanning. I stayed up until morning, waiting for the sun to rise, knowing that if I could just make it until daylight, I'd feel better. When I finally heard my mom moving around upstairs, I felt a sense of relief I couldn't describe. The morning light broke through the blinds, and with it came the normal sounds of the house. Birds outside, the creak of the floorboards above me. Everything was as it should have been, but my nerves were shot. I couldn't stop thinking about the light, about how it moved, about how I hadn't heard a single thing. When my parents came downstairs, I tried to ask them if they'd seen anything strange outside, but the words felt stupid even as I spoke them. They looked at me like I was crazy. They said I'd probably imagined it, that maybe it was just a dream, but I knew it wasn't. It had been real. I hadn't imagined it. For weeks after that night, I kept an eye on the backyard whenever I passed the kitchen window. I'd look out at the trees, at the fence, checking for any sign that something wasn't right. But nothing ever happened again. The light never came back. It was like it had never existed. But I couldn't shake that feeling in my gut, the sense that something had been out there that night. And I'd never find out what it was. It was a terrifying thought, knowing that I had seen something, but that I'd never have the answers. The rest of my life went on, but that night stayed with me. Sometimes, when I was lying in bed, I'd find myself staring at the dark corners of my room, wondering what was out there, just beyond my view. And that was enough to keep me awake for hours. I was around 12 or 13, and it was Christmas Eve. The house was quiet, aside from the low hum of the TV in the background. My parents had gone to a Christmas party with some friends, and they wouldn't be back until late. I was used to spending time alone in the evenings, nothing out of the ordinary, just watching TV or playing Xbox. It was the kind of night where the house felt both cozy and a little empty at the same time, with the winter chill creeping in through the windows and the warm glow of the Christmas tree lights flickering in the corner of the living room. I had my usual routine that evening. I had a snack, watched a few Christmas specials on TV, and then went to my room to play video games. The digital worlds on the screen distracted me, and time passed quickly. Eventually, I decided it was time to go to bed. I turned off my Xbox, slid under the covers, and let out a big yawn. The bed was warm, and I was starting to feel the comfort of sleep pull me in. But then something happened. My heart started racing for no reason. There was no logical explanation for it. I wasn't scared, I wasn't thinking about anything weird, but my pulse quickened, and I couldn't shake the sense that something was off. My breathing became shallow, and I lay there for a while, just trying to relax and calm myself down. I remember thinking, it's nothing. Just get some sleep. A few minutes passed, and I finally started to feel like my heart was settling down when I heard it. A loud bang. It came from the front door. I froze in place, my muscles tensing. The first thought that ran through my head was that it must have been the wind, or maybe something falling outside. I didn't move, but I listened carefully. There was nothing after that first bang. My heart began racing again, but this time with a little more anxiety. I forced myself to get up, my feet barely touching the cold floor, as I made my way to the hallway. I peeked through the window by the front door. There was no one there, just the empty darkness of the street outside. I remember sighing with relief and chalking it up to the wind, or maybe even my imagination. I'm just being paranoid, I told myself. I turned to go back to bed, but as soon as I was about to get comfortable again, I heard it once more, another loud bang at the door. This time, though, there was something different. I heard a voice. It was hushed, muffled, almost as if someone was trying to whisper something, but I couldn't make out the words. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my stomach dropped. I froze in place. My mind scrambled, but I couldn't figure out what was going on. The sound was faint, almost as if whoever was out there was trying to be discreet. The door wasn't opening, but I could hear the low murmur of that voice, just beyond my sight. And then, as if on cue, I heard a dog. It was low at first, just a growl, but then it turned into a full-blown snarl. My heart pounded in my chest. But that was impossible. We didn't have a dog. I didn't even know anyone in the neighborhood who owned one. Panic crept in, my breathing becoming more erratic as the growling continued. It sounded like it was getting closer, like the dog was just outside the window. I pulled the covers over my head, trying to block out the sound, but it was no use. I could still hear the growl, mixed with the voice, the banging on the door. My mind was racing. What the hell was going on? Who was out there? Why was there a dog? My room felt suffocating, like the walls were closing in. I just wanted to disappear, to make all of this stop. The growling faded, but the silence didn't feel safe. It was like everything had gone still, just waiting. I lay there in the dark, barely daring to breathe, waiting for something else to happen. The seconds stretched into minutes. But then it came, the sound of glass shattering. A window smashed somewhere downstairs, and I felt the blood drain from my face. My hands turned cold, and for a moment, I couldn't move. The sound of the glass breaking was like a crack in reality itself. I could hear it echoing through the house. My mind raced, but I couldn't make sense of what I was hearing. I didn't want to either. There were more sounds now, thudding noises from the living room. Something, was moving around downstairs. I didn't know what to do. My instincts told me to get up and run, but I couldn't make myself move. My body was paralyzed with fear. The dog, the voice, the window, what was happening? I heard the shuffling of feet now, followed by the sound of things being knocked over and moved around. I was completely frozen, my heart hammering in my chest, my hands shaking under the covers. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to know what was going on down there. I was terrified, but I was too scared to make a sound, to even move a muscle. The thudding sound stopped. It was all quiet again, but the silence was worse than the noise had been. I couldn't bring myself to check what was happening downstairs. I just stayed in my bed, shaking. My eyes were wide open, staring at the dark ceiling. I was afraid to close them, to fall asleep. My mind kept playing over the events that had just happened. I couldn't make sense of it. I must have fallen asleep at some point, but I didn't remember doing so. The next thing I knew, I woke up to the pale light of the morning filtering through my window. Everything was calm. It was like nothing had happened. No broken window, no voice, no growling dog. The house was silent, just the usual quiet that I was used to in the mornings. I got out of bed slowly, not sure if I was still dreaming or if I'd just imagined it all. But when I went downstairs to check, there was no sign of anything being disturbed. No broken window, no overturned furniture, no evidence of anyone being in the house. The front door was locked. It was all fine. I checked the windows. They were all intact. The house was completely undisturbed. It didn't make sense. I thought back to everything that had happened the night before, The banging, the voice, the dog, the window smashing. But now it all felt like it had been a bad dream. But it wasn't. It couldn't have been. I went about my morning, my mind still spinning. I kept asking myself if I had imagined it all. Maybe I had been so tired, so caught up in the excitement of the holiday, that my mind had just tricked me. But the feeling of fear in my chest was still there. It hadn't gone away. My parents came home later that morning, and I didn't say anything about what had happened. I didn't want to sound crazy. They had no idea what had gone on while they were gone, and I didn't want them to worry about it. The rest of the day went on as usual, but the strange sense of unease lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been wrong, even if there was no proof. And from that day on, every time I was alone at night, especially on Christmas Eve, I couldn't help but remember the events of that night. Even now, I can't quite explain it. There was no break-in, no one else in the house. But there was something about that night, something that still makes my heart race whenever I think about it. Maybe I'll never know what really happened, but whatever it wasn't just my imagination. Something was out there, watching, waiting, and I'll never forget that feeling. I checked into the hotel around 7 p.m. It was a sleep-in just off the highway in Auburn, Alabama, a stop I had planned in advance as the halfway point between Louisiana and North Carolina. I had been driving for hours, and my legs felt stiff when I stepped out of the car. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that lingers after a long day of sun, even though the sky was already dark. The lobby was quiet. A small desk, a single receptionist, the usual cheap hotel decor, beige walls, some uninspired paintings, artificial plants that had gathered dust in the corners. The receptionist checked me in with minimal effort, barely looking up from the screen. I took the key card, grabbed my bag from the car, and walked to the elevator. The third floor hallway smelled faintly of old carpet and cleaning supplies. The lights buzzed slightly. I found my room, swiped the key card, and stepped inside. It was the standard setup: a queen bed, a wooden desk, a small sofa, a flat-screen TV sitting on a dresser. A bathroom was off to the right, door slightly ajar. Everything looked fine. I set my bag down and locked the door behind me, slipping the metal latch into place. I had a long drive ahead of me the next day, but I wasn't tired enough to sleep yet. I opened my laptop and messaged a friend, chatting about nothing important. We ended up talking about the Paranormal Activity movies, how creepy they were. It felt ironic, sitting alone in a quiet hotel room, but I brushed the thought aside. After a while, I put on an episode of Castle and stretched out on the sofa, letting the familiar voices play in the background. I had barely been there an hour when I heard it. A sharp, metallic clink. I paused the episode, listened. Silence. I shook my head and hit play again. Then it happened again. Clink, clink. This time, I muted the laptop immediately. The sound had come from the bathroom. I sat completely still, waiting. Maybe it was my neighbor's bathroom? Thin walls. Maybe someone had dropped something on the tile. A few minutes passed. Nothing. I turned my show back on, trying to ignore it. Then the TV clicked on by itself. The room filled with the end credits of some movie, the sound blaring louder than it should have been. My chest tightened. The remote was nowhere near me. It was sitting on top of the TV, exactly where I had left it. I hadn't touched it. I stared at the screen, my brain slow to process what I was looking at. My first thought was the most rational one. Some kind of electrical issue. Maybe the TV was on a timer. Maybe someone had stayed in this room before me and set it up that way. But my stomach had already knotted up. I stood up carefully, walked to the TV, and turned it off. The screen went dark, its reflection showing the room behind me. My pulse was in my throat. I sat back down, kept my eyes on the screen of my laptop, tried to shake off the unease. Then it happened again. Clink, clink, clink. This time it wasn't from the room next door. This time it was from my bathroom. I bolted upright and stared at the doorway. The bathroom light was off, but I could see enough to tell that nothing had moved. I didn't want to go in there. I didn't even want to stand up, but I couldn't just sit there. I walked forward slowly, keeping my breath even, and pushed the door open all the way. The bathtub faucet was running. Water streamed steadily from the spout, pooling at the bottom before swirling down the drain. I reached out and turned it off. My fingers trembled slightly. I pulled my hand back and just stood there staring. There was no reason for that to happen. The faucet had been completely off when I got here. I knew that for a fact. And yet, here I was, standing in a dim hotel bathroom, looking at water droplets sliding down the porcelain, trying to convince myself this was normal. I stepped back into the room. The bed looked untouched, my laptop still glowing on the sofa. I glanced at the TV. It was still off. For a few minutes, I tried to sit and think it through. Maybe there had been air in the pipes. Maybe the knob was loose. I had to be logical about this. Then I picked up the hotel phone and dialed the front desk. Static. The line crackled, cutting in and out. I heard something, maybe a voice on the other end, but it was too garbled to understand. I hung up, stood still, tried again. The same thing. I wasn't going to sit there and wait for something else to happen. I grabbed my keycard and walked out, keeping my pace steady, trying not to look as unnerved as I felt. The elevator ride down was slow, the dim lights overhead making the space feel smaller than it was. When I stepped into the lobby, the receptionist was still there, scrolling through something on the computer. I walked straight up and told her, as evenly as I could, what had happened. She barely reacted. No surprise, no concern. Just a slight raise of her eyebrows before she laughed. A short, dismissive laugh, like she thought I was joking. "This has never happened before," she said, shaking her head slightly. I stared at her. I wanted to tell her again, to make her understand that I wasn't making this up, but I could already tell it wouldn't make a difference. She offered me a different room, the one next to my old one. I said no. She offered me another one, this time on the 4th floor, directly above my old room. I almost refused again, but I didn't want to argue. I took the key and went back upstairs. The 4th floor hallway was identical to the one below. The air smelled the same, the lights buzzed the same. But my new room was quiet. No noises from the bathroom, no flickering TV, nothing. Just silence. I barely slept, though. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jolt awake, listening for something that wasn't there. By morning, I packed up and left as quickly as I could. Months later, I found the receipt from that night. The hotel's address was printed clearly across the top. Spirit Drive. I used to see them a lot when I was younger. Shadows that moved without a source, shapes that flickered at the edge of my vision. I thought everyone saw them, but as I got older, people started telling me it was just my imagination. I was told that it was probably sleep paralysis, a phenomenon where your body wakes up but your mind is still dreaming. People said I was hallucinating, but there were times when I saw things when I wasn't asleep, when I was standing up fully awake, doing everyday things. I knew something was off, but I couldn't explain it. The first time it happened at my girlfriend's house, I hadn't been expecting anything unusual. I had been over there a few times, and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Her house was in a quiet neighborhood, an older home that had a certain charm to it, but also an unsettling stillness at times. Her parents weren't home, so it was just the two of us, and we were spending a peaceful evening together. We were sitting in the living room, watching TV, when I first noticed it. It started as a flicker in the corner of my eye, just a shape that didn't belong. At first, I chalked it up to the usual tricks my mind played on me. You know, those moments when you think you see something and turn your head, but it's gone. But this wasn't just a flicker. It was more distinct. It was a shadow moving. I could feel it. A strange coldness crept into the room. My gaze shifted instinctively to the stairs, where the figure seemed to be, just barely visible in the dim light. It was walking down the stairs, hunched over like someone who couldn't quite move right, almost like they were crippled. My heart started to race. I felt that familiar sense of dread, the same one I'd felt so many times as a child when I saw things that weren't supposed to be there. I tried to tell myself it wasn't real, that it was just my mind playing tricks again, but then it turned. It turned and looked right at me. I froze. It had eyes that glinted with something strange. They were cold, lifeless, but undeniably there. My stomach twisted. I couldn't move, but I couldn't look away either. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, staring at me. It was like it was studying me. A few minutes passed, but it felt like an eternity. My breathing quickened, my pulse pounding in my ears. The dog, who had been lying peacefully at my feet, suddenly jumped up, barking wildly. Then, it ran into the corner of the room, whimpering. It was scared. That scared me even more. The dog, who had never reacted like that to anything, had seen it too. The figure didn't stay long. It slowly turned around and walked back around the corner, vanishing out of sight. I sat there, frozen for what felt like ages, trying to process what had just happened. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't explain it away. This wasn't a trick of the light or my imagination. It was real. It felt real. I tried to push the thought from my mind, but it stuck with me. Every time I went back to my girlfriend's house after that, I felt that uneasy presence, though I didn't see it again. It was as though something was always just out of sight, lingering, waiting. The second time it happened was much worse. I was at my girlfriend's house alone, just picking up something she had left behind. The house was quiet, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. As soon as I walked in, I felt it. That coldness again. It was as if the air itself had thickened. The house felt heavy, and it was like I wasn't alone. I walked into the living room, and there it was, standing in the middle of the room, unmoving. I stared at it. This time, it wasn't flickering at the edge of my vision. It was solid, real. It stood in the middle of the room, not facing me, just staring into space. I felt a rush of adrenaline, my body instinctively freezing. But this time, I didn't let myself be paralyzed by fear. I remembered something I had learned when I was younger, something I had done before when I kept waking up to strange things in my room. I had found that if I focused hard enough, I could make them go away. If I stared at them, concentrated with every ounce of my focus, I could push them out of my line of sight. I didn't understand how or why, but it worked. So I stared. I focused on the figure, forcing myself to ignore the terror rising in my chest. The figure remained still, but its form began to flicker. It started to dissipate, like a wisp of smoke unraveling in the air. I could feel it, that strange, cold sensation ebbing away as the figure slowly faded. I thought it was gone, but as I exhaled a breath I didn't know I'd been holding, it came back. It wasn't the same this time. It was like it was pulling itself back together. It didn't fade completely. It just returned. The figure was still there, but it didn't disappear. I stared at it again, trying to make it go away, but it didn't. This time, it stayed behind me. It didn't come into view directly. It lingered in my peripheral vision, just outside of my gaze. Every time I turned, it was there, standing, watching, its presence weighing on me. It felt like it was getting closer, like it was waiting for me to break. I tried to focus on it, tried to make it dissipate, but it never did. I couldn't get it in my full line of sight long enough. It was as if it had learned from the last time and was refusing to play by the same rules. From then on, I hated being alone in the house. I tried to explain it to my girlfriend, but she didn't understand. She thought I was just uncomfortable staying there alone, but it wasn't that. There was something in that house, something that didn't belong, something that made my skin crawl. And it wasn't just me. My girlfriend's best friend had seen it long before I had even met her. I didn't know about it at first. I had no idea that she had been seeing the same thing. But one night, we both saw it at the same time, and that's when everything changed. We both froze, our eyes locking in mutual recognition. We had both seen it, and we both knew what it was. It didn't show up every time. Sometimes it would be gone for weeks, sometimes months, but every time it came back, it felt like the air itself shifted. Her friend, who had been seeing it for years, noticed it too. And sometimes, when it appeared, she would see it standing behind me. There was no mistaking it. The figure was real, and it wasn't going anywhere. But the strangest part was that it never appeared in photographs. No matter how hard we tried, it wouldn't show up on the camera. We took pictures with our phones with Polaroids, but nothing. The figure was never captured on film. It was as if it existed outside of that space, just beyond the reach of anything that could document it. I never talked to my girlfriend about how much it scared me. She still didn't understand. But every time I stayed over, I couldn't help but feel that cold breath on the back of my neck. It was there, lurking behind me, just out of sight, always waiting for me to turn around. And I hated it. It wasn't just the fear of the thing itself. It was the feeling of being watched, of knowing that it was always there, standing just behind me, breathing down my neck. It didn't matter how many times I tried to make it go away. It didn't matter how hard I focused, or how much I willed it to disappear. It was always there, lingering, just out of view. It's still there, waiting, and I'm not sure if I'll ever truly be free of it. But one thing I know for certain is that I'm not crazy. I'm not imagining it, and I'm not the only one who sees it. I don't know what it is, or why it's there, but it's real. It's as real as anything else in this house, and I can't escape it. I was 11 years old when it happened. 7 years have passed, and I still can't walk down an empty road without my heart hammering in my chest. I still glance over my shoulder, still flinch when a car slows down near me. I thought it would fade with time, that the fear would dull and eventually disappear, but it hasn't. It clings to me like a shadow, a constant reminder that danger doesn't always come with a warning. It was a cold, overcast afternoon in England, the kind of day where the sky stays gray from morning till evening, never quite breaking into rain, but never brightening either. My friend and I were walking down one of those endless country roads, the kind that stretched on for miles without a single house or building in sight. We lived in a rural area where towns were scattered far apart, little pockets of life surrounded by open fields and thick hedgerows. There weren't many cars on those roads, especially not at that time of day. If one did come by, it was usually an old farmer in a truck or a neighbor heading into town. We weren't thinking about anything in particular, just walking, talking about school or games, kicking stones along the cracked pavement. The road was lined with overgrown hedges and patches of tall grass, the kind that could easily hide animals or anything else lurking just out of sight. The air smelled like damp earth and distant wood smoke. The sound of birds in the trees and the occasional rustling in the bushes were the only things breaking the silence. Then we heard the sound of a car approaching. We didn't think much of it at first. It was just another vehicle passing by, nothing out of the ordinary. But instead of driving past us like they usually did, the car slowed down and then pulled over to the side of the road, just a few feet ahead of us. I remember every single detail of that car. It was a white sedan, slightly dirty, with mud splattered on the tires and lower panels. The windows were tinted just enough to obscure the inside, but as it came to a stop, I could see the shadowy shapes of the people inside. My stomach tightened. Something about it felt wrong. The back window was rolled down slightly, and that's when I saw her. A woman sat in the back seat, staring at us with an expression that still haunts me to this day. Her face was completely blank, devoid of any emotion, like she wasn't even seeing us, like she wasn't fully there. She had dark, shoulder-length hair, slightly disheveled, and pale skin that almost looked gray in the dim light. Her eyes were empty, unfocused. She didn't move. She didn't react. She just sat there, watching. Then the front door opened. A large man stepped out. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a thick build and rough-looking skin. His face was set in a scowl, and the moment he moved toward us, I knew we were in trouble. His presence was overwhelming, like a solid wall of aggression aimed directly at us. He was shouting something, his voice thick with an accent I didn't recognize at first, but the words were unmistakable. "Get in the fucking car." For a moment, we didn't move. My mind struggled to process what was happening. This wasn't something that happened in real life. This was the kind of thing you heard about on the news, the kind of thing that happened to other people. Not here, not to us. But it was happening. Before we could react, he lunged at us. His hands were like iron, clamping around our necks with a grip that sent panic surging through my body. He was strong, far too strong for us to fight off. I felt his fingers dig into my skin as he started pulling me toward the car. My friend was struggling beside me, his face twisted in pain and terror as the man tightened his grip. We started screaming. We shouted for help, screamed for him to let go, but it only made him angrier. His grip tightened, and then the first blow landed. A punch, hard and fast, right into my stomach. The air was knocked out of me instantly, my body folding over as pain exploded through my torso. Before I could recover, another hit landed, this time on my side. My legs buckled. I gasped for breath, my vision going blurry. Beside me, my friend was taking just as much damage. The man kicked him, hard, sending him stumbling back, only to be yanked forward again. The punches weren't just meant to subdue us. They were full force, brutal, as if he didn't care whether we lived through it or not. I could taste blood in my mouth, the metallic tang mixing with the bile rising in my throat. My mind was screaming at me to fight back, to do something, anything. But what could we do? We were just kids. He was a grown man, bigger, stronger, completely in control. Every time we struggled, he hit us harder. And then, just when I thought it was over, just when I thought we were going to be thrown into that car and driven off to God knows where, something changed. A noise, loud, sudden, cut through the chaos. The sound of a vehicle approaching fast, tires crunching on gravel. Headlights flashed, illuminating the scene in stark, blinding light. A white van, large and sturdy, barreling toward us. The man let go. It was almost instant, as if some switch had flipped inside him. 1 second, he was crushing the air out of my throat, his face twisted in fury. The next, he was backing away, his hands lifting slightly as if to feign innocence. The van slowed just enough for me to see the faces inside. Men, a group of them, trod eyes on their way home from work. I didn't know them, but at that moment, they were the most important people in the world. They must have seen what was happening because their expressions shifted, their movements sharp and deliberate. The man turned without a word, rushed back to his car, and got in. The door slammed. The tires screeched as the white sedan peeled away, speeding down the road and disappearing around a bend. We didn't move. For a long moment, we just stood there, shaking, struggling to catch our breath. My body ached, my skin burned where his hands had been, but I hardly noticed. My mind was still stuck in that moment, replaying it over and over. The van stopped a few feet away, and the men inside called out, asking if we were okay. I don't even remember what we said. I don't think we could form proper words. Somehow we made it home. I don't remember the walk. My brain must have blocked it out. All I remember is the fear, the overwhelming realization of how close we had come to disappearing forever. To this day, I don't know who they were. I don't know what they wanted, though I have my suspicions. All I know is that if that van hadn't come at the exact moment it did, I wouldn't be here. 7 years later, I still feel it. The fear never really goes away. I check over my shoulder. I tense when a car slows down near me. I know the world isn't safe. I learned that lesson the hard way. I've lived in the same house my entire life. Same walls, same floors, same creaks in the wood, same little things that never seem to change. It's not old, not historic, not the kind of place you'd expect to hear stories about. But ever since I was a baby, there's been something about this house that doesn't sit right. I don't remember the earliest things myself, but my parents do. They've told me that as a baby, I used to cry in my crib like any normal infant, but by the time they got to my room, I'd be calm, sometimes smiling. They said it was strange, how quickly I'd settle down. Then when I was old enough to talk, I apparently told my mom not to worry, because the man in the rocking chair keeps me safe. The chair had belonged to my grandfather. He sat in it every day until he died of a heart attack. That rocking chair is still in my room. It's just always been there. My dad has always said he feels weird in the yard, like someone's watching him while he cuts the grass. It's not like a passing feeling. He says it happens every time. When I was younger, I'd see him suddenly whip his head around, startled by something, and I could tell it wasn't just his imagination. Now he doesn't react as much, but every once in a while, I catch him turning sharply, like something flickered at the edge of his vision. When I was about 7, I had this plastic Godzilla toy. It wasn't one of those battery-powered ones that went off at random. This one had a button on its chest that made it roar and twist at the waist when pressed. One night, I couldn't sleep. I was just lying there staring at the ceiling when the toy suddenly went off on its own. I froze. It was sitting upright on my dresser, on the other side of the room, and there was no way anything had touched it. I didn't move for the rest of the night. My dad has told me a few times that he's seen a woman in a red dress walking down the hallway towards his bedroom. He never tries to explain it, never makes a big deal about it, just says it like it's a fact. The last thing that happened was about a month ago. I had just gotten home from work, late, around 2 a.m. The house was dark, and everyone was asleep. Our second floor is small, just a hallway with my room at one end, my sister's at the other, and the bathroom in between. The staircase comes up about halfway. I was walking upstairs, exhausted, barely thinking, when I saw someone coming down the steps towards me. I stepped aside, thinking it was my sister, and I even spoke to her without really registering what I was doing. Then, as the figure reached me, it was just gone. I was wide awake then, staring at nothing. I didn't go to my room right away. I stood there for a long time, my heart pounding, trying to convince myself I was just tired, that my eyes had played tricks on me. But it didn't feel like that. It felt like I had stepped out of the way for a real, solid person. I didn't tell anyone about it. What was I supposed to say? That I saw someone in the house that wasn't there? I don't know if the house is haunted. I don't really like that word. It's not like a horror movie. There aren't doors slamming shut, no voices whispering, no things flying across the room. Just little things. Things that don't add up. Things I can't explain. I still sleep in the same room, in the same house. and the rocking chair is still there. I lived in that apartment for 2.5 years, and for the first 2, nothing unusual ever happened. It was a 4-bedroom place, so people came and went, but I was the only one who stayed the entire time. I had different roommates throughout my time there, and for the most part, it was normal, just a typical college apartment. But during my last fall semester, when a new roommate moved in, things changed. I was a big fan of scary movies, especially around Halloween. By mid-August, I'd usually start having movie nights with friends, cramming into the living room with popcorn and blankets, watching horror films late into the night. It was something I'd done every year, never thinking twice about it. But that year, something was different. One night, I had a group of people over, 5, maybe 8 of us in total. We were deep into a movie when the front door creaked open, just a couple of inches. At first, I didn't think anything of it. Our neighbors were the type to walk in unannounced, like something out of Seinfeld, so I waited for someone to pop their head in. But no one did. The door just sat there, open. After a few seconds, a few of us got up and checked the hallway. No one was there. We figured it was just a draft and brushed it off. A few nights later, we decided to test it. We kept the door unlocked again while watching another movie. This time, we were ready. We kept our eyes on the door. And sure enough, it happened again. The door creaked open, just like before. This time, though, myself, my roommate, my boyfriend, and one of my neighbors jumped up immediately and ran out in different directions. We checked the hallways, the stairwells, nothing. No one was there. No footsteps, no sound of doors closing, no one running away. Just silence. That was weird enough, but the strangest thing happened when we watched Paranormal Activity 3. Before we started, we were joking about how weird the whole door thing had been. My boyfriend made an offhand comment, something about how it would really freak him out if the door not only opened, but also slammed shut. We all agreed that would be creepy, but we didn't think anything of it. About halfway through the movie, all the lights off, the door unlocked, it happened again. We heard the doorknob turn. Slowly, the door creaked open, just like before. It was almost predictable at that point. But then, something different happened. Instead of just hanging open, the door suddenly stopped, changed direction, and slammed shut. Hard. The entire apartment shook. The dry erase board we had on the wall came crashing down onto the floor. For a few seconds, no one moved. Half of us were frozen, staring at the door. The other half scrambled to turn on the lights. We jumped up, checked the door, checked the hallway, checked the stairwell again. Nothing. It was dead silent. There was no one there. That was when I started to feel uneasy about it. The first 2 times, I could write it off as a draft or something. But the way the door moved that night, it wasn't normal. A draft doesn't turn a doorknob. A draft doesn't open a door partway, then slam it shut with enough force to shake the walls. We stood there for a while, just staring at each other, not really sure what to do. Finally, someone, I don't even remember who, said something about how if we had pissed off whatever was messing with us, we were sorry. We weren't trying to provoke anything. We just wanted it to leave us alone. After that night, nothing else happened. At least, not for us. But about a week later, something weird happened with the new roommate. She was never around when any of this went down. She went home on weekends, so she hadn't seen the door move or anything like that. We hadn't even told her about it. But one day, she was walking around the apartment, speaking in tongues and throwing holy water in every room. She said she was blessing the apartment. I asked her what she was doing, and she just told me she felt like she needed to do it. She wouldn't explain. I never really got an answer for what happened in that apartment. The door never opened on its own again. I moved out not long after. But sometimes I still think about it. There had never been anything weird in that place until she moved in. I don't know if that means anything, but it still gives me chills when I think about it. It had been a strange few weeks since my family moved back in with my parents. The house we were staying in had been in rough shape when my parents bought it. It was a foreclosure, and the previous owners had left it in complete disarray. There were even signs of violence, with knife marks on the doors and walls and cruel, hateful messages written everywhere. The place had a dark energy about it, like something awful had happened there, and it lingered. My parents had spent the past couple of years remodeling it, fixing up the wreckage left behind. When I think about it now, the house was never really alive to me. It was just a structure that didn't feel welcoming, no matter how many fresh coats of paint went up or how many new carpets were laid down. And yet, we were stuck here, trying to make the best of it while we searched for a house of our own. At first, I thought the uneasy feeling I had was just my imagination running wild. After all, there was no reason to believe that a house could hold onto the past so strongly, right? One day, I was alone. My parents were out running errands, my husband at work, and the kids were with a friend for the day. I was upstairs in the guest room, putting some clothes away into the drawers, trying to keep busy. The house was eerily silent, which I usually didn't mind. I'd gotten used to it by now, the quiet that stretched between the moments of life and noise. But that day, I heard something. It was a voice, faint, but clear enough that I could make out the words. "You need to get out of here." I froze. I looked around the room, half expecting to see someone standing in the doorway or peering through the window. I quickly dismissed it, telling myself that I must have misheard. Maybe it was the TV downstairs, I reasoned, or something from outside. Anything but the voice itself. I'd been in the house long enough to feel like it was mine, too, like the space was familiar enough to ignore any little weirdness that cropped up. But then I really stopped, and listened. There was no TV, no sound of anything on. The house was still, almost too still. I stood there for a moment, my heart racing, the hair on the back of my neck prickling. I checked every room, made sure all the windows were closed, and peeked under the doors for any signs of movement. There was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. I grabbed my dog's leash and slipped out the back door, trying to clear my mind with a walk down the road. My dog, who usually acted all perky, was unusually quiet, almost tense. It was a familiar tension, the kind you get when you feel like something is watching you. I tried to shake off the fear, thinking maybe I was just stressed out from the move and the pressure of finding a new place to live. But something about that voice stuck with me. A few days later, it happened again. My husband and I were in bed, lights off, the house around us completely still. He had just finished reading something on his phone when he turned to me. "The door just opened," he said, his voice calm, almost too calm. I immediately sat up, feeling a jolt of panic run through me. The door to our bedroom, the one that was always shut tight, was now wide open, creaking slowly in the dark. I was still frozen, trying to make sense of it. It didn't make sense. The door had been latched shut just moments before. Neither of us had moved since we got into bed. I opened my mouth to ask him what was going on, but then he said, "And now it just closed." I stared at the door, and sure enough, it was slowly closing on its own. The latch clicked shut with a soft thud. I don't know how long we sat there, staring at the door in silence. The darkness in the room seemed to close in around us, pressing down. The house felt heavy, like it was holding its breath. I wanted to call my parents, or even someone, anyone, but I didn't. I think we both knew there was nothing that could explain this, not logically anyway. After that night, things seemed to escalate. I started hearing things, footsteps, faint sounds in the hallway when no one was there. But it wasn't until a few days after that, when I thought I had finally gotten used to the eerie atmosphere, that I learned I wasn't the only one experiencing strange things in that house. It was a Saturday, and my husband and I had taken the kids out for the day, visiting some parks and enjoying the sunshine. My parents had stayed behind, so when we came home, it was just the three of us, my husband, the kids, and me. When we walked into the house, my mom was sitting on the couch, looking a little unsettled. I was about to ask her what was wrong when she spoke up first. "I kept hearing someone coughing upstairs," she said, her voice low. I wasn't sure how to react. "It was so loud," she continued, "that I had to go check. But when I went up there, no one was there." I felt my stomach twist. I could already feel the nerves setting in again. And then when I came back downstairs, my mom went on. I heard a baby crying. It sounded like it was coming from upstairs too, but when I went to look, nothing was there. I had no words. What could I say? I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, that maybe my mom was just hearing things or imagining it. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. It was about a week later when it happened again, but this time, it was different. This time, I had my own experience. I was in the kitchen, putting away groceries, and I heard it, clear as day. It was a cough, just like my mom had described. But this time, it sounded closer, like it was right behind me. I spun around, expecting to see someone standing in the doorway, or near the kitchen table. But no one was there. My heart pounded in my chest as I took a few cautious steps toward the hallway. The house felt so cold, like the temperature had dropped by 10 degrees in just a few moments. I hesitated, then took a deep breath. Maybe it was the wind, something outside rattling the windows. But no matter how I tried to rationalize it, the unease wouldn't go away. Later that night, we all went to bed, trying to forget about the weird happenings. But as I lay there, I heard it again. A voice, soft at first, then louder. I couldn't make out the words, but it was definitely coming from upstairs. I bolted up in bed, waking my husband. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice shaking. He didn't respond right away, and I thought maybe I had imagined it. But then he spoke. "The door just opened," he said in a calm voice. My blood ran cold. The door to our bedroom was wide open again. The same door that had been closed when we first got into bed. And once again, it slowly creaked shut. We didn't sleep much that night. After that night, the house began to feel more like a burden than a home. The tension in the air was unbearable. Every creak, every whisper seemed to carry something heavy, something dark. I started to wonder if it was all in my head, if the past owner's violent energy had somehow seeped into the walls of the house. But no matter how hard I tried to reason it out, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that something was waiting. A few weeks later, I made the decision to leave. My husband and I agreed that it wasn't worth staying any longer, that the house had too much history and too many bad memories. We started looking for another place, far from the house with its scars and whispers. It wasn't easy, but after everything that had happened, I knew it was the right choice. Before we left, I stood in the front yard, looking up at the house one last time. It didn't feel like home. It never had. The silence was thick, like the house was holding its breath, watching me leave. And as I turned to walk away, I couldn't help but feel like I was finally leaving behind something that would never be mine. Something that would always be stuck in the past, no matter how much we tried to fix it. I'll never forget that house. Not the strange noises, the feeling of being watched, or the way it seemed to hold on to its history, like it couldn't let go. It was a house that had seen too much pain, and it was a house that would never be just a house. It would always be something more, something heavy, something I couldn't escape. I don't know why we thought it was a good idea. Maybe it was the boredom of living in a small town, or maybe we just wanted to impress the girls, but that night still sticks with me. The memory of it isn't like the ones that fade over time or change with retelling. This one is still sharp, still too vivid. It was late fall, just cool enough to wear a jacket, but not cold enough for it to be uncomfortable. The kind of night where the sky feels too big, the stars too bright, and the dark seems to stretch further than it should. My buddy Jake had his dad's old truck, and we picked up two girls, Sarah and Emily, before heading out. They were the kind of girls who liked guys who could handle creepy things, and we wanted to prove we weren't afraid of anything. So we took them to the abandoned house. Everybody in town knew about it. It was way out in the deep country, down past the old mill road, off the highway, down a winding dirt road with more potholes than pavement. You had to drive slow or risk breaking an axle. Then, once the road ended, it was a half-mile walk through the woods. There was no driveway, no clearing, just trees, thick and silent, pressing in on both sides. The house had been empty for decades. Nobody lived near it, and as far as I knew, nobody ever had since whatever happened there in the 1970s. I'd heard stories, kids talked about it in school, but nobody had ever been able to say exactly what went down. Some said people were murdered inside. Some said bodies were buried under the house. There were too many rumors, but nobody knew the truth for sure. What we did know was that the place had a reputation, and that was enough for us. When we got out of the truck, the woods were quiet. Too quiet. No crickets, no rustling leaves, no distant barking dogs. Just the sound of our own footsteps crunching over twigs and dead leaves. The girls were already on edge, whispering to each other, but Jake and I just laughed it off. We wanted to act like we weren't scared. The house was exactly how I remembered it from the last time I'd been out there. 2 stories, leaning slightly to one side, with broken windows and a sagging porch. The door was still hanging open like it always was, the hinges long rusted. Inside, the air was stale, thick with the smell of old wood and rot. Our flashlights bounced off peeling wallpaper, broken furniture, and the kind of dust that only settles in places that haven't been touched in years. We walked through every room, taking our time, shining our lights into dark corners. There were still old things left behind, rusted bed frames, a toppled-over dresser, an old newspaper so faded I couldn't read the date. It felt empty, like any other abandoned house, but there was something about it that made my stomach feel tight, like we weren't supposed to be there. After a while, we got bored and decided to check out the shed out back. I had never been inside it before. From the outside, it was just a small, slanted structure, half covered in vines, with a rusted metal roof that had caved in on one side. The door was swollen shut from years of rain, but Jake and I both pushed against it, trying to force it open. That's when we heard it. A scream. A woman's scream. It was loud, sharp, and it cut through the trees like a blade. We froze. My first thought was that one of the girls had gotten hurt, but they were both standing right behind us, gripping each other's arms. Jake and I looked at each other. The scream had come from inside the house. I thought maybe, just maybe, some of our friends had followed us out here to mess with us. But as I looked at Jake, I could tell he was thinking the same thing I was. Nobody we knew would have come out here alone in the dark just to pull a prank. And even if they had, we would have seen their flashlights. We would have heard them sneaking around. But there was nothing, just silence. We ran back inside, shoving the door open so hard it nearly came off the hinges. Our flashlights cut through the dark, bouncing off the walls as we searched every room. Nobody was there. The place was empty. The girls were breathing hard, gripping each other's jackets like they were trying to fuse together. Jake's face was pale, his jaw tight. I could feel my own pulse pounding in my ears. Then, just as we were about to leave, the screaming started again. But this time, it wasn't coming from inside. It was coming from everywhere, all around us. It was a woman, over and over again, her voice raw and panicked, echoing through the trees, from the walls, from the air itself. My stomach turned to ice. Every instinct in my body told me to run. And we did. We bolted out the door, sprinting back through the woods like our lives depended on it. The ground was uneven, branches snapping under our feet, tree roots reaching out like hands trying to trip us. The screaming followed us, getting louder, coming from every direction. I couldn't tell if it was one voice or many. We stumbled back onto the dirt road, barely slowing down as we piled into the truck. Jake turned the key, the engine roared to life, and we tore out of there, tires spitting gravel, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust behind. Nobody spoke on the drive back. When we finally got to Jake's house, we told his older brother what had happened. He didn't even look surprised. "You know they found bodies out there, right?" he said, leaning back in his chair. I didn't answer. Back in the 70s, some drifter or something killed a bunch of people. They say he took women out there, did God knows what. Corpus found in Tulach. I wanted to tell him he was full of shit, that it was just some urban legend. But the look on his face told me otherwise. Jake and I never went back. Sarah and Emily wouldn't even talk about it. To this day, none of our friends have ever admitted to messing with us. And I know deep down they didn't. Because whatever was out there that night, whatever was screaming, it wasn't human. It had been a long, quiet evening at my friend's house. We were sitting on the couch in the living room, watching TV and snacking on chips, just like any other night. But this night felt different. The air was thick with something I couldn't quite place, an unspoken unease that had been building for a while. I'd heard the rumors about the house, of course. Everyone in town knew about it. The house, a century-old structure, sat tucked away on a quiet street in the city. From the moment I first stepped inside, I felt the weight of its age. The house creaked and groaned with every step, the kind of noises that make you feel like you're never truly alone. My friend had always said the place was haunted, but she never seemed scared. In fact, she seemed almost comforted by the presence she felt there, often telling me that there was some kind of guardian angel looking over her. It was strange, really. She would go on about how the house felt alive in a way, like it had a soul of its own. Of course, I didn't take much stock in the paranormal stuff. I liked the idea of ghost stories as much as the next person, but I never believed in them. Still, there was something about the place that I couldn't shake. The attic, especially, was unsettling. I'd never been up there myself, but she had mentioned it a few times, the third-floor attic, with its low beams and shadowed corners. Something about it gave her the creeps, and it definitely gave me the creeps just hearing about it. That night, after hours of talking and laughing, my curiosity about her house's eerie vibe got the better of me. I asked her again about her experiences. She'd told me so many stories over the years, things that seemed too strange to ignore. One in particular stuck with me. She'd mentioned waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of a toy playing. It was one of those old wind-up toys that spins around while playing a tune, the kind you find in antique shops or tucked away in basements. I remember her describing it in detail. The toy was in the small closet above her bed, a cramped little storage area that was barely big enough to fit anything but old boxes and forgotten things. According to her, it wasn't the first time she'd heard the toy playing in the middle of the night. At first, she thought it was a figment of her imagination, but when it happened again, she knew something was off. The toy would wind up, and then, as if it were somehow alive, it would begin playing its haunting little tune. The sound echoed through the room, filling the silence with a melody that didn't belong. She told me that she froze at first, just lying there in her bed, too afraid to move. The sound was so clear and distinct that she could almost feel it in her chest. It wasn't just the music that freaked her out. It was the fact that the toy hadn't been wound up for years. It was stored in the back of her closet, buried under a pile of old clothes and forgotten trinkets. Yet somehow it played. When the sound stopped, she was relieved, but only for a few minutes. Then, as if it had never ceased, it started up again. This time, she couldn't ignore it. She got out of bed, heart pounding in her chest, and climbed into the closet, desperate to turn the toy off. But no matter how hard she reached, she couldn't find it. The toy was just out of her grasp. It was like it was toying with her, knowing she couldn't get to it. She told me she felt something cold brush against her skin as she stretched out, but when she looked, there was nothing there. Eventually, the toy stopped, and the room fell silent once more. But that silence was more unnerving than the toy's music. She said it was like the house was waiting for something. As she told me this story, I couldn't help but notice the tension in her voice. She wasn't scared exactly, but there was something in her eyes that suggested she'd seen enough to make her uneasy. And then, of course, there were the cats. Her two cats, always so calm and affectionate, had started acting strangely around that closet. She'd noticed it at first when she came home one day. The cats were just staring at that corner of her room, wide-eyed, their bodies stiff. They weren't moving, not even blinking. She called them, tried to get their attention, but they just stared. And then the dog, her usually playful and energetic dog, started doing the same thing. It was the way they all seemed to be fixated on that one spot, like something was there, something they could see but she couldn't. The house always felt a little off when they acted like that. One of the most unsettling things she told me happened a few months ago. We were hanging out, as usual, and decided to try something. She had this old video recorder, and we figured, why not? We'd never done anything like this before, but the idea of capturing something on camera, something we couldn't explain, seemed like a good idea. We decided to leave the recorder up in the attic. I don't know why, but it felt like that was where we'd get the best results. It was the perfect spot, quiet, isolated, and full of strange energy. We left the house for a bit, just to make sure we were out of the way of anything that might happen. We returned a couple of hours later, excited and a little nervous. As soon as we watched the footage, we both froze. At first, it was just the usual hum of static and empty space. But then, clear as day, we heard a voice. It was unmistakable, a woman's voice calling her name. Sarah. That's what it said, Sarah. We both stared at the screen, stunned. It wasn't either of us. We weren't even in the house when the recording was made, and there was no way it was her dad. He was downstairs, asleep on the couch. The voice was clear, sharp, and so real it made the hairs on my arms stand up. It was a woman's voice, definitely not her mom, and she wasn't home. That wasn't the only thing we caught on tape. We heard footsteps. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, but then it kept happening. The creaking of floorboards, the sound of something moving across the attic floor, just beyond the camera's view. We even heard a cough, followed by a soft sneezing sound, as if someone was up there, right in front of the camera. But when we checked the attic afterward, there was no one there. The silence was so thick, it felt suffocating. We tried recording more after that, hoping to catch something else, but nothing as clear as that first instance. Still, the house continued to feel alive in ways that were hard to explain. We'd hear the footsteps, and sometimes even the furniture would shift on its own, just enough to notice, but not enough to be sure. There were nights when we'd hear things moving in the attic, but when we went up there, it was always still. No sign of anything out of place. It made me wonder, honestly, what was going on in that house. The most recent incident was the one that finally broke me. I stayed over one weekend, just hanging out, but things felt different this time. The house was unusually quiet, and for the first time, I felt truly uncomfortable being there. I kept hearing sounds coming from the attic, like things being knocked over or dragged across the floor. At first, I tried to brush it off, but then I heard something else, a distinct scraping noise, like someone was dragging something heavy. It was coming from right above us, from the ceiling. I wasn't going to go up to the attic by myself, not after everything I'd seen and heard, but my curiosity got the better of me, and I asked Sarah if she wanted to go with me. We grabbed a flashlight and slowly made our way up to the third floor. The door creaked as we opened it, and the smell of old wood and dust filled the air. We stood in the doorway for a moment, staring into the dark, empty space. Then I heard it, a sound, faint but distinct, from the far corner of the room. It was the toy, the same one Sarah had told me about. I couldn't believe it. I slowly walked over to where it lay, its music still faintly playing, winding down, and I reached out to turn it off. My hand shook as I touched it, the cold metal sending a jolt through my fingertips. "Turn it off," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. I did. The sound stopped, and for the first time since I stepped into that house, the air felt still, quiet, almost like it was waiting for us to leave. And that's when we decided it was time. We grabbed the recorder and rushed downstairs. After that night, Sarah decided to take a break from trying to capture anything else on tape. I didn't blame her. There was something about that house, the way it seemed to be alive with sounds and movements, the way the animals reacted to the unseen, that made me question everything. The place wasn't haunted in the traditional sense, but there was something there, something I couldn't explain. I still visit Sarah, of course, but every time I step through that door, I can't shake the feeling that something's watching. It's hard to explain. The house is old, yes, but there's something more to it, something that doesn't belong. I don't know if it's the past, the history of the house, or something else entirely. But one thing's for sure, I don't think we'll ever truly understand what's going on there. And I don't know if I want to. Some things are better left unknown. It's a strange thing to feel like something's off when you're supposed to be surrounded by the comfort of family. Growing up, I had a very distinct sense that something wasn't quite right, even when everything seemed fine. I didn't know how to describe it, didn't even have the words for it at the time, but it was there, always lurking in the background, always making me feel uneasy in a way I couldn't shake. It wasn't a big thing, not a glaring absence, but more of a subtle weight that seemed to press down on me when I wasn't looking. Every time we sat down for dinner, all of us gathered around the table, I would scan the room, looking at my parents, my siblings, and the empty chairs. It was a strange feeling, almost like I was trying to find a piece of a puzzle that never quite fit. I would think to myself, surely this can't be all of us. It was like I was waiting for someone to walk through the door, someone I couldn't quite name, someone I couldn't quite remember. I never spoke about it, never had the words or the courage to tell anyone, but it was there every time, making me feel uneasy in my own skin. The feeling was always there, gnawing at the back of my mind. Every family gathering, every holiday dinner, every quiet evening together, it felt like someone was missing, like there was supposed to be one more person. I couldn't explain it to anyone, so I didn't try. I thought I was just being silly or imagining things. But the feeling never went away. It wasn't just a passing thought or a weird daydream, it lingered. It was with me when I woke up in the morning, when I went to bed at night. It was there, hanging in the air like something I couldn't quite touch or understand. As I grew older, I started to notice other things. Little things that added to the unease I felt. I remember when I was in middle school, I started to get more sensitive to things. I'd lie in bed at night, staring at the ceiling, and feel like something was watching me. It wasn't a bad feeling, not exactly, but it was unsettling. It felt like someone, or something, was there, standing just beyond the edge of my vision, waiting for me to turn my head. Sometimes I'd get this odd, comforting sensation, like a presence that wanted to hold me, to soothe me. It was strange, almost like a gentle hug when I was feeling sad or alone. But the weirdest part? I didn't know who or what it was. It felt nurturing. It was almost as though whatever it was that lingered around me understood when I was upset and wanted to make me feel better. It didn't feel threatening, but it was unfamiliar, and the feeling of being watched stayed with me. I never told anyone about it, not even my sister, who I was closest to. I kept it to myself, as I'd done with the other strange sensations I had over the years. After all, I didn't have any explanations for it. Who would believe me? It wasn't until the final years of middle school that I finally told my sister. We were sitting in her room, talking about our family, like we always did when we were alone. I don't know what made me bring it up, but I casually mentioned how, for as long as I could remember, I had always felt like someone was missing. She didn't say anything at first, just stared at me, maybe surprised that I was telling her something so personal. Then, I told her about the strange feeling I had in my room, about the comforting presence that seemed to be there when I was upset. It was a quiet admission, the kind you make when you're not sure how the other person will react. I waited for her to laugh at me or tell me I was being dramatic, but she didn't do that. Instead, she looked at me for a long time, like she was trying to figure out if I was joking. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet. "Whoa," she said, her eyes wide. She didn't say anything more at first, just sat there, lost in thought. I watched her, wondering what she was thinking, and I waited. After a long silence, she finally spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. "You were always crying for him when you were little. You used to say you missed him. Our brother." She paused for a moment, her face unreadable. "We never had a brother, though. You know that, right?" I felt a cold shiver run through me. I knew what she was talking about, but it didn't make sense. I had no memory of a brother, none at all. I had grown up with 2 sisters, and that was it. There had never been a brother. Our parents had never talked about one. It didn't add up. But hearing her say it, it stirred something in me, like a long-buried memory that didn't want to resurface. "What are you talking about?" I asked, confused, my heart pounding in my chest. I had never heard this before, never known about this lost brother. But something in her words felt familiar, like a faint echo of something I should know. "When you were little," she continued, her voice soft but steady, "you would always cry for him. You'd ask where he was, and when Mom would ask who you were talking about, you'd say the brother I had. And you'd always say you missed him, that you wanted to see him again." I couldn't explain it. It made no sense. There had never been another brother. There was no family history of loss or grief. My mom had never been pregnant with a son, and as far as I knew, there had never been any mention of a child who didn't survive. But the more I thought about it, the more I wondered. Could it have been some kind of memory, something I couldn't fully understand? Was it possible that my mind had created this idea of a brother, someone I never knew, but who I had longed for in some way? And then there was the feeling in my room, the one that comforted me when I was sad. Was it possible that the presence I felt, the one that seemed to watch over me in my darkest moments, was somehow connected to this lost brother? Could it be that it wasn't just my imagination, but something more, something I couldn't fully grasp or comprehend? The idea was strange, almost too much to take in, but it didn't feel entirely wrong. It didn't feel like a ghost or a supernatural thing. It felt real, in a way I couldn't explain. It felt like a part of me, a part of my family, that had been hidden away, lost in time. I didn't talk much about it after that night. My sister and I never spoke of it again, though the weight of it stayed with me. I still feel it sometimes, that odd sensation that someone is just out of reach, that someone is missing. The feeling never fully went away. I wonder, sometimes, if there's more to it, more to this strange presence that seemed to comfort me when I needed it most. Was it truly my lost brother, or was it something else entirely? Something beyond my understanding? I don't know. Maybe I never will. But there are moments when I think about it, moments when I feel the strange sensation again, that same feeling I had as a child, that something was missing. It's hard to explain, and maybe it's just me holding on to something from my past that doesn't make sense. But part of me wonders if it was real, and if somehow, some way, I wasn't ever truly alone. I was having the dream again. It was always the same, in some way or another, a world crumbling under the weight of something unnatural, something relentless. The streets outside were broken, littered with abandoned cars. Their doors swung open, as if the people inside had tried to run and never made it far. The air carried a weight of silence, the kind that only existed after too much noise, after too much had happened. And somewhere beyond the buildings, I knew they were out there. The undead. I had been running for what felt like days, scavenging for food, dodging the groups of things that moved in staggered, jerky motions, their presence a sickening reminder that nothing was normal anymore. Every encounter was a risk, Every moment outside was a game of survival. It was exhausting. Then suddenly I was home. I don't know how I got there. 1 second, I had been outside, and the next, I was standing in my living room, the television on, but playing nothing of importance. Static hummed softly from the speakers. It was daylight, pale sunlight filtering through the blinds, slicing across the carpet in angled lines. The clock on the wall read 11:30 a.m., and my mother was there. She had just gotten home from a trip. She was setting her bags down, acting like nothing was wrong, like the world wasn't falling apart outside. I tried to tell her what was happening, to explain that we needed to be careful, that we couldn't just go about things like normal, but she barely acknowledged my words. Instead, she was upset about some chore that needed to be done. I don't even remember what it was, just that it felt impossibly unimportant compared to everything else. I argued. She didn't listen. At some point, I gave up, deciding to stall by taking a nap. Sleep had been rare in this nightmare, and I figured if I could just rest, maybe I would wake up, and things would be different. Before lying down, I took an aspirin. The pill got stuck in my throat, and I started coughing, my breath catching as I tried to clear it. The sun was still there, streaming through the blinds, the television's soft hum still in the background. It felt real. Then I woke up. I jolted upright in bed, my chest heaving, throat raw as I coughed violently. My body felt heavy, sluggish, like I had actually been running, like I had actually gone through all of it. It took a few seconds to register my surroundings. The sun was coming in through my blinds at the same angle. The television was on in the living room, playing softly. My bedroom door was open. The clock read 11:45 a.m. My stomach twisted. For a split second, I thought I was still in the dream, that I had woken up into the same place, the same moment, that the nightmare hadn't ended. My heart was hammering against my ribs, my skin slick with sweat. And then the real panic set in. My mother wasn't supposed to be home yet. I sat there, breathing hard, trying to piece together what was happening. The dream had felt so real, down to the details, down to the way the sun cut through my room, the way the television played in the background, the way I had been coughing. And now I was here, in the exact same situation, with no clear understanding of how much of it had been real, and how much of it had been my mind twisting into something else. I thought about the apocalypse, the streets, the running. I thought about the argument with my mother, how I had been so convinced it was real. I thought about how, in the dream, I had woken up at 11:30 a.m., coughing from the aspirin, and how now, in reality, I was coughing, and the time had barely moved forward. I could feel my heartbeat in my ears. I turned slowly, my muscles stiff with hesitation, and looked toward the bedroom door. The hallway beyond was quiet. The television's soft murmur drifted in from the living room. I had to get up. I had to check. Swinging my legs over the side of the bed, I stood, my body still feeling weighed down by exhaustion. Every step toward the hallway felt unnatural, like moving through water. My hands were clammy, my throat still burning from the coughing fit. I peeked into the living room. Empty. The couch sat untouched. The coffee table, the blanket draped over the side, the remote resting next to a half-empty water bottle. Everything was exactly as I had left it the night before. The television was playing some morning talk show, the hosts laughing at something I wasn't paying attention to. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. I stepped further into the room, glancing toward the front door. It was locked, just as I had left it. No signs of anything being disturbed. I exhaled, trying to shake off the unease. It was just a dream, a hyper-realistic, painfully detailed dream, but a dream nonetheless. Still, I couldn't shake the way my body felt, the way my hands still trembled slightly, the way my heart refused to settle into a normal rhythm. I grabbed my phone off the counter and checked for any missed calls or messages. Nothing unusual. I hesitated before texting my mother, asking if she was still on her trip. Her response came a minute later. Yes, still here. Everything okay? I let out a slow breath. It had just been a dream. But as I sat there on the couch, watching the morning light stretch further across the floor, I couldn't help but feel like something was off. Like I had crossed some invisible line between reality and something else, something I wasn't supposed to touch. I shook the thought away. It was just a dream. My mom swears to this day this story is 100% true. I wasn't old enough to remember any of it, but she has recounted the events so many times that I know every detail by heart. It all started when my parents lived in a small apartment right after I was born. They had a modest two-bedroom unit on the second floor of a building that wasn't exactly new, but not too old either. It wasn't a fancy place, but it was home, and my parents were doing their best to make it work for me, their firstborn. At the time, I was just an infant, barely able to crawl, but I'd always been an energetic kid. As my mom would later tell me, I was always moving, always curious, and always getting into everything I could reach. She would have to keep a very close eye on me because even at such a young age, I was already a handful. Mom and Dad had set up a crib for me in their room because they figured it would be easier for her to keep an eye on me that way. The crib was a simple wooden one, nothing fancy, just a place for me to sleep, though I often wasn't asleep for long stretches. I would wake up frequently, and being too young to know better, would start crawling around and making noise. My mom would check in on me every few minutes, making sure I wasn't getting into trouble. And she told me that, for the most part, I was a pretty happy baby, just a little too curious for my own good. One of my mom's routines was doing laundry. She'd go into the other room to wash clothes while I was in my crib, usually still awake, rolling around and babbling to myself. She'd leave the door to the laundry room open just enough so she could hear me if I needed anything. Most of the time, when she'd peek in to check on me, I'd be doing exactly what she expected. Sitting up in the crib, sometimes pulling myself up on the bars, sometimes lying back down with my blankets tangled around me. But there was one thing that started to trouble her. Over the course of several days, my mom began to notice something strange. She'd walk into the room and see me awake, playing or crawling around, but when she came back from the laundry room, I was always perfectly settled in my crib, tucked under my covers, and everything looked neat. At first, she chalked it up to me just being a particularly fussy baby who managed to settle herself back down somehow. But as this continued to happen, she became increasingly uneasy. She began to wonder how I could be moving around, only to be perfectly still and organized when she came back into the room. She mentioned this to my dad, but he was skeptical. He was always the kind of person who didn't believe in anything odd or unexplained. If something strange happened, there was usually a logical explanation in his mind. Maybe I was just a sleepwalker, he suggested. Maybe I was rolling over in my sleep and kicking my covers back on, which caused me to look all neat when she returned. But my mom wasn't convinced. She kept getting more and more worried. It wasn't just the neatness that bothered her. It was the feeling she got when she walked into that room. It started to feel like something wasn't right. After a few more days of this, she decided to buy a baby monitor. It was one of those old school ones, the kind with the analog dial and static you could hear when it picked up sounds. She set it up, figuring it would help her keep an ear on me when she was in the other room. The first few days with the monitor didn't seem to change anything, but one afternoon, something happened that shook her to her core. It was a quiet day. My dad was at work, and my mom was in the kitchen, preparing lunch and filling my bottle. She had the baby monitor on the counter, the sound of static barely audible in the background. She was busy, focused on her tasks, when she heard a strange noise coming from the monitor. It wasn't the usual crackle of static. This was different, high and low-pitched sounds, like a faint humming or some sort of whistling. It was eerie, unsettling. My mom froze for a moment, trying to make sense of the noise. It didn't sound like anything she had heard before. She walked into my room, unsure of what to expect. When she opened the door, she saw me in my crib, but something was wrong. I wasn't asleep or playing. I was on all fours, staring at something in the corner of the room, next to the nightstand and the lamp. My mom called my name, trying to get my attention, but I didn't react. I didn't move a muscle. I just kept staring, my tiny body frozen in place, my eyes fixed on nothing that my mom could see. She stood there for a moment, watching me, trying to make sense of it. Then, as she approached the crib to check on me, she noticed something that sent a chill down her spine. The nightstand, which had always been plain and simple, now had something carved into the wood. It wasn't a carving she had ever seen before. It wasn't a design or a random scratch from some kind of accident. No, this was deliberate. I hate messy cribs. The words were scratched into the wood, as if someone had used a sharp object to carve them out. My mom's heart raced. She couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. The room was still, and I was still staring at the corner, oblivious to her presence. My mom grabbed me, holding me close, and looked around the room for any sign of what could have caused this. But there was nothing except for the disturbing message on the nightstand. At first, My mom thought it was some kind of mistake. Maybe the wood had been scratched by something, or maybe there was some other logical explanation. But as she looked closer, she realized that the carving was too precise to be an accident. It was done intentionally, and the words, they didn't make any sense. Who would write something like that? My mom didn't waste any time. She left the room in a hurry, clutching me tightly, and she ran to the kitchen to call my dad. She told him what had happened, describing the strange noises, the way I was acting, and the terrifying message carved into the wood. At first, he brushed it off, just like he always did with anything that seemed out of the ordinary. But this time, my mom wasn't backing down. She was shaken to her core. A couple of days passed, but my mom's unease only grew stronger. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. She couldn't explain the noises or the carving, and she definitely couldn't explain my odd behavior. She decided that enough was enough. She needed to get out of that apartment, to get away from whatever was happening there. She couldn't bear the thought of staying there with me any longer. She called her parents, my grandparents, and told them what was going on. They immediately offered to let us stay with them for a while, so that's what we did. We packed up our things and moved in with them for what was supposed to be a temporary stay. My mom never went back to that apartment. She and my dad eventually found a new place to live, but she never forgot what happened. To this day, my mom says she's convinced that there was something more to what happened than just an overactive imagination. She believes that something was in that apartment, watching me, and somehow manipulating events to make her question her sanity. She'll tell anyone who asks that she knows what she saw, that she knows the apartment was never right. And she'll always remember that feeling of walking into that room, seeing me in my crib, perfectly still, while something carved into the nightstand made its presence known. I don't know what happened, but I've always trusted my mom. I've never been able to shake the feeling that there was something more to her story, something that was beyond my understanding as a child. I'm just glad that we got out of there, and I've never had any strange experiences like that since. But every time my mom tells the story, I can see the fear in her eyes, and I know she'll never forget it. I was about 14 years old, sitting at my computer, a bulky thing at the time. It was the middle of the afternoon, the sunlight pouring through the windows, casting a warm glow across the room. I was playing Command & Conquer, Tiberian Sun, deeply focused on my game. My back was to the front door, which was made entirely of glass. The door opened up into the front yard, so from where I sat, I couldn't see much outside unless I turned around. I often liked the setup. It was peaceful, with no distractions. It was my space, and I was content in it, lost in my game. But then, something changed. It wasn't a sound, nor was it a sudden movement. It was more of a shift in the air around me, a sudden weight that pressed on my chest. It was subtle at first, like the room had gotten quieter, as though all the noises of the house, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sound of a dog barking, had just stopped. I felt it before I saw it, the familiar feeling that something was wrong. I couldn't place it exactly, but I knew something was out of place. It was a feeling like being watched, like someone was there, just behind me, waiting for me to turn around. I couldn't explain it, but it felt like the atmosphere itself had darkened, despite the bright daylight outside. It was a strange, uncomfortable feeling that made my skin prickle. For some reason, I couldn't focus on the game anymore. The clicking of my mouse felt distant, almost muffled. And then, without even thinking, my instincts kicked in. I turned around. I didn't know what I expected to see. Maybe a neighbor, or a package left at the door. But what I saw made my heart race, and my blood run cold. There was a figure standing just outside the door, taller than the door itself. The figure was hunched slightly, its head bent sideways, almost as if it was trying to peer through the glass. It was too tall to be anyone normal. The sunlight didn't reach it. It was darker than anything around it, like a shadow that didn't quite belong. It stood still, unmoving. I couldn't make out any details. The figure was pitch black, no defining features at all. It was as if the figure absorbed light, a void standing in the sunlight. The edges of its form were blurred, like looking at something through a fogged-up window. It was dressed in what looked like a long coat or jacket, but the shape of it didn't make sense. It seemed old-fashioned somehow, but I couldn't make out the details. Its head was covered by some sort of hat, a wide-brimmed one, the kind you'd expect to see from old Western movies. But nothing about the scene felt right. There was no way this figure could have been someone just passing by. I couldn't move. My breath caught in my throat as I stared, my heart pounding harder with every passing second. I could feel my pulse in my ears, the blood rushing in a dull roar. The figure didn't move, didn't blink. But somehow, I knew it was staring at me, its presence heavy and unyielding, like it could see straight into me, like it was aware of every thought I had. The air felt colder, the room suddenly suffocating. For what felt like an eternity, I couldn't bring myself to look away. My body felt like it was frozen in place. I wanted to yell, to move, to do anything, but I couldn't. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Was it a prank? Could it have been a neighbor playing some sort of joke? No, it wasn't. It couldn't be. The figure was too tall, too dark, too unnatural to be a person in any normal sense. It was like something out of a nightmare, out of place and wrong in a way I couldn't describe. Suddenly, my instincts snapped back into action. I couldn't stay there, not knowing what that thing was. I had to look away, had to turn back around to do something. But I was too scared to move, too scared to act. I swallowed hard and forced myself to take a deep breath, trying to calm the surge of panic threatening to overwhelm me. I turned back to the computer screen, my fingers frozen on the mouse. I couldn't bring myself to look again, not yet. I sat there for a moment, my breath shallow and quick, trying to steady myself. The sound of the game still played in my ears, but it was distant now, like it was coming from far away. I forced myself to focus, to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, that nothing was there. I told myself it was fine. It had to be fine. It was just a weird feeling, nothing more. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I summoned the courage to turn back around. Slowly, almost painfully, I craned my neck to glance toward the door again. But the figure was gone. The spot where it had been standing was empty. Nothing but the clear glass door and the bright, open yard beyond. The sunlight was still streaming in, casting no shadows. But that feeling of dread, that suffocating weight, still lingered in the air, heavy and oppressive. I exhaled a shaky breath, relieved but still on edge. My mind couldn't let go of what I had seen. How could something that huge, that dark, just disappear so quickly? It didn't make sense. I ran through a dozen different possibilities in my head, each more unlikely than the last. Maybe it was some kind of trick of the light. Maybe my eyes had played a cruel joke on me. Maybe there was a car parked just outside the door, and I had only imagined the figure. I tried to tell myself it didn't matter, that it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling. And then, something else clicked in my brain, a realization that sent a shiver down my spine. I had been sitting there for an hour, maybe more, facing the door, facing the front yard. I had heard nothing, no footsteps, no knock, no movement of any kind, just silence. If someone had been standing outside the door, I should have heard them. The sound of someone walking on the gravel path, even just the shuffle of shoes, would have been noticeable. But I hadn't. It was as if the figure had appeared out of thin air, without making a sound, without leaving a trace. I sat there, still staring at the door, trying to make sense of it. But the more I thought, the more I realized how wrong it had all felt. It wasn't just a person outside. It wasn't a normal encounter with someone who had knocked or stood there for a moment. That figure had been wrong in ways I couldn't explain. It wasn't human, or at least, it wasn't anything I recognized as human. The way it had bent over to peer inside, the way it hadn't moved at all, the way it had stood there motionless, as if waiting for me to notice, it felt calculated. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do. I needed to tell someone, but I didn't know who would believe me. How could I explain something so strange and unsettling? I thought about calling my mom, but then I realized how ridiculous it would sound. Hey, I think I saw something creepy outside the door. I wasn't sure she would understand, or worse, she'd think I was just being paranoid, overactive imagination and all. I sat there for what felt like hours, my thoughts churning, trying to make sense of what I had seen. But no matter how much I thought about it, I kept coming back to the same conclusion. There was no logical explanation for it. It didn't make sense. It didn't fit in with anything I knew. I couldn't ignore it, though. I couldn't just forget about it. Eventually, I got up from the computer and walked cautiously to the door. I opened it just a crack, peeking outside. The yard was empty, quiet as ever. I stepped out onto the porch and glanced around. No one, nothing, just the familiar view of the street and the houses around us. It was a peaceful neighborhood, a quiet area. There was nothing here that would explain what I had seen. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it, still shaking from the encounter. I didn't know what to think anymore. Was it just my imagination? Was it something else, something darker? Either way, I didn't feel safe, not in that moment. The feeling that had settled in my chest still lingered, like something was waiting, lurking, just out of sight. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of something being out there, waiting for me to turn my back again. I didn't know what I had seen that day, but I knew one thing for sure. It wasn't something I could easily forget, and it was something that would haunt me for a long time. It was 1998, a time when cell phones weren't as common, and the world outside felt a lot quieter. I was 18 and living in a small town. It wasn't the sort of place that offered much excitement, so when I got a girlfriend from the next town over, I thought it was a good way to break the monotony. Her town was about 10 to 15 miles away, and the only way to get there was through a long stretch of highway that seemed to go on forever. The highway was empty most of the time, just straight lanes lined with thick trees on either side, with nothing to break the monotony except the occasional house far off in the distance. The only lights at night were your headlights, and sometimes the only sound was the hum of your tires against the road. This night, I was driving to see her just before dark. It was a typical drive. I knew the highway well, and I wasn't expecting anything unusual. There were only a few cars on the road, and the one that I remember most vividly was a truck. It wasn't like a pickup truck, but one of those boxy trucks, the kind that looks like something a delivery guy would drive. It had no doors, just open spaces where they should be. It was from some plumbing company, and it was the only other vehicle on the road. At first, it seemed like any other vehicle, but that quickly changed. I drove past the truck, thinking nothing of it. There was no reason for me to even give it a second glance. The road was wide, 2 lanes each way, with more than enough space for us to coexist peacefully. But as soon as I passed it, the driver flipped out. He slammed his truck's horn and swerved right up next to me, almost as if he was trying to force me off the road. My first instinct was to speed up, get away from him, but there was something about his reaction that set me on edge. I could see his face through the passenger window, his eyes wide, his face contorted with anger. At first, I tried to ignore him. I mean, it wasn't like I'd done anything wrong. I didn't cut him off, didn't brake check him, nothing. It was a completely normal pass. But he was relentless. He kept matching my speed, driving right next to me, honking his horn like mad. I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on, and for a second, I wondered if I had done something wrong. Did I cut him off? I didn't think so. But this guy was out of control. He was yelling, though I couldn't hear what he was saying. I could see his mouth moving, and his hands were flailing around, gesturing wildly like he was trying to communicate something. But what? Then, he started trying to run me off the road. He veered towards me, trying to push me into the shoulder, where the gravel met the trees. I swerved to avoid him, heart pounding, trying to keep my cool. I wasn't sure what the hell was going on, but I knew I couldn't let him push me off the road. I had to stay focused. I backed off a little, hoping that by slowing down, he'd go ahead of me and I could just be done with him. But no, instead of getting in front of me and leaving me alone, he slowed down too. He didn't want to pass me. He wanted to keep me trapped. He slammed on his brakes, hard. I had to slam on mine too to avoid crashing into the back of him. He didn't care about his own safety. It was like he was trying to force me into some kind of game. I wasn't about to play along. I stepped on the gas, trying to get around him, but every time I tried, he swerved into my lane. I had to yank the wheel to the side to avoid crashing into him. His brakes screeched each time, and I could see him in my rearview mirror, frantically gesturing at me again. It was a nightmare. A surreal moment where the world seemed to narrow down to just me and him, and everything else felt like it didn't exist anymore. It felt like hours, but in reality, it was only a few minutes. My heart was pounding in my chest. Sweat was forming on the back of my neck. I didn't know who this guy was, and I didn't know what he wanted, but I was getting desperate. If he was trying to run me off the road, I wasn't sure what would happen next. He was crazy, that much was clear. Finally, I managed to find an opening. I saw a little stretch of road where I could swing out to the left and pass him. I took the chance, slamming on the gas and darting around him, hoping like hell he wouldn't do anything crazy. For a second, I thought I might make it, but just as I was about to get ahead, I saw him swerve again, trying to block me in. I pulled the wheel hard to the right, just missing him by inches. My car was faster than his truck, and that's what gave me the edge. I gunned the engine and pulled ahead, my car zooming past his, and I didn't look back. I didn't slow down after that. I just kept going, my heart still pounding in my chest, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. I didn't know if he was still behind me, but I couldn't risk another encounter. I drove faster than I probably should have, my hands gripping the wheel, my eyes scanning the road ahead. The trees passed by in a blur, the night growing darker as I drove farther away from him. When I finally made it to my girlfriend's town, I was shaken. I didn't know if he had followed me or if he'd gone back the way he came, but I wasn't taking any chances. I pulled into her driveway, relieved to be away from that madness, but still haunted by what had just happened. I didn't want to just forget about it. I felt like I had to do something, so I called the plumbing company that had the truck. I thought maybe I'd misread the logo or something, that this guy was just some employee on a weird late-night run. But when I called them, they told me they didn't have any trucks out on the road. They didn't even know who the guy was. That left me with even more questions. Who was this guy? Why was he so determined to mess with me? I never figured it out. I never saw that truck or that guy again, but the memory of that night stuck with me. I didn't talk about it much, because honestly, it was one of those things that didn't make any sense. It was just too weird, too unsettling. I kept thinking about how lucky I was to have escaped. That guy had no reason to act like that, and for all I knew, he could have been someone with a grudge, or just someone who had snapped. Maybe he was just a crazy person with nothing better to do. To this day, I don't know what happened on that road. I don't know why he decided to target me, or why he acted the way he did. But I'll never forget the way my heart raced as I tried to outrun him. The feeling of not knowing if I'd make it through that stretch of road. And when I think back on it now, the one thing that stands out the most is how utterly powerless I felt in that moment. There was nothing I could do, no way to defend myself against someone who was willing to do anything to cause harm. I didn't have a phone to call for help, and the road was so isolated that no one would have heard me scream. It's a strange feeling, knowing that someone you've never met, someone with no reason to mess with you, can make you feel like your life is in danger. But I guess that's the reality of it. Not everything is explainable. Not every strange encounter has a neat conclusion. Sometimes you just make it out alive and have to live with the uncertainty. And that's what I did. When I was little, I was really religious. Not just a little, but deeply immersed in the idea of faith. It was odd because our family wasn't what you would call devout. We identified as Catholic, and we attended church on most Sundays, but religion wasn't a central part of our day-to-day life. My dad was from Puerto Rico, and he was raised in a very religious home. He had been close to becoming a priest when he was younger, or so he told me, but for some reason, as an adult, he wasn't particularly focused on faith anymore. Still, I think he liked the idea of me being so interested in religion. It wasn't that he pressured me. I think he was just pleased that his daughter seemed to have found something meaningful, something he understood and had grown up with. My mom, on the other hand, wasn't religious. She was more practical, more skeptical. Religion wasn't something that really influenced her worldview. But for me, it was everything. I could see myself in the stories we learned at church, the stories about saints, miracles, angels, and visions. I wasn't like the other kids who just went because they had to. I actually listened. I paid attention. I believed it all. And when we learned about divine visions one week in church, something clicked in my young mind. The idea of people having visions from God fascinated me. I didn't think it was just a story. No, this was real. The pastor talked about people who were chosen to receive messages from God. I remember he spoke about Mary in a field, how she appeared to children in Fatima, and some other visions I couldn't recall, but that didn't matter. What mattered was the idea that these people, these chosen vessels, had been given a direct line to the divine. I started obsessing over it. I asked my dad questions for weeks, asking him about what it meant to be a vessel of God, and whether anyone in our family had ever been touched by God in such a way. I would imagine myself standing in a field, glowing in the light of divine revelation, hearing God's voice. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What if I, too, could be one of those chosen to carry God's message? I prayed every night. Unlike everyone else in the family, I would kneel by my bed, hands clasped tightly together, and I would speak to God. I would ask for guidance, for protection, and for strength. I wanted to be special. I wanted to be important in a way that I couldn't explain. But one night, my prayer took on a different tone. I made an offer, a vow of sorts. I told God that I was ready to be his vessel, that if he wanted me to carry his message, I was willing to do it. I said these words so seriously, even though I didn't fully understand what it would mean. I was only 7 years old. I didn't know what I was asking for, but I said it with all the conviction of a child who believes wholeheartedly in the power of prayer. That night, things changed. At first, I didn't notice it, but slowly, I began to experience strange dreams. It wasn't just the usual mix of nonsense that kids dream about. No, these were different. They were vivid, detailed, and they felt so real that I couldn't shake them when I woke up. I would try to go about my day, but the images and the voices from my dreams would linger in my mind, like shadows that refused to disappear in the light of day. One night, I had a dream that stuck with me more than the others. I can still remember it clearly, even now. It started with a sensation, a heavy feeling that swept over me as I was falling asleep. I felt like I was sinking into something, like the weight of the world was pressing down on me, slowing me down. Everything felt sluggish, slow, and thick, as if I was moving through thick fog. And then, out of that fog, an image began to form. At first, it was blurry, but as it cleared, I saw it, a beautiful angel, carved into something that looked like tin. It was detailed and three-dimensional, the lines sharp and perfect. The colors were vibrant, like it was alive, but somehow frozen, like a relic. The angel was still, and it glowed faintly, its wings spread wide. I couldn't move my eyes away from it. The more I stared, the more I felt drawn to it, like it was speaking to me, even though it wasn't moving. And then, out of nowhere, I heard a voice. It was soft, soothing, but there was something eerie about it. It wasn't a natural voice, but it didn't sound harsh either. It was a woman's voice, speaking slowly, carefully, like she was trying to make sure I understood every word. "Camo 305, the voice said, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It was so familiar, but also wrong. "It is very important that you listen carefully to what I am about to tell you. This is a message from God, and he needs you to remember it very carefully." My heart began to race, and I felt a surge of panic flood through me. My eyes widened in terror, and my body froze. I wanted to scream, to get away from this voice, but my throat tightened, and all I could do was beg. "No, no, not me, please, not me." I cried out, but the voice didn't stop. It continued speaking, slowly, calmly, as if it hadn't heard me at all. I begged louder, shaking my head, desperate to make it stop. The angel's image before me started to blur, its sharp edges becoming soft and hazy, as if the fog was returning. But the voice didn't stop. It didn't slow down or soften. It kept speaking, like it was determined to finish its message, no matter how much I pleaded. I was terrified. I could feel my chest tightening as I gasped for air, but I couldn't escape. I cried harder, calling out for someone, anyone, to help. The image of the angel dissolved completely, swallowed by the fog, and just as the voice started to say something else, I woke up. I was in my bed, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. My mom was standing over me, her hand gently shaking me awake, her worried face looking down at me. She had come into my room after hearing me cry out in distress. I didn't know what time it was, but I was still shaking. "Are you okay?" she asked softly, but I could hear the worry in her voice. She had come in because she thought I was having a nightmare, but I didn't know how to explain what had just happened. I couldn't form the words. I just nodded, still trying to catch my breath. My mom tucked me back in, kissed my forehead, and left the room. But as I lay there in the dark, I couldn't shake the fear. I was scared to close my eyes again. The thought of falling asleep and having that dream again was enough to keep me wide awake, my mind racing. The voice, the angel, everything, it felt real, too real. The nightmares didn't stop there. They kept coming. I couldn't escape them, no matter how hard I tried. Every night, as I drifted into sleep, I could feel the same sensation, the heaviness, the fog, and then that image of the angel. And every time, the voice would come, speaking slowly, deliberately, and I would beg it to leave me alone. But it never did. I started losing sleep. I would stay awake until late into the night, my mind buzzing with anxiety. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't relax. I was scared of what would happen if I closed my eyes. My mom started to notice. I was always tired in the mornings, always irritable. One night, as she tucked me into bed, she asked me why I wasn't sleeping. I cried as I told her about the dreams, about the voice. She didn't understand. She told me it was just a bad dream, that I was imagining things, that God wasn't trying to tell me anything. but I wasn't sure if I believed that. The fear I felt was real, and the dreams felt real. How could she say it was just a dream? The dreams continued, but eventually they stopped. Slowly, over time, the voice stopped speaking. The angel disappeared from my dreams, and I started to feel more normal again. But I couldn't forget what had happened. I couldn't forget the fear I felt, the overwhelming sense that something had been trying to reach me, trying to communicate with me, even if I didn't understand it. Eventually, my fixation on religion faded. I never got confirmed, and as I grew older, I found myself questioning everything I had once believed in. Now, as an adult, I'm agnostic. I don't know what to believe anymore, but I do know one thing. The fear I felt back then, the fear of being chosen to carry God's message, was something I never want to experience again. It was a quiet, typical evening when I started house-sitting for my neighbor, a couple who had gone away for the weekend. The house was nestled on the outskirts of town, surrounded by acres of trees and farmland. I wasn't new to the house. I'd stayed there before, taking care of their dogs and collecting the mail while they were gone. The house was large, with creaky floors and a kind of old-world charm, especially with its long, winding hallway and big windows that faced the dark fields. The wind outside howled a little, rattling the leaves of the trees. The dogs were already settled in for the night. There were 3 of them, 2 large, muscular pit bulls and a smaller, scrappy terrier. They were used to my presence by now and didn't bark or whine when I showed up. They just followed me around, wagging their tails and waiting for me to settle in for the night. The couple had asked me to keep them in the living room when I was in bed, so I made sure they were comfortable with a blanket and some food before heading upstairs. The upstairs bedroom was just as I remembered it, neatly arranged, with a big queen-sized bed in the middle of the room, soft yellow light spilling in through the curtains. The kind of room that felt safe and cozy, perfect for resting after a long day. I laid down and stretched out on the bed, pulling the covers over myself, feeling the cool sheets against my skin. I wasn't exhausted, but I was tired enough to feel my eyelids growing heavy. The faint sound of the wind outside, combined with the soft ticking of a clock somewhere in the house, was lulling me towards sleep. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular, just letting my mind wander when I suddenly heard a noise from downstairs. It wasn't loud, not at first. Just a shuffle, a rustling sound, maybe a footstep or something else. I turned my head to look at the clock on the nightstand, just past midnight. Probably just the dogs moving around, I told myself. They were always shifting in their sleep, getting comfortable. Maybe one of them had bumped into something. I closed my eyes again, dismissing the sound. But then it came again. A soft clunk, followed by another shuffle. This time, I wasn't sure if it was the dogs, but they had been sleeping soundly before, sprawled out on their blanket. The terrier, usually the most active, had been snoring lightly, and the 2 pit bulls were sprawled out by the door, curled up together. Their heads shot up at the sound, their ears perked. I felt my heart rate quicken, but I tried to push it out of my mind. It was probably nothing, just the house settling. That's what I tried to convince myself of. Houses made noise at night, right? But then the dogs started growling. Low, menacing growls that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I could feel the tension rising in the air, a silent warning in the way the dogs' bodies stiffened. They were on alert now, their eyes focused on the door. The growls got louder, more intense, and their bodies began to move, as if they were getting ready to get up. I was still lying there, frozen, unsure of what was happening. I tried to move, to get up, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't obey. My eyes were wide open, and I could see everything clearly in the dark room now. The dogs were standing, their eyes fixed on the door, their bodies tense and ready to spring into action. The light from the moon outside filtered in through the window, casting shadows along the walls. Everything felt suffocatingly still, except for the growling and the noise from downstairs. It was then that I heard it, a noise that I could now distinguish with clarity. The sound was coming from the breezeway porch downstairs. There was a distinct rattling of a doorknob, followed by a soft scrape of something against the wood. It was unmistakable. Someone was trying to get in. I felt a surge of panic, but still, I couldn't move. I could only lie there, trapped in my own body, hearing the sounds coming closer. The dogs were now fully awake, barking loudly and frantically at the door, their growls turning into sharp barks that echoed throughout the house. They sounded like they wanted to tear through the door, but I was still frozen. I could see my phone on the bedside table, just within reach, but it might as well have been on the other side of the room for all the good it did me. I knew that I couldn't call anyone for help, not with the way things were looking. I was in a secluded area, miles away from the nearest neighbor. There was no one around to hear the dogs or the rattling of the doorknob. No one to help me. The fear crept in like ice water, chilling me to the bone. The house felt like it was closing in around me. The growls of the dogs and the noises downstairs made everything feel far too real, and yet I still couldn't move. It felt like I was suffocating, like I was trapped in my own body, unable to escape or even make a sound. I closed my eyes, hoping to block it all out, praying that whoever was downstairs would hear the dogs and leave. I kept my eyes shut, trying to force myself to calm down. The dogs kept barking, their voices growing more desperate with each passing moment. I heard more sounds from downstairs, a faint creak of floorboards, followed by another rustling. Then, the rattling of the doorknob came again. It felt like hours had passed. Every second stretched out, and I kept telling myself to stay calm, to focus, to do something. But the fear was too much, and I just couldn't move. My mind raced, spinning with possibilities. Who could it be? Was it just someone trying to break in? What if they had a weapon? What if they knew I was here? Eventually, the dogs quieted down, and I could hear them pacing around near the door. Their barking had lessened, but they were still restless, still alert. It had to have been at least 20 minutes by now. I was starting to regain control of my body, but my mind was still reeling with fear. My chest tightened with anxiety, but the noises had stopped. There was no more rattling, no more footsteps. For a long time, I lay there, frozen and uncertain. The house was silent except for the soft breathing of the dogs. I wanted to check, to get up and look, but my fear held me in place. What if they were still there? What if they were waiting for me to make a move? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what. Eventually, exhaustion took over. The fear was overwhelming, but my body couldn't hold on much longer. My eyes fluttered shut, and I drifted into a fitful sleep, filled with uneasy dreams of footsteps echoing through the house, of the dogs still barking, of the doorknob rattling endlessly. When I woke up, the sun was just beginning to rise. The room was quiet, the early light spilling through the window and casting long shadows across the floor. I sat up slowly, the remnants of fear still clinging to me, but the house was still. The dogs were lying down, no longer on edge. There were no signs of anyone having been there. I hesitated, my mind still spinning with questions. Had I imagined the whole thing? Had I just been so exhausted that my mind played tricks on me? But the dogs' reactions had been real. They'd been scared. And the doorknob, that wasn't in my head. It had been real. I got up and carefully went downstairs, my heart still pounding in my chest. Everything seemed normal, but the fear lingered. The door to the breezeway porch was still locked. There were no signs of forced entry, no signs that anyone had been there. Just silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been off, that someone had been there. But I had no proof, no evidence. I tried to push it out of my mind, telling myself that it was just my imagination running wild, that it had all been a strange series of coincidences. But even now, years later, I can't forget the feeling of being completely alone, trapped in my own body, with no way to escape whatever, or whoever, was downstairs. And I'll never forget the sound of the doorknob rattling. It was 2 years ago, a time when I was more curious than cautious. I had just heard about this new thing that was going around, incense that supposedly gets you high. My friend told me it was some of the strongest stuff on the market, and being me, I thought, no way, this guy is probably exaggerating. I didn't listen to the warnings about how potent it was, figuring that it couldn't be much different from the usual things people tried. I had smoked a fair bit before, so how bad could it be? I wasn't worried. I mean, how much harm could a little incense do? I arrived at my friend's house that afternoon. She'd been talking about this incense for days, and I was finally going to try it. As soon as I walked through the door, she greeted me with a big smile and led me to the kitchen. It was one of those comfortable houses where everything felt lived in, like it had been home for decades. Her parents weren't home, so it was just the two of us hanging out. I pulled out the incense, a small bag of what looked like dried herbs mixed with some unfamiliar stuff. It didn't smell like anything too unusual at first glance, but my friend assured me that it was potent. I wasn't sure what to expect. but I figured I'd take it slow and be cautious. I didn't want to end up way too high, especially in someone else's house. So, I decided to roll a spliff with it. It was my usual method, and I felt comfortable doing it. I took my time rolling it, the familiar motions calming me down. After it was done, I took the first 2 hits, holding the smoke in, just enough to see how it felt. Nothing happened at first, which of course, made me feel a little better. I'd taken the cautious route. But as I sat there waiting, nothing was coming over me. No buzz, no high. I started thinking maybe I'd been GYPT, tricked into trying something that was just some fake stuff. So I smoked the rest of the spliff, hoping something would kick in, but nothing. I didn't feel anything. Great, I thought to myself, wasted time and energy. I tossed the remaining spliff aside and decided I would go inside. My friend was at the kitchen counter doing the dishes, the sound of running water and clinking plates providing some background noise. I slid into one of the chairs at the kitchen table and just stared out the window, letting my mind wander while I tried to make sense of it all. I couldn't figure out what had just happened. Maybe the stuff just wasn't what I thought it was. That's when things took a strange turn. Her dad walked into the kitchen, his eyes immediately landing on me. I could tell from the way he looked at me that something was off. He wasn't angry, not at first, but there was a sense of suspicion that hung in the air. He didn't say anything right away. He just stood there, staring at me, and the tension grew in the room. It was like time slowed down. He then asked the one question that set everything in motion. "Did you get my daughter high?" The words didn't make sense at first. My brain was too slow, and I had no idea what he meant. I could feel myself start to panic, like something was wrong. I shook my head, trying to brush it off. "No," I said, trying to sound calm. "I didn't get her high." But his expression didn't change. Without warning, he lunged at me fast. I barely had time to react. I leaned back in the chair, trying to avoid the hit, and in the chaos of the moment, my mind was spinning. The chair tipped slightly backward, and I instinctively moved to push myself away from the edge of the table. I wasn't fast enough, though, and the next thing I knew, I was on the floor. He didn't hesitate. His footsteps were heavy as he came closer, and I scrambled to my feet, not sure what to do. The air felt thick. I looked around the kitchen in a panic and saw the sliding glass door next to me. Without thinking, I bolted. I ran for the door, but as I reached it, I felt something slam against my foot. I hadn't even fully made it through. His foot. He'd slammed the door with force, trapping me in place. The pain shot up my leg as I winced, but there wasn't time to think. I kept moving. I wasn't sure why I was running, but I just needed to get away. The door was locked from the inside, and my heart pounded as I knew there was no turning back. I yanked at the door, trying to break free, but it was too late. I ran through the yard, my legs moving faster than they ever had. The fence was the next obstacle. I didn't hesitate. I scaled it like I had done a million times before. 1, 2, 3 quick steps, and I was over, landing hard on the ground on the other side. I didn't stop. My breath was ragged, the pain in my foot adding to the exhaustion, but I just kept running. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stop. My mind was racing, and fear flooded every thought. After what felt like forever, I finally slowed down. I turned around and looked back, but there was no sign of him. I stood still, letting the panic wash over me. My heart was still pounding in my chest, and my mind was struggling to catch up to what had just happened. I couldn't make sense of any of it. It felt like everything had spiraled out of control. Suddenly, as if nothing had happened, I found myself sitting back at the kitchen table. The water was still running in the sink, the dishes clinking like nothing had changed. My friend was still standing there, moving about her business, like nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. It was like I had slipped into a strange alternate reality where time had reset. I was in complete shock. My mind was struggling to process everything. I glanced around, trying to make sense of what was happening, but it didn't feel real. The events of the last few minutes felt like a dream, like I had imagined them. I didn't understand it. How could I have gone from running for my life to sitting there so suddenly? The more I tried to understand, the more it felt like everything was spinning. It was as though I was outside my body, watching myself in this strange moment. Was I still high? Was that all in my head? I didn't know what to do. I had to get away from this, but I couldn't figure out how to escape my own mind. I couldn't make sense of it, so I decided to just tell my friend what had happened, hoping she could explain it to me. She was the only one there, and I needed someone to talk to. I grabbed my phone and texted her to meet me in my room. My body felt heavy, like I was walking through thick mud. I knew I wasn't making sense, but I had to try. I needed to figure out what was going on. I needed something to calm my mind. When she entered the room, she could see the panic on my face. But I couldn't find the words to explain what had just happened. I just shook my head. Nothing seemed real. My body felt like it was floating, and my head was swimming. "I'm going to lay down," I told her. I had to clear my head somehow. I laid down on the bed, grabbing the nearest pillow. I hugged it close to me, trying to find some comfort in its softness. I was tired, but I didn't want to sleep. Not yet. Something in me felt like I needed to stay awake, that if I closed my eyes, I would miss something. But my eyelids were heavy, and soon I found myself drifting off. That's when it happened. The sensation hit me like a wave. I could feel the pillow against my chest, but it was no longer just a pillow. It felt like we were merging, like the pillow and I were becoming one. I couldn't separate myself from it. It wasn't scary, though. It wasn't fear that gripped me. It was calm, peaceful, almost like I was being embraced by the very idea of sleep itself. The weight of everything, the worries, the panic, the chaos, it all faded away. I felt like I was slipping into something warm and inevitable, like death was simply a part of the process. But strangely, I wasn't scared. I didn't feel fear. I just went with it, letting the sensation wash over me, completely detached from everything else. The weight of it all was comforting, and I didn't question it. I just let go, fully accepting whatever was happening. It was peaceful, in a strange way. When I woke up, I was in the same spot. The pillow was still in my arms, and I still felt the lingering sensation of that odd calmness. But the reality of the situation slammed into me. What had happened? What had I just gone through? The panic, the confusion, it all came flooding back, and for a second, I couldn't understand what had happened. But one thing was clear, I was never doing that again. I didn't touch the incense again, and I didn't speak about it to anyone. It felt like a bad memory that was better left forgotten. What happened in that moment, what happened with me, the high, the fear, the strange peace, was something I would never forget. And I didn't want to. I didn't want to risk experiencing that feeling again. Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I have always had trouble putting this story into words, but I'll give it a shot. A few years ago, my girlfriend and I were backpacking through Europe in late November and early December. It was off-season for travel, and that meant quiet towns, empty hostels, and a strange kind of solitude that you only experience when you're wandering through places that thrive on tourism but have been abandoned for the winter. We arrived late one night in a famous ski resort town in Austria. The train ride had been long, the day exhausting, and all we wanted was to check into our hostel, put our bags down, and get some rest. But when we arrived at the hostel, we found a notice on the door. It was closed for renovations and wouldn't be open until later in December. There was no prior warning, no emails or calls, just a locked door and a sign that left us standing in the freezing night air with our backpacks and no place to stay. This was when we realized the true meaning of the off-season. Everything was closed. Not just our hostel, but nearly every hotel, restaurant, and shop in the town. There were no people on the streets, no lights in the windows, nothing but the sound of the wind rushing through the empty resort. The whole town felt abandoned. We wandered for a while, desperately looking for somewhere to stay. It took hours, but we eventually found a small replacement hotel that was still open. By this time, my girlfriend had started feeling sick. She had been coming down with a fever since the night before, and the exhaustion from the travel only made it worse. We stayed the night in that hotel, but in the morning, we had to figure out what to do for the rest of our time in Austria. The only available place was a hostel in a remote part of town. It was further away from everything, but we didn't have many options. So we packed up our things and headed there. When we arrived, I was struck by how idyllic the place looked. It was the perfect Austrian travel lodge, an old building with wooden balconies, large windows, and a cozy atmosphere. The inside was just as charming. The furniture was rustic, the floors creaked underfoot, and the entire place had a warm, welcoming feel to it. At first, it seemed like we had found a hidden gem. because it was the off-season. We were the only guests there. This was something we were used to at this point in our trip, but it still felt strange. The hostel was large, meant to accommodate many travelers, but for the next few nights, it was just us. The reception staff was there during the day, but they left in the evenings, locking up the front door and leaving the whole building to us. We spent most of our time inside because we were both sick. The flu had hit us hard, and between the fever and the fatigue, we barely had the energy to go out. When we did, we took slow walks through the surrounding mountains, marveling at how beautiful and quiet everything was. The crisp air, the snow-covered peaks, and the absolute silence. It was peaceful during the day. But at night, the atmosphere changed. The town was dead silent after dark. It got dark early, around 5 p.m., and after that, it felt like the entire place ceased to exist. No cars, no voices, no signs of life. Just an empty ski town waiting for the season to start again. On our last night there, we decided to take it easy. The receptionist left at 6 p.m., locking the front door as usual. We spent most of the evening in bed, resting and trying to recover. Around 10 p.m., we got up to eat something before going back to sleep. My girlfriend went back to bed after, and I decided to stay up for a little while and watch TV in our room. The hostel was completely silent. Around 11 p.m., I turned off the TV and got ready for bed. That's when I heard it. At first, it was faint, just a sound drifting up from downstairs. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but as I listened closer, I realized it was singing. A slow, melodic voice, carrying through the halls of the empty hostel. I froze. I knew we were alone. There was no one else staying here, no staff at night, no other guests. But someone or something was downstairs singing. I pressed my ear against the door. The sound was clearer now. It wasn't just singing, it was opera, or some kind of chanting. The kind of eerie, drawn-out notes that you only hear in old recordings or strange rituals. Panic started creeping in. My mind raced through the possibilities. Maybe a cleaning staff member had come in late? But why would they be playing opera music in the middle of the night? I had seen enough horror movies to know that when you hear unexplained chanting in an empty building, it never ends well. I forced myself to stay calm and tried to ignore it. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe I was just exhausted. But then I heard footsteps. They weren't coming from the hallway outside our room, but they were inside the building. Slow, deliberate steps. Not the soft shuffle of someone moving around casually, but careful, heavy steps. At that point, I couldn't take it anymore. I woke my girlfriend up, my voice shaking as I told her what I was hearing. She sat up immediately, alarmed. We both pressed our ears to the door, listening. The music had stopped, but the footsteps hadn't. They were coming from somewhere below us, moving around. I had no idea what to do. We had to check out in the morning, so we couldn't just run. But every instinct in my body was telling me we needed to leave. And then, the singing started again. This time, it was louder, clearer, like someone had stepped closer to the stairs, like they wanted to be heard. The voice was deep, almost hypnotic, the kind of sound that made your skin crawl. That was it. We were leaving. We grabbed our backpacks, already mostly packed, and moved towards the door as quietly as possible. Every sound felt magnified in the silence. I told my girlfriend to hold her backpack in front of her in case someone tried to attack us. I didn't know who or what was downstairs, but I wasn't taking any chances. We slowly opened the door. The hallway was empty. The music was still coming from downstairs. We moved down the hall, towards the stairs. As we reached the top of the stairs, I saw where the music was coming from. The dining hall. We kept going, step by step, barely breathing. The front door was just ahead. If we could reach it, we'd be out. Then, as I turned the key in the lock, the door let out a loud creak. And from the dining hall, there was a sudden, sharp noise. A chair scraping against the floor. And then, a voice. Not singing, not chanting, but a deep, angry shout. At the same moment, my girlfriend let out a terrified scream. We didn't wait. We ran. The door swung open, and we bolted into the cold night. We didn't stop running until we reached the railway station. We waited there until the first train out of town, sitting in the dimly lit bar, trying to process what had just happened. To this day, I have no idea who was in that hostel with us, what they were doing, or what would have happened if we had stayed. But I do know one thing. I will never, ever go back. It was a Friday night, and my friend's house was buzzing with life. The kind of life that makes you forget, even for a moment, that the place is haunted. We'd all been there before, me, Mike, a few other friends, and my buddy's family. We knew the stories. We'd seen the shadows, heard the footsteps, felt the cold spots that didn't make sense. Even his kid, no older than 2, would point to empty corners and say, "Old man." It was part of the house, like the creaky floorboards or the drafty windows. You just got used to it, or at least you tried to. The party was in full swing. The grill was smoking, the beer was flowing, and the backyard was packed with people laughing and talking. The house itself was a split level, with a sliding glass door that led from the den to the patio. The blinds were open, so you could see straight through to the lamp in the den, casting a warm glow. It was one of those nights where everything felt normal, even though we all knew it wasn't. Mike was there, too. Mike's the kind of guy who needs proof for everything. He's a scientist, or at least he thinks like one. He doesn't believe in anything he can't measure or explain. We were all sitting around the patio table, swapping ghost stories about the house, and Mike just shook his head. "I don't believe it," he said. "Not until you give me evidence." I get it. I'm a science guy too. I like proof. But I've been in that house enough times to know that something's off. I've seen the shadow of a man walking down the hallway when no one's there. I've heard footsteps in the attic when the ladder's folded up. I've felt the air go cold in the middle of summer. I told Mike all of that, and he just shrugged. "There's got to be a better explanation," he said. I didn't argue. What was the point? Either you believed it or you didn't. But then something happened. Something small, but enough to make even Mike pause. I was sitting at the table, facing the sliding glass door. The blinds were open, and I could see the lamp in the den, casting its light across the room. And then out of nowhere I saw it. A shadow. A man's shadow, clear as day, cast on the blinds. It started at the floor, like someone was standing there, but there was no one in the room. The shadow didn't move. It just stood there, solid and real. I pointed it out to Mike. "Look," I said. "Right there. You see that?" He turned and looked. For a long time, he didn't say anything. He just stared at the shadow, like he was trying to figure it out. Finally, he said, "I can't explain that." "Okay," I said. And that was it. We didn't talk about it again. We just kept drinking, kept laughing, kept pretending like everything was normal. The night went on, and eventually people started to drift off. Some went home. Others crashed on the couch or the floor. I stayed up late, talking and drinking, until I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. I must have passed out in the chair beside the lamp in the den, because that's where I woke up the next morning. The house was quiet. The kind of quiet that only comes in the early hours, when the sun is just starting to rise and the world feels still. I could hear my friend in the kitchen, talking softly to his son. The kid was fussing, and my friend was trying to calm him down. I didn't move. I just sat there, staring at the lamp, trying to shake off the fog of sleep. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him. The old man. He was pacing back and forth in the kitchen, just like he always did. I didn't turn to look. I didn't need to. I knew what I'd see. A shadow, a figure, something that wasn't really there, but was there all the same. I could hear his footsteps, soft and steady, like he was walking on carpet. But the kitchen floor was tile. I sat there for a long time, watching the lamp, listening to the footsteps. My friend didn't seem to notice. He was too busy with his son, but I knew he'd seen it before. We all had. It was part of the house, part of the family, part of the story. Eventually, the footsteps stopped. The old man was gone, just like that. I got up and went to the kitchen, where my friend was still trying to calm his son. The kid was pointing at the corner, where the old man had been. "Old man," he said, his voice soft and sure. My friend didn't say anything. He just nodded, like he understood. And maybe he did. Maybe we all did. The house was haunted. We knew it. We'd seen it. We'd felt it. But it wasn't scary, not really. It was just part of life. Part of the house. Part of us. I stayed for breakfast, and we didn't talk about the old man. We didn't need to. He was there, and then he wasn't. That's how it always was. That's how it always would be. Later, as I was leaving, I stopped at the sliding glass door and looked back into the den. The lamp was still on, casting its warm glow across the room. For a moment, I thought I saw the shadow again, standing there, watching. But when I blinked, it was gone. I didn't say anything. I just walked out the door and got in my car. As I drove away, I couldn't help but think about Mike. He'd wanted evidence, and he'd gotten it. but it didn't change anything. The house was still haunted. The old man was still there. And no amount of science could explain that away. Maybe that's the thing about ghosts. They don't need to be explained. They just are. And sometimes that's enough. It was supposed to be a normal night. My dad and older brother were out camping, and my younger brother was staying at a friend's house. That left just me, my mom, and Abby, our cat, alone in the house. We had decided to watch a movie, something to pass the time, so we picked Mystic River. It was one of those movies that pulled you in, especially at the more intense moments. Everything was quiet except for the sound from the TV. The lights were dim, and the house felt unusually still. Then, out of nowhere, the banging started. It was loud, sharp, irregular thuds coming from downstairs. It wasn't rhythmic. It wasn't something that could be mistaken for pipes or the house settling. It was forceful, deliberate. The kind of noise that makes your stomach drop before your brain even registers fear. We froze. The movie kept playing, but we weren't watching anymore. I reached for the controller to pause it, and just as the sound cut off, the banging continued for about 10 more seconds. My heart was hammering against my ribs. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. Silence filled the house again, but now it felt different, thicker, heavier, charged with something I couldn't quite place. We sat there, frozen, trying to process what we had just heard. We had to check. We couldn't just sit there, letting fear dictate our actions. My mom grabbed the nearest thing she could use as a weapon, a cheap plastic horn that had been left lying around. I wanted to laugh at how ridiculous it was, but I didn't. There was nothing funny about this. I followed her as we carefully made our way downstairs, every creak of the wooden floor making me flinch. The living room was empty. The kitchen silent. Nothing seemed out of place. We checked the front door, locked. The gate locked. The garage shut tight. Everything seemed fine, and for a moment, I thought maybe we had imagined it. Maybe it had been something explainable, something stupid. Then we got to the sliding back door. The gate was open. My breath caught in my throat. I knew, with absolute certainty, that it had been locked earlier. I had tried to get in through that very door after coming back from frisbee practice. It had been locked. I had no doubt about that. And yet, now it stood open. My mom tried to brush it off, mumbling something about how it must have already been open. But I wasn't convinced. Something felt wrong, and the cold realization settled into my bones. We shut the gate, locked it, double-checked everything again, but the unease didn't fade. If anything, it grew stronger. We weren't going to take any chances. Our flimsy plastic horn was abandoned in favor of something more substantial, hammers. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Armed and on edge, we moved through the house, checking every room, every closet, every shadowed corner. The last place left to check was the maid's room at the back of the house. We stepped inside, scanning every inch of the small, dimly lit space. It was empty. Just as I started to let out a breath, I hadn't realized I was holding. I heard it. 2 claps. Not loud, not aggressive, but unmistakable. A slow, deliberate clap, then another. My stomach twisted, and I felt my skin go ice cold. I didn't say a word. I just turned and locked the door, barricading us inside. My mom and I stood there, barely breathing, gripping our hammers like they were our last line of defense. Minutes passed in silence, stretching endlessly, but nothing happened. No more noises, no more movement. Just us and the overwhelming sense that we were not alone. After what felt like forever, we gathered the courage to step back out. Everything looked the same, untouched, unchanged. But we weren't done yet. We had to check outside. The backyard loomed before us, dark and wide. We stepped out cautiously, our senses on high alert. Abby, our cat, came with us, her ears pricked, body tense. She was always good at noticing things before we did, and right now, she was staring at the empty lot behind our house. Then we heard it, a scuffling sound. It wasn't loud, but it was enough. Enough to confirm that we hadn't imagined any of it. Someone had been there. Maybe they still were. I turned my head to look at Abby. She was rigid, eyes fixed on the same spot. That was enough for me. We weren't imagining things. We didn't wait around. We moved back inside, locked every door, and stayed alert for the rest of the night. Sleep didn't come easily, and when it did, it was shallow and restless. The next morning, in the daylight, things felt different, but not entirely better. We checked the backyard again. There were footprints in the dirt near the back gate, leading away toward the empty lot. The grass was disturbed, broken twigs scattered where someone had stood. We never found out who it was, what they wanted, or why they left. But we knew one thing for sure: we hadn't been alone that night. I was home alone that night. I was a kid, maybe 12 or 13, and I remember how quiet the house felt. It wasn't like the normal quiet, the kind you get used to when you live somewhere long enough. It was something else, something deeper. The kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're being watched, even when you know you're alone. I was in the basement, sitting on the old couch that sagged in the middle, watching TV. It was late, but not too late, probably around 8 or 9. My parents and siblings weren't supposed to be home for a couple of hours. They had gone out for the evening, and I had the house to myself. I remember the hum of the television filling the basement, the light from the screen flickering against the walls. I was comfortable, wrapped up in an old blanket, feet propped up on the coffee table. The air in the basement was always a little cooler than the rest of the house, but that night it felt colder than usual. Still, I didn't think much of it. Then I heard the front door open. It wasn't a quiet sound. It was deliberate, the creak of the hinges, the heavy clunk as it shut. My heart skipped a beat. I wasn't expecting anyone. My parents weren't due back for hours. My siblings were with them. No one should have been there but me. At first, I thought maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was the wind, or maybe the house just settled. That's what my parents always told me when I got scared. Houses settle. Wood expands and contracts. But then I heard the footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps. Slow. Steady. They walked into the kitchen and stopped. I sat there frozen, my breath shallow. My mind raced through possibilities. Could it be my dad? Had they come home early? Maybe he had forgotten something? But no, I would have heard the car. The basement door was open, and from where I was sitting, I could see up the stairs, but I couldn't see into the kitchen. I told myself to stay put, to just keep watching TV like I hadn't heard anything. Maybe if I ignored it, it would go away. But I couldn't. I stood up slowly, trying not to make a sound. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure whoever was in the house could hear it. I took a step forward, then another, moving toward the stairs. The TV still played behind me, the only sound in the room. When I reached the base of the stairs, I paused, listening. Silence. Whoever had walked into the kitchen wasn't moving anymore. I swallowed hard and crept up the stairs. Each step felt like it took forever. The air felt thick, heavy. I reached the top of the stairs and peered into the kitchen. And there he was. A figure stood in the middle of the room. He wasn't moving. He wasn't looking at me. He was just standing there, still. The only light in the kitchen came from the street lamp outside, filtering in through the window above the sink. It cast long shadows, stretching across the tiled floor. Muddy footprints led from the door to where he stood. I don't remember what he was wearing. I don't remember his face. I just remember the feeling in my chest, the absolute, paralyzing terror. I ran. I don't even remember making the decision to move. 1 second I was staring at him, and the next I was sprinting for the front door. My bare feet hit the hardwood floor as I threw the door open and bolted outside. The cold night air hit me like a wall, but I didn't stop. I ran straight to my neighbor's house, pounding on the door until they answered. I must have been frantic because they didn't ask questions. They just let me inside and called the police. The officers arrived a few minutes later. They searched the house, checked every room, every closet, every corner. They found nothing. Nothing, except for the muddy footprints. They led from the front door to the center of the kitchen, and then they just stopped. No prints leading away. No sign of forced entry. No sign of anyone leaving. It made no sense. I told them what I saw, but they couldn't explain it. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe the footprints were from earlier in the day, and I had just scared myself. That's what they told me, but I knew better. I went back to the house with my parents once they got home. I didn't want to, but I had no choice. Nothing else happened that night, but I never felt alone in that house again. It was always just a feeling at first, a weight in the air, a sense that someone was watching. But then little things started happening. My cat would stare at empty corners, her fur standing on end. I would wake up in the middle of the night, feeling like someone was standing beside my bed. Sometimes, I would hear footsteps when no one else was home. One night, my cat walked into my room, stopped dead in her tracks, and stared at the space behind me. She didn't move. She didn't blink. She just stared. I couldn't turn around. I wanted to, but I couldn't. The air felt thick, heavy, just like it had that night in the kitchen. Then, without warning, my cat bolted out of the room. I ran right behind her. We moved out of that house a few years later. And when we did, it felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Like I could breathe again. I don't talk about it much. Most people wouldn't believe me. Hell, sometimes I don't even believe myself. But I know what I saw that night, and no one will ever change my mind. A couple of years ago, my wife, then my girlfriend, and I were driving late at night to my friend's place. He lived out by the water, and the road leading to his house followed the shoreline. To our left, the dark expanse of the water stretched out, black and endless. The only thing breaking it up was the occasional reflection of the moon or the shimmering lights of distant houses across the bay. To our right, a golf course, abandoned at this hour, stretched out in neat rolling hills, hidden in darkness apart from the occasional glow from a nearby street lamp. It was a drive I had taken before, familiar enough that I wasn't paying much attention to anything except the road in front of me. The night was quiet. The road, smooth and dark, curved ahead in a slow, gradual turn, the trees lining the edge of the golf course shifting and twisting as we passed. I was going just over the speed limit, not fast, but moving steady. The air was crisp, the kind of autumn night where the chill had just enough bite to make you appreciate the warmth inside the car. My girlfriend was relaxed in the passenger seat, gazing out the window, watching the water pass by. Then I saw it. It was just ahead, stepping onto the road from the right side, emerging from the shadows of the golf course. My eyes caught the movement before my brain registered what I was looking at. A figure tall, impossibly tall. It must have been over 9 feet, maybe even taller. The sheer size of it threw off my sense of perspective for a second. It wasn't human. At least, it didn't look human in any way I could understand. The strangest part was that I could see through it. Not entirely, but enough. It wasn't a solid figure. The headlights caught it, but instead of illuminating it, they seemed to pass through, only partially disrupted. The best way I can describe it is like looking at a shadow that wasn't attached to anything, a moving absence of light. It had a distinct shape, though. A head, broad shoulders, long limbs. It crossed the road in a smooth, purposeful motion, its body shifting as if it were gliding rather than walking. As it passed in front of a reflective road sign, I saw the glow of the sign dim slightly, like something was physically blocking it out. Then it was gone, disappearing into the golf course, swallowed by the darkness of the trees beyond. My hands were gripping the wheel tight. My heart was hammering in my chest. My breathing was shallow, but I forced myself to keep my eyes on the road, to keep driving. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe my headlights had hit something at just the right angle to cast a bizarre shadow. Maybe. But then I glanced over at my girlfriend. She was staring at me, eyes wide, face pale. I didn't have to ask. She had seen it too. We didn't speak. Not for a few minutes. The silence in the car stretched, heavy and thick, filled with unspoken questions, unformed thoughts. I wanted to explain it away, to rationalize it, but there was no rational explanation that made sense. The thing was too big. Shadows don't just move across roads like that. And shadows don't block out light. The rest of the drive felt different, heavier. The air in the car was thick, almost oppressive. My fingers ached from gripping the wheel so tightly, my knuckles white. I kept stealing glances in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something behind us, but there was nothing. Just the empty road stretching back into the dark. When we finally reached my friend's house, we didn't talk about it. Not right away. It felt wrong to bring it up, like saying it out loud would make it more real. But later that night, when we were sitting outside by the water, the waves lapping gently against the shore, my girlfriend finally broke the silence. "You saw it too, didn't you?" I nodded. That was all we said about it that night. But it never really left my mind. After that night, every time I drove that road, I paid extra attention to that spot. I studied the way the light hit the signs, the way the trees cast their shadows, the way my headlights moved as I rounded the bend. I tried everything to recreate what I had seen, to find some explanation. But I never could. The memory of that figure, that impossible, towering shape, has stayed with me. I still don't know what it was. Maybe I never will. But I know what I saw. And I know I wasn't the only one who saw it. I was about 10 or 11 years old that summer. My brother was a year younger than me, and we had spent all day playing on the beach, running through the waves, and digging holes in the sand. We were staying at a beach house for vacation, a rental our parents had booked for a week. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small house with wooden floors and big windows that let the salty breeze roll through the rooms. It had a screened porch on the front, and that night, my brother and I decided we would sleep out there. It had seemed like a great idea at the time. The air was warm but not too hot, and the sound of the ocean in the distance made it feel peaceful. Our parents had let us drag out some blankets and pillows, and we set up our little sleeping area on the porch, excited for what felt like an adventure. The screens kept the bugs out, and the porch had a good view of the quiet road that ran in front of the house. Across the street, there was another house with a small front yard, and beyond that, a cluster of oak trees with thick, twisting branches. I remember falling asleep easily, the waves in the background mixing with the hum of insects in the distance. But at some point during the night, something woke me up. I wasn't sure why at first. Maybe it was a sound, or maybe it was just the way the air felt different. I blinked a few times, adjusting to the dim light from the street lamp a little ways down the road. That's when I saw him. A man was walking down the street. He looked scruffy, his clothes loose and a little too big for him. His hair was messy, and even from a distance, I could tell that he kept glancing over his shoulder. It wasn't the kind of casual look people do when they hear a noise. It was quick, nervous, like he thought someone was following him. I lay still, barely breathing as I watched him. When he got in front of our house, he hesitated for a second, then crossed the street into the yard of the house across from us. He moved toward the oak trees, disappearing into the shadows beneath their low-hanging branches. My breath felt shallow as I watched him. He wasn't just standing there, he was searching for something. His hands moved over the ground, pushing aside leaves and dirt. After a few minutes, he stood up and walked off, disappearing down the street. I stared at the spot where he had been for a long time, my heartbeat slowing as the stillness of the night settled back in. Eventually, I must have drifted back to sleep. The next time I woke up, I wasn't sure what time it was. The sky was still dark, but something felt off. It was quiet, too quiet. I turned my head, and that's when I saw them. Two men. The same scruffy man from earlier was back, and this time, he wasn't alone. Another man, slightly taller and wearing a dark jacket, was crouched beside him. They were under the oak trees, their hands gripping small shovels, digging at the ground. Every few seconds, they would stop and glance toward the road, ducking behind the tree trunks whenever a car passed. I wanted to wake my brother, but I was frozen. My mind felt slow, heavy with sleep. My body wouldn't move. Instead, I just watched, my eyes barely open, my breathing shallow. And then something strange started to happen. I was so tired that my dreams started mixing with what I was seeing. The men digging became something else, figures with giant, clawed hands reaching up from the earth, grasping at them as they moved. The trees above them seemed to twist and bend, their branches stretching down like fingers. Every time they ducked down to hide, the shadows around them moved like they were alive. I couldn't tell what was real and what wasn't. Eventually, I must have fallen all the way back to sleep, because the next thing I knew, the sun was coming up. The sky was pale blue, the air warm with the promise of another hot day. I sat up, my back sore from sleeping on the hard porch floor, my mind still tangled with the images from the night before. I hesitated for a long time before telling my parents about it. When I finally did, they laughed it off. "You were dreaming," my mom said, brushing my hair out of my face. My dad just shook his head, amused. But then my brother got up. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and then, completely unprompted, said, "Did you see those guys digging last night?" A silence settled over the room. My parents' smiles faded. My dad straightened up a little. "What?" he asked. My brother shrugged. There were two guys digging under the trees across the street. I watched them for a long time. I thought I was dreaming. My dad didn't laugh this time. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the house across the street. After a moment, he muttered something under his breath and went outside. My mom followed, and I grabbed my shoes and ran after them. The lady who lived in the house was already outside, tending to her flower beds. My dad called out to her, asking if she had seen anything strange. She frowned, shaking her head, but then her expression changed. "That's odd," she said. "Early this morning, when I came out to check my plants, there were dogs under the trees. They were digging. I shooed them off, but I saw that they had dug something up. She paused, then added, "I didn't think much of it at the time. Just figured it was some old food or something." We all stood there for a long moment, looking at the disturbed earth under the trees. There were marks where the dogs had dug, the dirt uneven and scattered. My dad didn't say anything else. He just turned around and walked back to our house, his expression unreadable. I don't know if the police were ever called. I don't know if anyone ever found out what had been buried there. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just some garbage or an old pet someone had buried years ago. But I never slept on that porch again. And every time I think back to that night, I wonder what those men were looking for, or what they had buried. It was my first day on the job, and I was nervous. Door-to-door sales weren't exactly my thing, but I needed the money, and the World Wildlife Fund seemed like a decent cause to work for. The town I was in was the kind of place you'd see on a postcard, quaint, quiet, and picture-perfect. The village green was lush and well-kept, surrounded by cottages with flower boxes in the windows. There was even a cricket field right in the center, like something out of an old English movie. It felt like the kind of place where nothing bad ever happened. I was wrong. I just made my first sale. It was a small contract, but it felt like a win. The lady who signed it was friendly, middle-aged, with a warm smile and a house that smelled like lavender. She had these beautiful photographs on her walls, landscapes mostly, of places I'd never been. We were chatting about them when it happened. A scream. Not just any scream, but the kind that makes your blood run cold. It was panicked, desperate, and it cut through the quiet of the town like a knife. I turned around, and there she was, a woman in a smart office dress, running toward us. She was stumbling, her heels catching on the uneven pavement, her face pale and twisted with fear. She saw us and screamed again, this time words. "Water! Get water!" My first thought was that her car had caught fire. It made sense, didn't it? Why else would she need water so urgently? I didn't stop to think. I just started knocking on doors, asking for water, not really knowing what I was doing or why. No one answered. The houses were quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy, like the air itself was holding its breath. I gave up on the doors and walked toward where the woman had come from. My green WWF bib flapped in the breeze, and I remember thinking how out of place it looked in this perfect little town. That's when a man called out to me. "Over here. Quick." He thought I was a paramedic. I didn't correct him. I just ran. What I saw next is something I'll never forget. A man was lying on the ground, and he was burned. Not just a little burned, but completely. His skin was blackened and blistered, his clothes melted into his flesh. The smell hit me first, acrid and sharp, like burning plastic, and something worse, something human. His eyes were open, but they were milky white, unseeing. He was alive, though. Barely. His lips moved, and I leaned closer, my stomach churning. "Tell Lucy I love her," he whispered. Over and over. "Tell Lucy I love her." I didn't know what to do. I wasn't a paramedic. I wasn't even trained in first aid. I just stood there, frozen, while the man kept whispering those words. The woman in the office dress was crying now, her hands pressed to her mouth. The man who'd called me over was on the phone, shouting at the emergency services to hurry up. But they didn't. It felt like forever before anyone arrived. When they finally did, it was too late. The man was gone. I stood there, watching as they covered him with a sheet, and I couldn't stop thinking about his eyes. Those milky white eyes. And his words. "Tell Lucy I love her." Who was Lucy? His wife? His daughter? I didn't know. I didn't want to know. The police came eventually, and they asked me questions. I told them everything I could, which wasn't much. I didn't know the man. I didn't know why he'd done it. But later I found out. He'd had an argument with someone, his wife, maybe, or a friend. No one knew for sure. But he'd threatened to kill himself before. This time, he'd meant it. He'd climbed into the boot of his Land Rover, doused himself in petrol, and set himself on fire. If I'd walked into that cul-de-sac 10 minutes earlier, I would have seen it happen. 10 minutes later, and I wouldn't have seen him at all. I didn't go back to work that day. I couldn't. I went home and sat in the dark, trying to forget what I'd seen. But I couldn't. Those eyes, those words, they stayed with me. I kept thinking about Lucy. Did she know? Did she know how much he loved her? Did she know what he'd done? I hoped not. I hoped she never had to see what I'd seen. The next day, I quit the job. I couldn't do it anymore. Every time I put on that green bib, I thought of him. Every time I knocked on a door, I expected to hear another scream. I couldn't shake the feeling that something like this could happen again, that I'd be there to see it, helpless. So I left. I left the job, the town, and the memory of that day behind. Or at least I tried to. But some things you can't forget. Some things stay with you, no matter how hard you try to push them away. That man's face, his voice, his words, they're still there, in the back of my mind. And every now and then, when I'm alone in the dark, I hear them again. Tell Lucy I love her. And I wonder if she ever found out. I wonder if she knows. When I was little, my dad would sometimes go to his church down the road for maybe half an hour and leave me home alone. It didn't happen all the time, but when it did, I never liked it. Our house sat in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by hundreds of acres of woods and fields. And when you're young, everything seems bigger, emptier, and lonelier. But I had my cat. She was a quiet thing, never made much noise except for the occasional chirp or purr. She liked to sit with me on the couch, curled up against my leg while I read or watched TV. But whenever I was alone, she would stare long, focused stares at corners of the room, at the hallway, at the empty air above us. She would watch, completely still, her tail flicking only slightly, as if tracking something I couldn't see. One day, my dad was supposed to be gone for 30 minutes. I was used to that. I could handle that. But then 30 minutes turned into 45. I kept checking the clock, waiting to hear the rumble of his truck coming up the long dirt driveway. But nothing came. It was quiet outside. It was always quiet out here. No neighbors, no cars passing by, just the sound of wind in the trees, sometimes the chirp of birds, or the rustling of something in the grass. But that day, the quiet felt different. It felt like something was waiting. I got up from my spot on the couch. The air inside the house felt too still, too heavy. The way the sunlight filtered through the windows made the dust float in the air, moving just enough to remind me that time hadn't stopped. I walked toward the living room, passing the entrance where the piano sat, an old upright my dad had gotten from some church sale. The air around me felt colder as I stepped past it. And then, a hand grabbed my left shoulder. Hard, a firm grip that shoved me forward. I stumbled, my feet catching on the rug, and as I tripped, a sound exploded in my ears. A bell. A huge, deafening ding-ding-ding-ding-ding, like something from a shipyard or a train station, but so loud it vibrated through my skull. My cat let out a sharp, violent hiss and sprang from the couch, her claws scratching against the wooden floor as she bolted down the stairs into the basement. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. My shoulder burned where I'd been grabbed, but when I looked, there was nothing there. The room was exactly the same as it had been a moment ago. The piano was still, its keys untouched. The chandelier above me swayed slightly, but I told myself it was just from my movement, from the rush of air as I stumbled forward. The bell sound was gone. Silence filled the room again, except for the ringing in my ears. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to look around too much. I just wanted my dad to come home. I stood there for what felt like forever, staring at nothing, listening to my own breathing, feeling the uneven thud of my heart in my chest. The house felt different now, as if it had been changed in some small, invisible way. When my dad finally pulled into the driveway, I ran outside before he even got the chance to open the door. He looked at me, confused, asked why I was standing out there like that. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to explain it. So I just shrugged, said, "I don't know," and followed him inside. But my cat wouldn't come upstairs for the rest of the night. She stayed down in the basement, hidden under an old table, her ears flat against her head. After that day, I never felt completely comfortable being alone in the house. Things started happening more often. Doors would slam when no windows were open. The chandelier in the dining room would sway, creaking softly as if someone had brushed against it. Objects disappeared, my phone, my glasses, my dad's watch, only to turn up in places we hadn't put them. My parents noticed it too, though they never said much about it. My sister would get uneasy at night, closing her bedroom door tightly before going to sleep. My friends didn't like staying over. One of them, after visiting once, told me it felt like being watched. Like dozens of eyes were on them, tracking their every move. The air, they said, felt too heavy, too thick, like something was pressing down on them. I didn't know what was happening in that house. I still don't. But even now, whenever I'm alone there, I feel it. That weight in the air. That waiting, watching presence. and I know deep down that something else is there. Something I can't see. Something I don't want to see. I was 16 when this happened. It was a week after I started my senior year of high school, and life felt like it was shifting in ways I couldn't quite understand. My grandmother had just died. She was 81, and her death wasn't sudden. She'd been sick for a while, but it still hit hard. She and my grandfather had lived with us for the last 10 years, so she wasn't just my grandma. She was a constant presence in my life. Her absence left a quiet, heavy emptiness in the house, like the air itself was holding its breath. The day it happened, I came home from school feeling completely drained. I'd been riding my bike to school and work, and on top of that, I was in the middle of a growth spurt. My body felt like it was working overtime, and by the time I got home, all I wanted to do was collapse. I didn't even make it to my room. I dropped my backpack by the door, kicked off my shoes, and flopped onto the couch in the living room. The room she died in was right next to the living room, just on the other side of the wall where my feet were pointing. I didn't think much about it at the time. I was too tired to think about anything. I fell asleep almost instantly. The kind of sleep that feels heavy and deep, like you're sinking into the couch. I don't know how long I was out, but when I woke up, it wasn't because of a noise or a dream. It was like something in the room had shifted, and my body just knew to wake up. I opened my eyes, and there she was, my grandmother. She was standing in the doorway, just like she used to when she'd come to check on me. She looked the same as I remembered, her thin frame, her silver hair pulled back into a bun, the floral house dress she always wore. But something about her felt off. Not scary exactly, but wrong, like she didn't belong there. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I wanted to say something, to call out to her, but my voice caught in my throat. She took a step into the room, her eyes locking onto mine, and that's when I felt it, a wave of cold that washed over me, like someone had opened a freezer door and let the icy air spill out. It wasn't just cold, though. It was heavy, like it was pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. I don't know how long we stared at each other. It felt like forever, but it could have been just a few seconds. Finally, I managed to speak. My voice came out shaky, barely above a whisper. "Grandma," I said, "you remember you died, right?" She didn't answer right away. For a moment, she just stood there, her expression unreadable. Then she spoke, her voice soft but clear. "Ten cuidado. Nos vemos después. Be careful. We'll see each other later." Before I could say anything else, she turned and walked back down the hallway, her footsteps silent against the hardwood floor. I watched her go, my mind racing, until she disappeared around the corner. I didn't get up to follow her. I couldn't. My body felt like it was glued to the couch, weighed down by that cold, heavy feeling. Eventually, I closed my eyes, not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't keep them open anymore. The exhaustion pulled me back under, and I fell asleep again. When I woke up later, the house was quiet. The sun had moved lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the living room. For a moment, I just lay there, trying to piece together what had happened. Had I dreamed it? It felt so real, but it couldn't have been. My grandmother was gone. I'd seen her in the casket at the funeral. I'd watched them lower her into the ground. It had to have been a dream. But if it was, why did it feel so vivid? Why could I still feel that cold, heavy air pressing down on me? I didn't tell anyone about it. Not my parents, not my friends. What would I even say? "Hey, I think I saw my dead grandma in the living room today." They'd think I was losing it. So I kept it to myself, but it stayed with me, nagging at the back of my mind like a splinter I couldn't quite pull out. A week later, I was driving home from work. It was late, and the roads were empty. I was tired, more tired than usual, and my mind kept drifting back to that moment on the couch. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like I was missing something important. I was so lost in thought that I didn't see the car until it was too late. It came out of nowhere, speeding through a red light. I slammed on the brakes, but it wasn't enough. The impact was sudden and violent, the sound of crunching metal filling the air. My head hit the steering wheel, and for a moment, everything went black. When I came to, I was still in the car, but it was quiet. Too quiet. My ears were ringing, and my head was throbbing. I could feel blood trickling down my face, but I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I tried to move, but my body felt like it was made of lead. It took everything I had to lift my head and look around. The other car was gone. There was no sign of it, No skid marks on the road, nothing. It was like it had never been there. But my car was wrecked, the front end crumpled like a soda can. I didn't understand how the other car could have just disappeared, but I didn't have the energy to think about it. All I could think about was getting out of the car. It took me a few tries, but I finally managed to unbuckle my seatbelt and push the door open. My legs felt shaky, like they might give out at any moment, but I forced myself to stand. I leaned against the car for support, taking deep breaths to steady myself. That's when I remembered my grandmother's words. Ten cuidado. Nos vemos después. Be careful. We'll see each other later. At the time, I hadn't known what she meant. But now, standing there in the middle of the empty road, with my car totaled and my head bleeding, it hit me. She wasn't warning me about something supernatural. She was warning me about this. About the accident. About the fact that I wasn't paying attention, that I was too tired, too distracted, to see what was coming. I don't know how I made it home that night. I don't even remember calling for help or getting a ride. The next thing I knew, I was in the hospital, my parents sitting by my bed, their faces pale with worry. The doctors said I was lucky. A few inches to the left, and I might not have walked away. But I didn't feel lucky. I felt shaken, like the ground had been pulled out from under me. It took me a long time to process what had happened, to understand that what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, wasn't a ghost or a hallucination. It was my mind's way of warning me, of telling me to be careful. My grandmother had always been the one to look out for me, to make sure I was safe. Even in death, that part of her hadn't changed. I never saw her again after that. But I didn't need to. Her words stayed with me, a reminder to pay attention, to take care of myself. And every time I got behind the wheel after that, I made sure to focus, to keep my eyes on the road. Because I knew deep down that she was still watching over me. Not as a ghost, but as a memory, a part of me that would always be there, looking out for me, even when I didn't realize it. The accident changed me. It made me more cautious, more aware of how fragile life can be. But it also made me grateful, for my family, for the time I'd had with my grandmother, and for the fact that I'd walked away from something that could have been so much worse. And every now and then, when I'm feeling lost or overwhelmed, I think back to that moment on the couch, to the cold, heavy air and her soft, steady voice. And I remember her words. Ten cuidado. Nos vemos después. Be careful. We'll see each other later. It was one of those long, humid summer days when the heat made everything feel slow. The kind of day where the sun felt heavier in the sky, pressing down on your skin, making you crave the cold embrace of the lake. Me and a few of my university friends had driven out of Toronto early that morning, heading to Fort Erie, a spot we'd come to love over the years. The beach there had this old, broken-down pier, half-rotted wood and cracked concrete, stretching out over the water. It wasn't much, but it was perfect for jumping, perfect for feeling that rush right before hitting the water, like for a moment you were weightless before the cold swallowed you whole. We'd spent the better part of the day out there, swimming, drinking cheap beer, soaking in the sun. The pier was busy, packed with locals and other people escaping the city for the weekend. By late afternoon, the golden light had started stretching long shadows across the sand, and the air carried that salty, fishy smell mixed with the scent of sunscreen and weed. Me and 3 of my friends had just finished rolling a joint, and we figured we'd smoke it and take a couple more jumps before heading back home. As we walked toward the pier, I noticed something weird right away. There was a guy, way out at the end of the pier, standing on top of the flagpole. The pole itself was maybe 10 meters high, rusted at the base, and had one of those flimsy flag holders at the top that moved even with the slightest breeze. He wasn't just standing there, he was balancing, his arms stretched out like he was walking a tightrope. From that distance, I could see his friends standing below him, some laughing, others clearly uneasy. A group of girls stood off to the side, hands covering their mouths, eyes wide with worry. At first, I thought he was just messing around, showing off. But as we got closer, it became clear he was struggling to stay up there. His legs wobbled slightly with every gust of wind, and his grip on the flag holder was weak, slipping a little every few seconds. His friends were egging him on, shouting for him to jump. The girls kept telling him to get down, but no one was actually doing anything to stop him. I was only half paying attention. There was this girl standing near the edge of the pier, dark hair, light brown skin, wearing a red bikini. She looked familiar, maybe someone I had seen around campus. I turned to talk to her, trying to think of something clever to say, when a sound cracked through the air. It wasn't a splash. It was a thud, a sickening, deep sound of something heavy hitting concrete. Then came the screams. I snapped my head around just in time to see his body roll from the edge of the pier and disappear into the water. People were moving all at once, some screaming, some covering their faces, others frozen in shock. Two of his friends immediately jumped in after him, but it was obvious they had no idea what they were doing. They were flailing, kicking wildly, barely able to stay above water themselves. I felt my chest tighten. I was high, and it felt like everything had slowed down, like I was watching a scene from a movie in slow motion. But somewhere in my head, my training kicked in. I was a lifeguard. I had done the drills 100 times before, but this was different. This wasn't a pool. It wasn't controlled. This was a deep, open body of water with a broken pier and two idiots making things worse. I didn't hesitate. I ran to the edge, took one deep breath, and dove in. The moment I hit the water, everything was muffled. I opened my eyes, the sting of the lake burning against them as I searched for him. I saw the two guys first, their movements erratic, stirring up the sand and murk from the bottom. Then I saw him. He was sinking limp, a dark silhouette against the fading light above. I kicked hard, reaching him in seconds. As soon as I got close, I grabbed under his arms and tilted his head back to keep his mouth above water. I could feel his breath, shallow, barely there. My fingers brushed against his back, feeling something strange, something wrong. It felt loose, unnatural, like a bag of jelly with broken rocks inside. My stomach turned. His spine was shattered. The two friends were pulling at him, trying to lift him up by his arms, their eyes wide with panic. Stop! I wanted to yell, but my mouth filled with lake water instead. I had to get him stable. I kicked hard, pushing toward the surface, my lungs burning. Breaking through the water, I gasped for air and looked up at the pier. People were leaning over the edge, shouting, scrambling for something, anything to help. There was no easy way to get him out. The pier was too high above the water, and the shore was too far. My mind raced. Get aboard, something flat. I shouted, but I wasn't sure if anyone heard me over the noise. I knew moving him the wrong way could make things worse, but leaving him in the water wasn't an option either. A couple of guys had climbed down onto a lower part of the pier, reaching for him, but they kept moving too fast, too rough. I held his head still, trying to keep him breathing, trying to keep his body from jerking around too much. He was barely there, his eyelids flickering. Minutes stretched, each one feeling like an eternity. Finally, someone managed to get a makeshift stretcher down, a broken wooden board, splintered at the edges but sturdy enough. With careful movements, we lifted him onto it, keeping his head straight, his body as still as possible. The paramedics were still making their way from the shore. It took them 10 whole minutes just to get to us, navigating the broken walkway of the pier. When they finally arrived, they worked fast, their faces unreadable, their hands precise. They resuscitated him once. His chest rose. For a moment, I thought maybe he'd make it. But minutes later, he was gone. I don't remember much of what happened next. I remember sitting on the sand, my hands shaking, watching them load his body onto a stretcher, the blue lights of the ambulance reflecting off the water. People had started to leave. The energy of the beach had changed completely, replaced by a heavy silence. The drive back to Toronto was quiet. No one really spoke. The music played low, but it felt like background noise, something to fill the space between the weight of what we had just seen. I kept running through everything in my head, wondering if I had done enough, if I had been too slow, if I had noticed something too late. The guilt sat heavy in my chest for days, weeks. I had been trained for this, but nothing prepares you for watching someone die in front of you. Summer ended, classes started again, and life moved on, but that day never left me. Even now, years later, every time I see a pier, every time I hear the sound of water splashing against concrete, it all comes back. The moment he hit the ground, the screams, the feeling of his shattered spine beneath my hands, the weight of knowing that sometimes, no matter what you do, it's just not enough. Junior year of high school, I was dating the girl of my dreams. Strawberry blonde hair, pale but not ghostly, wicked smart, and affectionate to the point that it felt like I had somehow won the universe's lottery. She had transferred to a school 3 hours away, which made things tough, but we both put in the effort. I drove out to see her every chance I got, and she did the same for me. We were making it work. That night, I had made the drive. It was late autumn, cold but not unbearable, the kind of weather where you want to be close to someone just for the warmth. We had been driving for a while, talking about anything and everything, when we decided to pull off onto a small dirt road winding through the mountains. The air was crisp, the stars were insane without the glow of city lights, and we just wanted a quiet place to be alone. I parked in a clearing surrounded by pine trees, the smell of sap and damp earth filling the air. There was no wind, no sound except for the occasional rustling in the underbrush. We climbed onto the hood of my Corolla, sitting close, her head resting against my shoulder. The warmth of her body against mine, the slow rhythm of her breathing, it was perfect. We sat there for nearly an hour, talking about our futures, our pasts, the dumb things we had done as kids. She laughed at one of my stories, this soft, genuine sound that made my chest tighten in the best way possible. I remember thinking, in that moment, that I could do this forever. Then we heard it, a low, guttural noise. Not close, but not far either. It was deep, vibrating, almost like a growl, but not quite. It didn't sound human. It didn't sound right. Every hair on my body stood up. I felt her stiffen against me, her breath hitching in her throat. We both stopped talking. We didn't move. We just listened. Silence. Then the sound again. This time closer. We didn't speak. We just slid off the hood of the car, moving as quickly as we could without making too much noise. It was clumsy, like trying to run in a dream, our limbs moving too slow, too uncoordinated. My hands fumbled for the door handle. I yanked it open, she scrambled inside, and I followed, slamming the door shut and locking it without thinking. The sound of my heartbeat filled my ears. Inside the car, we were huddled together, breathing hard, eyes darting through the windshield and side windows. The night outside was absolute darkness, the kind that eats everything, the kind that makes you feel like you're the only two people left in the world. I reached for the switch and flicked on the running lights. The dim glow barely pushed back the darkness, but it was enough. 2 dots, reflective, unmoving. About 7 feet away, something was watching us. I couldn't see the shape, just the eyes. Yellow, fixed, unblinking. A primal, instinctual fear crawled up my spine. This wasn't a deer. This wasn't some lost dog. This was something that hunted. My hand found the high beams. I flipped them on. The light hit a cougar crouched low by an outcropping of granite, its body tensed, muscles coiled tight. It had been waiting, watching, deciding. For a moment, none of us moved. The cat, us, the entire forest. Everything was frozen in that terrible, perfect silence. Then it rose, its body stretching upward in slow, deliberate movements. It flicked its ears, not startled, not afraid, just considering. It turned its head slightly, glanced behind it, then looked back at us. And then, as if we were nothing more than an afterthought, it padded away into the night, vanishing like a ghost. The silence that followed was deafening. I could still feel the weight of its gaze, even though it was gone. My hands were shaking. My breath was uneven. I turned to her. She turned to me. We didn't need to say anything. We were both thinking the same thing. We had been prey. Neither of us wanted to stay out there any longer than necessary. I started the car, the engine roaring to life, breaking the oppressive silence. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but trees and the empty space where the cougar had been. I threw it into reverse, turning the car around with a little too much force, tires skidding slightly on the loose dirt. We didn't speak until we were back on the main road, streetlights breaking the illusion of being the only 2 people left on Earth. Even then, it took a while. The weight of what had just happened sat heavy between us. Finally, she let out a breathy laugh. Not because it was funny, but because it was the only thing to do. That was... I nodded. Yeah. She exhaled again, shaking her head. Holy shit. We went back to her place after that. There was something about coming so close to something primal, something dangerous, that made us desperate to feel alive. The heat, the adrenaline, the need to cling to something, anything tangible. The night ended in tangled limbs, whispered breaths, skin against skin, the kind of closeness that only comes from surviving something together. When I finally left the next morning, the world felt different, sharper, like I had been given a reminder of something I had almost forgotten. We are small, we are fragile, and sometimes we are being watched. I wake up in the middle of the night, the air mattress shifting slightly beneath me. The room is dark, barely any light filtering in through the window. My brothers are pressed against me, the three of us packed together on this single mattress like a pile of tangled limbs. It's not unusual. We've always been close, especially on trips like this where space is tight and comfort is scarce. I don't know what woke me up at first. Maybe it was a sound, or just the feeling of being too warm. I'm always cold, but right now, I feel heat pressing against me from both sides. My younger brother is turned away, his back facing me. My older brother, 19, is in front of me. I don't remember turning this way, but somehow I'm nose to nose with him, our breaths mingling in the small space between us. I try to shift, just a little, just enough to roll onto my back. But something is holding me in place. My arm is trapped beneath me, tingling with that painful numbness that comes from being pinned for too long. I wiggle my fingers, trying to get the blood flowing again, but it doesn't help much. That's when I feel it. The pressure against my back isn't just from my younger brother sleeping beside me. There's something more intentional about it. The way my older brother's arm is draped over me, the way his hand has shifted slightly, fingers brushing against my skin where my tank top has ridden up in my sleep. A slow, creeping dread begins to settle in my stomach. I tell myself I'm imagining it, that he's asleep, that this is just one of those awkward sleeping positions we end up in sometimes. But when I try to move again, his grip tightens. I freeze. My breath catches in my throat, and I stay perfectly still, hoping that if I don't react, maybe he'll shift away on his own. But he doesn't. Instead, his fingers press a little harder, moving just slightly, grazing the hem of my tank top, testing. I want to believe he's still asleep, that this is just some unconscious movement. But the way he reacts when I try to pull away tells me otherwise. He adjusts, making it seem like just another natural shift in sleep. But the way his arm moves, the way his fingers trace over my skin, tells a different story. He's aware. The realization sends a wave of panic through me. My heart starts to pound in my chest, so loud I'm afraid he'll hear it. I don't know what to do. I don't want to believe this is happening. This is my brother. This is someone I trust, someone who has always been there for me. But right now, in this moment, he is a stranger. I need to move. I need to get away. But every time I shift, his grip adjusts. Not too much, not enough to be obvious, but enough to keep me locked in place. I can feel his breath against my cheek, steady, slow, pretending to be asleep. My body is stiff, tense, my mind racing through possibilities. If I move too suddenly, if I push him away, he might react. He's stronger than me. I don't want to wake my younger brother. I don't want to make this real. So I try something else. I shift slowly, carefully, curling in on myself. I move toward my younger brother, pressing my back against him, trying to put as much distance between myself and the arm that holds me captive. For a moment, I think it works. The pressure eases slightly, his grip loosening just enough for me to breathe. I stay like that, curled up, staring into the darkness, willing myself to disappear. Minutes pass, maybe an hour. I don't know. I don't sleep. I don't move. I just wait for the morning, for the safety of daylight, for this night to be over. When the sun finally begins to creep through the window, I pretend I just woke up. I stretch, shift away from him completely, and force myself to act normal. My younger brother stirs beside me, yawning and rubbing his eyes. My older brother rolls onto his back, stretching as if nothing happened. I tell myself that maybe nothing did. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe I misunderstood. But the way my skin still burns where his fingers had been, the way my stomach is twisted in knots, tells me otherwise. I don't say anything. I don't know how. The rest of the day, I keep my distance. I don't make eye contact. I don't let myself be alone with him. I don't know if he notices, if he knows that I know. But I do. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't woken up. I don't know what his intentions were. But I know one thing for sure. I will never let myself be in that position again. When I was in first grade, I lived in a rough neighborhood. My dad, my brother, and I were staying in my great-grandmother's old house. She owned 2 houses, but she didn't live in this one. It was an old, creaky place, barely holding together, and we were struggling to keep up with payments. Across the street, there was a much cheaper house, and after talking about it for a while, we decided to move in. It wasn't much better, but it was what we could afford. We moved most of our things over within a couple of days. The new house smelled musty, like dust and old wood. The floors creaked worse than the ones in the old house, and everything about it felt off. Maybe it was just because it was empty, or maybe because the whole neighborhood had a way of making your skin crawl. I was just a kid, but even then, I knew the air around that place felt heavier. But it was what we had, and that was that. My cousin lived on the same block, just a few houses down. Since my brother and I had already brought over a bunch of our stuff, we had nothing else to do, so we figured we'd check out the house with him. I don't remember if we told our dad where we were going, but we weren't thinking about that at the time. The three of us stepped inside, the old wood groaning under our weight. The house was dim, the windows letting in just enough light to make the dust in the air visible. We walked around, checking out every little detail like kids do. I remember running my fingers along the walls, feeling the peeling paint under my hands. The rooms were small, empty, unfamiliar. It didn't feel like home yet. It just felt like a shell of a house, waiting for someone to fill it. We walked toward the back, looking at the tiny kitchen and the bedrooms. The hallway was narrow, and the walls felt too close together. The whole time, I felt like something was just behind me, breathing down my neck. I kept turning around, expecting to see my dad, or maybe one of the neighbors standing in the doorway, but no one was there. Then, out of nowhere, there was a loud bang from the front of the house. We all froze. It was the kind of noise that makes your stomach drop, the kind of sound that makes your heart jump up into your throat. It came from where the front door was. The thing is, that door was old and loud. It squeaked and groaned every time it opened, but we hadn't heard it open. We turned to each other, silent, trying to figure out what to do. Slowly, we made our way back toward the front, our steps cautious and hesitant. And then we saw it. Standing in front of the door was something I still don't have the right words to describe. It was tall, taller than any adult I had ever seen. Its skin was dark red, almost like dried blood, stretched tight over a thin, bony frame. Its eyes were empty, hollow, but they were locked onto me. Not my brother, not my cousin, me. My body locked up. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Every part of me screamed to move, to run, but I couldn't. My mind couldn't process what I was looking at. And then all at once, everything clicked and I bolted. We ran, all three of us, scrambling down the hallway and into one of the bedrooms. We slammed the door shut and threw our backs against it, pressing all our weight against the old wood. For a moment, there was nothing. Just the sound of our heavy breathing, our hearts pounding so loud in our ears that it drowned out everything else. Then the noises started. Scraping. Slow, deliberate, like nails dragging across the wood just outside the door. Then the banging. Heavy, rhythmic, like something was slamming its fists, if it even had fists, against the walls. The whole room felt like it was shaking. We sat there, pressed against the door, too scared to move, too scared to speak. I remember staring at the cracks in the floor, tracing them with my eyes over and over again, trying to focus on anything except what was happening just a few feet away. The air in the room was suffocating. It was like something was pressing down on us, trying to squeeze the life out of us without ever touching us. I don't know how long we sat there. It felt like hours, but it was probably less. Eventually, the noises stopped. No more scraping, no more banging, just silence. We didn't move at first. We just sat there, waiting, expecting something else to happen. When nothing did, we finally got the courage to stand up. We opened the door just enough to peek out. The house was empty. The front door was still shut, just like we had left it. But the air still felt wrong. Heavy, charged, like the seconds before a thunderstorm. We didn't waste any more time. We ran. We ran straight out of that house, across the street, and back to our old home. We didn't look back. We didn't stop. We just ran until we were through the door and inside, where it felt safe, where we could finally breathe again. I don't remember telling my dad what happened. I don't remember what we did after that. I just remember the fear, the weight of it pressing down on me even after we had made it home. We never went back inside that house alone again. We moved into it eventually, but it never felt right. It never felt like home. Even after we settled in, I always had the feeling that something was watching, waiting. Years passed, and I tried to push it out of my mind. I tried to tell myself that maybe we imagined it, that maybe our young minds had twisted something normal into something terrifying. But the thing is, all three of us saw the same thing. We all heard the same noises. And no matter how much I try to convince myself that it wasn't real, I can still feel its eyes on me, even now, all these years later. I used to work at a placement facility for juvenile delinquents. It wasn't a jail, but for some of the kids there, it might as well have been. The place was meant for rehabilitation, a last stop before a real prison sentence or a fresh start. Some of the kids were just troubled, sent there for minor offenses or behavioral issues. Others were different, dangerous. You could see it in their eyes, the way they carried themselves, the way they looked at you when they thought you weren't watching. I had just started the job, fresh out of training, and I was given the overnight shift. It sounded easy enough, light cleaning, 15-minute bed checks to make sure all the kids were in their rooms, then a lot of downtime. That first night, I thought I had lucked out. The dormitory-style setup meant I had a good view of most of the rooms from the central staff desk, and the place was quiet at night. It seemed like an easy job. One of the kids in the facility was different, though. He was the kind of kid that made your skin crawl, the kind that made you double-check that your back was against a wall when he was in the room. I won't say his name, but I'll never forget him. He was a problem, always testing the limits, always watching. They had caught him before with sewing needles, tiny, sharp things he had hidden in his clothes and used to scratch people when he walked past. Nobody knew where he got them, but every time they took them away, he found more. Because of this, he was on a special program. No personal clothing, no personal items. Just sweatpants with no pockets, a white t-shirt, and a mattress on the floor. That was it. That first night on my own, I was exhausted. Training had been long and draining, and by the time midnight rolled around, my body was screaming for sleep. I sat behind the staff desk, watching the dimly lit room, and before I knew it, my eyelids got heavy. I told myself I'd just rest my eyes for a second. Just a second. I must have been out for no more than 5 minutes when something jolted me awake. A presence. The kind that makes the hairs on your arms stand on end before your mind even catches up. I opened my eyes and nearly fell out of my chair. He was right in front of me, leaning forward over the desk, his face just inches from mine. His breath smelled like metal, like blood. His eyes were locked onto mine, empty but intense. He didn't move, didn't blink. He just stared. My heart slammed against my ribs so hard I could hear it in my ears. My body wanted to run, but there was nowhere to go. I sucked in a sharp breath and forced myself to sit up, gripping the edge of the desk to steady myself. He didn't react. He didn't flinch or step back. Just stood there, unblinking, too close, too still. I swallowed hard and looked at him. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. My brain latched onto the first reasonable explanation. Bathroom. He must need to use the bathroom. It was right across from the staff desk, just a few steps away. There was no reason for him to come to me first, no reason for him to be this close. But he just stood there. Something in me snapped to attention. A deep, primal instinct. My exhaustion was gone. My body was electric with adrenaline. I kept my eyes on him, forcing myself to stay calm. I told him, without asking, "Go use the bathroom." Still, he didn't move. I didn't say anything else. I just kept looking at him, waiting, not giving him anything more. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he turned. Not fast, not slow, just deliberate. He walked away, not toward the bathroom, but straight back to his room. No hesitation, no urgency, like he had never intended to go in the first place. I sat there, frozen, my heart still hammering. I listened as he disappeared into the darkness of his room, the soft rustle of his blanket as he lay back down on the mattress. I forced myself to breathe, forced my body to relax, but my hands still trembled as I reached for my clipboard. I checked the clock. Only a few minutes had passed, but I felt like I had aged years. That was the last time I ever let myself get tired on a night shift. Every time my eyelids got heavy after that, I remembered the way he had stood there, the way he had watched me. I remembered the feeling of waking up with him so close, so silent, so still. That was enough to keep me awake, no matter how long the night dragged on. Even now, years later, working a different job, living a different life, I still think about that night. I still feel that cold, creeping dread when I remember how he looked at me, how I woke up to find him there, watching. I've worked a lot of jobs since then, but I've never had trouble staying awake at night again. Not after that. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, I lived in an apartment complex with my family. It wasn't anything fancy, just a collection of dull, beige buildings arranged around a small communal pool. The place always had a slight chlorine smell, even in the areas far from the water, and in the summer, the pavement would get so hot it could burn your feet if you weren't quick enough. It was a normal evening when we went to the pool. I remember the sky was beginning to turn deep shades of orange and purple, the last light of the sun stretching across the tops of the buildings. It wasn't too crowded that night, just a few people lazily floating in the water, some elderly residents sitting on the plastic lounge chairs, talking quietly. My parents were chatting with some neighbors while I splashed around, enjoying the feeling of the warm water against my skin. At some point, I realized I needed to use the bathroom. The pool had a small restroom building nearby, just a simple structure with 2 doors, one for men and one for women. I'd used it plenty of times before, so I didn't think twice about heading over on my own. When I pushed open the heavy metal door, I immediately noticed something was off. The light wasn't on. Normally, there was a buzzing orange glow from the overhead fixture, giving the whole space a kind of dim, sickly illumination. But now nothing, just darkness. The only light came from a faint glow filtering in through the slightly open door behind me, casting long shadows across the tile floor. For a second, I hesitated. The dark made everything look unfamiliar. The stalls, the sinks, even the mirrors seemed distorted in the lack of light. But I really had to go, so I pushed forward, telling myself it was just the same bathroom I'd been in plenty of times before. My eyes were already adjusting, and I could make out the shapes well enough. I stepped into the first stall, closing the door behind me. The latch made a soft clicking sound as it slid into place. Sitting there, I could hear the muffled sounds of the pool outside, distant laughter, the splash of someone diving in. The bathroom itself was silent except for the occasional drip from a faucet. As my eyes fully adjusted to the dark, I started noticing details I hadn't before. The grime on the tiles, the faint scratches on the metal stall door, the small movements of something shifting in the dim light. That was when I saw it. To my right, clinging to the tiled wall just a foot or so away, was something large. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but as I focused, I realized what I was looking at. A spider. But not just any spider. This thing was huge. It was easily the size of a dinner plate, its legs curled inward slightly, making it appear more compact. Its body was covered in coarse, grayish hair, and its legs were thick, not like the thin, spindly legs of a normal spider. And then there were the eyes, 8 small, dark, glossy beads staring straight at me. I froze. It was so close. If it moved, it could easily reach me. But it didn't move. It just stayed there, pressed against the wall, as if it were just as aware of me as I was of it. My breath felt stuck in my throat, but strangely, I wasn't scared. Not in the way you'd expect. There was no rush of panic, no urge to scream or run. Just a quiet, almost surreal awareness that I was sitting just inches away from something completely unnatural. I kept perfectly still, watching it. The longer I stared, the more details I noticed. The strange shape of its legs, the way they seemed too thick, too stubby for a normal spider. The texture of its body, almost like the rough fur of a dog, rather than the smooth exoskeleton I expected. The way its eyes reflected the faint light, each one gleaming slightly differently, like wet stones. I realized then that I was holding my breath. Slowly, carefully, I exhaled and shifted just slightly. The spider twitched, just the smallest movement, barely noticeable. It didn't seem aggressive, but it was alert, watching. I don't know why I wasn't afraid. Maybe it was because it wasn't acting threatening. Maybe it was because my young brain hadn't fully grasped how strange the situation was. Or maybe deep down, some part of me knew that fear would only make things worse. So I did the only thing that made sense in the moment. I ignored it. I finished up as quickly and quietly as I could, making sure not to make any sudden movements. The whole time, the spider stayed still, unmoving, just watching. When I was done, I carefully reached for the stall door, slowly slid the latch open, and stepped out. The moment I was free, I turned and walked straight out of the bathroom. I didn't run. I didn't look back. I just pushed the door open and stepped back into the warm evening air, the sounds of the pool instantly filling my ears again. I didn't tell anyone. Not my parents, not my friends. It wasn't that I was keeping a secret. I just didn't think to mention it. It wasn't until years later that I really started thinking about how strange that encounter was. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was young and misjudged its size. Maybe the darkness made it look bigger than it really was. But the more I think about it, the more I realize that nothing I've seen since has matched what I saw that night. Even the biggest wolf spiders I've encountered, massive as they can be, don't compare. And the strangest part, it wasn't just the size. It was the feeling, that overwhelming sense that it was watching me just as closely as I was watching it. That it wasn't just some mindless insect skittering around, but something more. Even now, I don't look back on it with fear. If anything, I'm more fascinated than anything else. But sometimes late at night, when I think about that thing and the way it just sat there in the dark, I get a weird crawling feeling down my spine. Because really, what was it? And why, after all these years, do I still feel like it was watching me? None of this story is embellished or made up in any way. This happened just a few weeks ago, and I'll never forget it. I had a guy friend of mine staying with me in my dorm room for the weekend of his birthday. My dorm isn't a normal one. It's inside a house that was built over 100 years ago. The floors creak no matter how carefully you walk, the windows rattle when the wind picks up, and sometimes, when the house settles, it makes this deep groaning sound, like something shifting just beneath the surface. It's the kind of place that makes you feel like you're never really alone, even when you are. We went to bed late that night, sometime around midnight. It had been a long day of hanging out, walking around town, and celebrating his birthday. We were exhausted, and sleep came quickly. But at around 3:30 in the morning, both of us woke up at the same time. Not groggy or half asleep, fully, completely awake. It struck me as odd, but I brushed it off. Maybe something had made a noise that startled us both awake, though I couldn't remember hearing anything. The air in my room felt heavier than usual, like the space itself was pressing in just a little bit. I shifted under my blanket, trying to shake off the strange feeling. We stayed in bed for a while, just talking. At some point, our conversation turned to ghosts. I've never liked the idea of ghosts. Even as a kid, I avoided horror movies, never played with Ouija boards, and refused to listen to scary stories before bed. My friend, of course, thought this was hilarious. He teased me about it, laughing as he tried to convince me ghosts weren't real. And then, right in the middle of him talking, my bedroom lights flickered and went out. It was so sudden that we both stopped talking immediately. The room was plunged into complete darkness, and I could feel my heartbeat in my ears. After a few moments of silence, I forced myself to move, slipping out of bed and opening my door to check if the power had gone out in the rest of the house. Everything else was fine. The hallway light was still on. The soft yellow glow from downstairs told me that the living room was still lit. Every other room still had power, except mine. My stomach twisted, but I tried to stay calm. Maybe it was just a blown fuse or a loose connection. It was an old house, after all. I went back inside and sat on my bed, my friend watching me with a raised eyebrow. He could tell I was rattled, but I wasn't going to let him know how much. We distracted ourselves by scrolling through Reddit on my phone, reading random posts, trying to laugh and forget about what had just happened. After a while, the lights came back on as suddenly as they had turned off. Just like that, the room was bright again, and the strange feeling from before seemed to lessen. But 20 minutes later, the lights went out again. This time, we didn't bother checking the rest of the house. I told my friend we should just try to sleep. Maybe whatever was wrong would fix itself by morning. It was just a coincidence, I told myself. Just the wiring, just the age of the house, just something normal. But then I saw them. Even in the complete darkness of my room, I could see them clearly. Two glowing eyes in the upper right-hand corner of the room, near the ceiling. They weren't reflections, they weren't tricks of the light. There was no light, but they were there, staring down at us. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to believe it was my imagination. I wanted to believe my mind was playing tricks on me, but before I could say anything, my friend whispered, "Do you see that?" I didn't answer. I didn't need to. We both knew we were seeing the same thing. The eyes were there, unwavering, watching. And beneath them, in that same corner of the room, was a patch of darkness that was darker than the rest of the room. A kind of blackness that looked like it had depth, like it stretched beyond the walls, like something was there and wasn't supposed to be. Neither of us moved. Neither of us spoke after that. I don't remember when I closed my eyes, but at some point, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. The next night, I wanted answers. I turned off every single light and blocked out any possible source of illumination. trying to recreate the conditions from the night before. I wanted to prove to myself that the eyes were just some kind of reflection, that they had to have been caused by something in the room. But when I looked back to that same corner, there was nothing. Just an empty patch of ceiling, as it should have been. No eyes. No impossible darkness. Nothing at all. That should have been a relief, but it wasn't, because that meant whatever we had seen hadn't been a trick of the light. It hadn't been some random coincidence of angles and shadows. It had been real. And the worst part, that feeling of being watched never went away. Even now, weeks later, I still feel it. That corner of my room feels different from the rest. Sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I find myself staring at it without knowing why. I haven't seen the eyes again, but I don't think I need to. I know they're still there. Last week, on the last night of my fall break, me and two friends, Ethan and Marcus, decided to make the most of it. We weren't doing anything crazy, just lighting a fire down at the creek near my house, something we'd done plenty of times before. It wasn't exactly legal, but it wasn't hurting anyone either. Just a way to kill time and enjoy the cool air of an October night. Around 10:30, we gathered a bunch of flammable junk, some newspaper, old homework, and a few dry branches we found lying around. We walked down to our usual spot, a small clearing on a cliff above the creek where no one could see us from the road or the nearby houses. It was private, quiet, and the perfect place to mess around without anyone bothering us. The fire started quickly. We sat around, feeding it little by little, watching the flames dance in the darkness. The warmth felt nice against the chilly air, and the glow cast weird, flickering shadows on our faces. We joked, laughed, and just talked about random stuff, girls, school, stupid things we'd seen online. It felt like a perfect way to end the break. After about 20 minutes, we stomped the fire out, making sure nothing was left burning, and decided to walk to McDonald's. It was only a few blocks away, and we were all craving something greasy. To get there, we had to cross a large open field, and then a busy street. The field was mostly empty, with patches of dead grass and scattered bits of trash. I was in front, with Ethan and Marcus walking behind me, talking about something I wasn't really listening to. The field was dark, but I could make out shapes, trees, a few parked cars near the houses in the distance, and something else. A long, dark shape lying in the grass. At first, I thought it was just some old camping gear someone had dumped. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't just a pile of junk. It was a sleeping bag. My stomach dropped. Something about the way it was lying there felt wrong. It wasn't just abandoned, it looked occupied. I slowed down. My breath caught in my throat as I took a closer look. That's when I saw it, a head at the end of the sleeping bag, barely visible in the dim light. The way it rested on the ground made my chest tighten with a strange kind of fear I'd never felt before. My mind screamed at me to leave, but my body wouldn't move. Then, without thinking, I blurted out, "Dead body." The words felt strange coming out of my mouth, like I wasn't even the one saying them. Panic shot through me like electricity. I turned and bolted, my heart hammering against my ribs. Ethan and Marcus didn't even hesitate. They ran right after me, no questions asked. We didn't stop until we reached McDonald's. Out of breath, we leaned against the wall near the parking lot, adrenaline still surging through us. For a moment, there was silence. Then, we burst out laughing. Not because it was funny, but because we were so on edge that our bodies didn't know what else to do. Ethan wiped sweat off his forehead. "Dude, you face-planted so hard." I didn't even care. My hands were shaking, my mind racing. I swear to God, it was a body. Marcus shook his head, still grinning. It could have been a homeless guy sleeping. That thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Maybe it was just someone sleeping. Maybe we had scared ourselves over nothing. But something about the way it had looked, the stillness, the unnatural way the head rested, told me otherwise. After a few minutes, the nervous laughter died down. That's when the idea came up. We had to go back and check. But we weren't going empty-handed. We needed a weapon, just in case. We walked to a friend's house, told him what happened, and after some convincing, he handed us a spare kitchen knife. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. By the time we got back to the field, it was close to midnight. The air was even colder now, the kind that settles into your bones. We stood at the edge of the field, flashlights in hand, cameras ready, but no one really wanted to go first. I swallowed hard and stepped forward. "Let's just do this." Ethan and Marcus followed, flanking me on both sides. The field felt different now, heavier somehow. Our footsteps crunched against the dry grass as we moved toward the spot where we'd seen it. As we approached, my heart pounded harder. My flashlight beam shook slightly in my hand. When we reached the place where the sleeping bag had been, I shined the light forward, and my stomach turned to ice. It was still there. The same position. The same unnatural stillness. I took a step closer. The flashlight caught on something. The edge of a beanie pulled down over the head. The face was hidden, but the neck was exposed, pale and unmoving. I couldn't breathe. Every instinct in my body told me to run, but I forced myself to stay still. Then Ethan whispered, "What if he's alive?" That thought was even worse. If he was dead, at least he wasn't aware of us standing over him. But if he was alive, was he dangerous? Injured? I stepped closer, gripping the knife so tightly my knuckles turned white. The flashlight beam hovered over the body, but nothing moved. Not a single breath. Not a twitch. I took another step. A car passed on the street nearby, its headlights briefly sweeping across the field. In that instant, I saw it clearly. The skin was wrong. Too pale. Too stiff. The way the head lay on the ground wasn't natural. No rise and fall of breath. No reaction to the light. We ran. We didn't stop until we were back at my house, locked inside, lights on. No one spoke for a long time. We just sat there, breathing hard, trying to process what we had seen. The next morning, we went back in daylight. Nothing. No sleeping bag. No body. Not even an imprint in the grass. It was as if nothing had ever been there. The field was empty. The world was normal again. But I knew what I had seen. We all did. And the scariest part? If it had been a body, someone had taken it. I was 10 years old, and the excitement of spending Canada Day weekend with my older sister was almost too much to handle. She had moved to a small town about an hour and a half away from the farm where we grew up, and this was my first time visiting her new place. My mom was driving me there, and I couldn't stop talking about how much fun it was going to be. My sister was 10 years older than me, and even though she was an adult now, we were still close. She was my hero, and I couldn't wait to see her. The drive was uneventful. The sun was shining, the fields stretched out endlessly on either side of the highway, and the radio played softly in the background. I remember staring out the window, watching the telephone poles zip by, counting them to pass the time. My mom hummed along to the music, occasionally glancing over at me with a smile. Everything felt normal, like any other summer day. But as soon as we pulled up to my sister's house, something changed. I didn't notice it at first. I was too busy jumping out of the car, eager to see my sister and explore her new place. The house was small, a little rundown, but charming in its own way. It had a front porch with a creaky wooden swing and a garden that looked like it hadn't been tended to in years. My sister greeted us at the door, her face lighting up when she saw me. She hugged me tightly, and for a moment, everything felt perfect. Then it hit me, a wave of nausea, so intense that I had to clutch the doorframe to steady myself. My head spun, and my stomach churned like I was going to throw up. I had never been car sick before, not even on the bumpiest roads, so this was completely out of the blue. My mom and sister exchanged worried glances, but they brushed it off, thinking maybe I was just tired from the drive. They decided I could sleep it off, and my mom left shortly after, promising to pick me up in a couple of days. I didn't argue. I felt too sick to do anything but lie down. My sister led me to a bed on the main floor, a small room just off the living room. The bed was old, the kind with a wrought iron frame and a mattress that sagged in the middle. My sister mentioned offhandedly that the bed had come with the house and that one of the original owners had died in the house years ago. She said it like it was no big deal, but it made me uneasy. Still, I was too exhausted to care. I climbed into the bed, the sheets cool against my skin, and closed my eyes. I didn't sleep right away. The nausea kept me awake for a while, and I remember staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the house. It was an old house, and it creaked and groaned with every shift of the wind. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting like they were alive. I told myself it was just the house settling, but it didn't help. My imagination ran wild, conjuring images of the previous owner, an old woman who had died in this very room. I could almost see her standing in the corner, watching me with hollow eyes. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep. I don't remember dreaming, but I do remember waking up briefly in the middle of the night. The room was pitch black, and for a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then I heard it, a faint sound like footsteps on the stairs. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound was soft, almost imperceptible, but it was there. I told myself it was just my sister, maybe going to the bathroom or getting a glass of water. But then I remembered her bedroom was upstairs, and the stairs were right outside my door. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps stopped, and the house fell silent again. I told myself it was nothing, just the house settling or maybe the wind. I closed my eyes and tried to go back to sleep, but the image of the old woman lingered in my mind. I didn't sleep well the rest of the night. The next morning, my sister seemed annoyed with me. She asked why I kept coming up and down the stairs last night, saying if I needed something, I should have just asked her. I was confused. I hadn't been up at all that night. I told her this, and she frowned. She thought maybe it was her cat, but when we checked, the cat was locked in the basement, just like she said. We both stood there for a moment, staring at each other, neither of us wanting to say what we were thinking. The rest of the weekend passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right about that house. I tried to push it out of my mind, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the memory of those footsteps stayed with me. A few years later, I was invited to a sleepover at a friend's house in another small town. This town was even smaller than my sister's, almost abandoned, with old houses that looked like they hadn't been updated in decades. My friend's house was at the end of a dirt road, surrounded by fields. It was a 2-story house with peeling paint and a sagging roof. The inside wasn't much better. The floors creaked with every step, and the walls were covered in faded wallpaper that was peeling at the seams. We were all excited to be there, though. There were 7 of us, all girls from school, and we spent the evening playing games and laughing until our sides hurt. We didn't notice how late it was getting until someone pointed out that it was past midnight. We decided to call it a night and set up our sleeping bags in the upstairs bedroom. The stairs to the second floor were enclosed, with a door at the bottom that, when closed, hid everything completely. From the top of the stairs, you could see the light from the main floor shining under the door. It was creepy, but we were too busy having fun to care. Then we heard it, the sound of someone coming up the stairs. We hadn't heard the door open, but we figured it was one of the girl's older brothers, coming to spy on us. We all piled at the top of the stairs, giggling and whispering, ready to scare him. But as the footsteps got closer, we realized something was wrong. The steps were heavy, like someone wearing boots, but there was no one there. The sound stopped right in front of us, on the last step, but the staircase was empty. We were all frozen, staring at the spot where the footsteps had stopped. No one said anything for a long time. Then someone suggested we go to bed, and we all agreed. We didn't talk about what had happened, but I could tell everyone was thinking about it. I was supposed to sleep on the bottom bunk of a bunk bed, but it was too narrow and cramped. The girl above me was much heavier, and I could feel the mattress pressing down on me. I decided to pull my mattress out and sleep on the floor instead. It was more comfortable, and I fell asleep almost immediately. The next morning, we decided to investigate the stairs. We wanted to see if there was any explanation for what we had heard. We moved the bunk bed away from the wall to access a hatch that led to some pipes for heating and cooling. As soon as we started sliding the bed, the top bunk collapsed onto the bottom one. The frame was solid metal, welded together, and it should have been sturdy, but it came crashing down with a force that would have seriously injured me if I had still been lying there. We all stood there, staring at the wreckage, too shocked to speak. No one had touched the bed, and there was no reason for it to collapse like that. It was like something had been holding it up, and when we moved it, whatever it was let go. We never did figure out what had happened that night. The footsteps, the collapsing bed, it was all too strange to explain. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something in that house, something that didn't want us there. I never went back, and I never talked about it again. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear those heavy footsteps on the stairs, and I wonder if whatever was in that house is still there, waiting for the next group of unsuspecting kids to come along. I never liked that house. It was old, too old, the kind of place where the walls seemed to hold memories. My friend Daniel lived there with his family, and his younger sister, Emily, always invited her friends over for sleepovers because of the house's so-called reputation. Everyone at school had heard the rumors. People swore they had seen things in the windows when no one was home, heard voices when it was empty, felt cold spots in the hallways, even in the dead heat of summer. The house had stood for over a century and a half, and its age showed. The wood groaned under the weight of every footstep, the doors stuck in their warped frames, and the plumbing rattled inside the walls like bones being shaken in a box. The first-floor bathroom was notorious for trapping people. The door had settled strangely, and if you closed it at the wrong angle, the latch would stick, locking whoever was inside until someone from the outside forced it open. It became a kind of ritual at Emily's sleepovers. At least one girl would get stuck at some point and scream for help until someone came to let them out. It was just part of the fun, a small thrill to make their night feel even more like an adventure. But then came that night. Daniel's dad, Mr. Sullivan, was the kind of man who always had an answer for everything. He didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. To him, the house was just an old building, full of old house problems. That night, he had gone to bed earlier than the girls in the living room, but sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning, he woke up thirsty. He came downstairs to get a glass of water, and as he passed the bathroom, he heard it, frantic banging on the door, fists slamming against the wood, the unmistakable sound of someone inside, desperate to get out. A girl's voice, high and panicked, called out. He sighed. He had been through this before, probably a dozen times. One of Emily's friends had gotten themselves stuck again. As he walked over, he spoke in his usual calm, reassuring tone, telling her it was okay, that the house wasn't haunted, that the door was just stuck. He put his hand on the knob and worked at it. The wood was swollen, but with enough force it popped free, and the door swung open. The bathroom was empty. He stood there for a long moment, staring into the small, dimly lit space. The sink, the toilet, the bathtub with its mildew-speckled curtain hanging half open. Everything was exactly as it should be, except for the fact that no one was there. His first thought was that the girl must have somehow climbed out the window, but that made no sense. The window was small, barely large enough for a child to squeeze through, and it was still latched from the inside. He checked behind the shower curtain, though he knew he wouldn't find anything. The room was empty, and yet he had heard it, clear as day. The banging, the screaming. He stepped back, heart pounding, and turned toward the living room. He needed to check, needed to make sure. He walked in and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 girls, all curled up in their sleeping bags, deep in sleep. None of them were missing. None of them looked like they had just been trapped in a bathroom, pounding on the door for help. He stood there for a long time, his skin crawling, his throat dry in a way that had nothing to do with thirst. The house had never scared him before, not really, but at that moment, he felt something he couldn't explain. It wasn't a ghost, wasn't some floating apparition or glowing-eyed figure in the dark. It was something else, something real, something wrong. He never told Daniel or Emily what happened that night, but after that, he never walked past that bathroom at night again. I'm a little late to this party, but perhaps someone will read it. This is the first time I have actually ever told any living soul. I tried talking about it to my then girlfriend, now wife, but I realized how crazy I sounded and stopped. In reading several similar stories, I feel somewhat comforted knowing other people have experiences like mine. Some see things, others claim it's just an overactive imagination. I don't know what it is, but I've been dealing with it for as long as I can remember. For years now, I have seen things at different times. Things I know aren't real, but that doesn't make them any less unsettling. Almost always, they take the shape of normal human figures, obscured by the shadows. Sometimes, they appear as distinct people. They never speak or interact with me. They are just there, rarely moving, but always watching. It started when I was very young. I would play basketball in our basement. I was little then, maybe 6 or 7. The basement was large, with 2 rooms on opposite ends. The doors were always open, leading into dark spaces that I avoided looking at for too long. I would see movement in those rooms, shadowy figures darting back and forth. Sometimes I caught glimpses of faces watching me. One face still haunts me. His skin was pale, an ashen grayish tan, like something drained of life. He was bald except for the thin horseshoe of long, straggly white hair around the sides of his head. His teeth were horrible, jagged and yellowed, some missing entirely. He never spoke, never moved beyond those doorways, but he watched. It got so bad I eventually refused to go down there alone. My parents never understood why. We moved when I was 12, and the new house's basement felt safer. No shadowy figures. No faces watching me. For a time, anyway. As I entered my teens, the strange sightings never fully stopped, but they changed. They became more subtle, appearing in reflections, mirrors, windows, the glossy surface of a turned-off television. Shapes that I knew weren't really there. They were quick, fleeting. Sometimes I would see a shadow in my peripheral vision, but when I turned my head, nothing was there. I told myself it was my eyes playing tricks on me, nothing more. It was easy to ignore them when they were just momentary glimpses. But it got worse. The worst, most vivid encounter happened in my mid-teens. It was late at night, and I was heading downstairs to grab something from the basement. The stairwell leading down had a door to the left that opened into the laundry room. That room was always dark unless the light was turned on. As I descended the stairs, I felt something, a weight in the air, an unease that prickled at the back of my neck. I turned right at the bottom of the stairs, but as I did, something caught my eye. A figure stood in the doorway of the laundry room, just inside the darkness. He was hooded, dressed entirely in black. His hands were clenched into fists at his sides, his head tilted downward so the hood obscured his face in shadow. My breath hitched, but I forced myself to keep moving. My rational brain told me it was a trick of the light, a shadow cast in just the right way to look like a man standing there. But just before the doorway left my sight, the figure moved. His head lifted, and I saw his eyes. Pale blue. Normal, human eyes, which somehow made it worse. If they had been glowing red or black voids, I could have dismissed it as some irrational fear, but these were just eyes. Ordinary, yet so full of something that made my skin crawl. I turned away quickly, walking faster into the basement. My heart pounded in my chest as I yanked the chain for the light. The moment the bulb flickered on, the oppressive feeling vanished. The laundry room was empty. I stood there for a long time, breathing heavily, trying to calm myself. I convinced myself I was just tired, just imagining things. But that didn't explain the dread that had settled into my bones. It happened again, and again. 3 more times over the next few months, the exact same scenario. Always the hooded figure, always standing in the doorway, always lifting his head just as I turned away. Each time, the feeling of dread worsened. A cold, suffocating presence that made my hair stand on end. Eventually, I got fed up with it. I was too old to be scared of the dark, too old to be scared of something that wasn't real. So I forced myself to ignore it, and eventually it stopped. But it wasn't over. Years passed. I saw things occasionally, but nothing as intense as the hooded figure. They became background noise, quick flashes in the dark, shapes in my peripheral vision that I refused to acknowledge. If I didn't react, they had no power over me. That's what I told myself, anyway. Then one time my girlfriend, now my wife, almost noticed. We were on vacation in the Outer Banks with her family and some friends. One night, we walked to the fishing pier, just talking and enjoying the ocean breeze. At one point, I became aware of someone standing close to me on my left, opposite my girlfriend. A little girl, maybe 7 or 8, blonde hair, staring up at me. I felt an odd familiarity, but I couldn't place her. I kept glancing at her, unable to shake the feeling that she didn't belong. My girlfriend noticed. "What are you looking at?" she asked. That was the moment I knew the girl wasn't really there. My girlfriend had no idea what I was seeing. I didn't respond. I just turned away, pretending I hadn't seen anything at all. The girl never appeared again. That was the only time I ever saw something so vividly in broad daylight. One more thing happened that I've never been able to explain. When I was around 13, I started having a recurring experience at night. My bed was against the wall, and I slept facing it, almost wedged up against it for security. But on the exposed side, I would feel something. A presence. Slowly, a shape would rise beside my bed. First, just the tips of 2 white ears, then more of its head, emerging in an agonizingly slow, deliberate movement. A white werewolf, completely silent, would rise until it was staring down at me, snarling without a sound. Its lips pulled back over sharp teeth, but it made no noise. The terror was paralyzing. I would roll over and bury myself under my blanket, heart pounding so loud I was sure it would hear. It happened so often that one night, I forced myself to fight back. I sat up, turned toward it, and reached out. My hand passed through nothing but air. That was when I knew. I had always known deep down. but confirming it was different. It wasn't real. And yet, knowing that didn't make it any less terrifying. Now, nothing really happens anymore. I still sleep poorly, always have. Maybe that's why I see things. But when I wake in the middle of the night, I refuse to look around. If there's something there, I don't acknowledge it. I don't react. It's just a part of my life now. Like a background detail, an occasional flicker in the corner of my vision that I choose to ignore. Maybe that's all it ever was. Maybe that's all it will ever be. It was just another night, nothing special. Me and my buddy Ryan decided to make a quick run to the convenience store down the block to pick up some supplies. College essentials, beer, smokes, maybe some snacks if we were feeling it. The walk was nothing out of the ordinary. Streetlights buzzed, cars rolled by, and the air had that slightly damp chill that comes with the late-night hours. The store was the same as always, bright fluorescent lights, and the stale smell of cheap snacks and cleaning products. We grabbed our stuff, paid, and stepped back out into the night, the paper bag rustling as we walked. The way back was just as normal, until it wasn't. We were halfway to campus when I noticed something in the sky. A red light, not blinking like an airplane, not moving like a drone. It was just there, staring at us like an unblinking eye. It wasn't until I pointed it out that Ryan stopped walking. As we stood there, staring, two more appeared in a perfect line with the first. They weren't as bright, but they were definitely there. Something about them made my stomach twist. Then, as if they knew we were watching, the lights shifted. They got brighter, almost blinding, and moved into a perfect triangle. It was so precise, so unnatural, that I felt my skin crawl. Then, just as suddenly, they dimmed. A sound followed, so low and deep that I could feel it in my chest. It was like standing next to an idling freight train, that kind of heavy hum that you don't hear so much as feel. It wasn't coming from the city. It wasn't from a car or a plane. It was coming from above us, from them. A pressure started to build in my head, like a migraine coming on all at once. My ears popped, my stomach turned, and my body felt wrong, like I was being squeezed by something I couldn't see. My vision blurred for a second, and I turned to Ryan. His face was twisted in pain, his hands gripping the side of his head. We didn't speak. We couldn't. It felt like we were underwater, like gravity itself had changed around us. The air was thick, heavy, pressing down on us like a weight we couldn't shake. We forced ourselves to move, to break our gaze from the lights and keep walking. Briskly at first, then faster. The campus wasn't far. We just needed to make it there. The moment we looked away, the pain eased, just a little, like whatever was pressing down on us had loosened its grip. We didn't look back. We just walked, faster and faster, trying to ignore the heat we could still feel on our backs, the static in the air that made every hair on my body stand on end. Then it hit, hard, like being slammed into a wall without ever moving. A splitting pain cracked through my skull, so intense I almost dropped to my knees. My vision went white. My ears rang so loud I thought my eardrums had burst. My entire body locked up, muscles frozen, lungs refusing to take in air. Ryan was the same, locked in place, his mouth open in a silent scream. The lights were above us now, not distant in the sky, not far away. Directly above us, close enough that I could feel them, not just their heat, but something more. A force, a presence, something I couldn't understand. They vibrated, shifting in and out of focus like they were there, and not there at the same time. My skin burned, my bones ached. My brain felt like it was being stretched and pulled in ways it wasn't meant to. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The world around me faded. The only thing that existed was those lights, that pressure, that feeling of being trapped in something beyond my comprehension. Then nothing. No sound. No light. No pressure. Just silence. I gasped, stumbled, my knees nearly giving out beneath me. Ryan did the same, both of us shaking, sweating, breathing like we had just run for miles. The street was empty. The sky was dark. The air was still. The only evidence that anything had happened was the way our bodies ached, the way our heads throbbed, the way the world felt just slightly off, like we had been moved without knowing it. We practically ran back to our dorm. We tried to explain it to our roommates, but they just laughed, said we must have been seeing things. Maybe the beer was hitting us early. But we knew. We weren't drunk. We weren't high. We saw something. We felt something. Something saw us. For weeks after, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I looked up at the sky, I half expected to see those lights again, waiting, watching. But they never came back. Still, I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that, whatever it wasn't meant for us to see. It was a Friday afternoon, the kind that feels endless when you're a teenager. School had just let out, and the air was thick with that restless energy that comes with the weekend. My friend Jake and I were sitting in his room, the blinds half closed, letting in just enough sunlight to make the room feel hazy. We were both 17, invincible in that way only teenagers can be, and we decided to eat some mushrooms. We'd done it before, a few times actually, and it had always been fun, colors brighter, sounds sharper, the world feeling like it was alive in a way it normally wasn't. We each ate an eighth, like we always did, and settled in to wait for the trip to kick in. At first, it was fine. Better than fine, even. We were laughing, the kind of laughter that feels like it's coming from somewhere deep inside you, like your whole body is part of the joke. The walls seemed to breathe, and the music playing from Jake's stereo sounded like it was wrapping around us, filling the room with something warm and electric. But then slowly, things started to shift. I can't pinpoint exactly when it happened, but at some point, the laughter felt forced, and the colors that had been so vibrant started to feel too bright, almost aggressive. My stomach turned, and a cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the mushrooms, that it would pass, but the feeling only got worse. "I don't feel good," I said, my voice sounding strange in my own ears, like it was coming from somewhere far away. Jake looked at me, his face blurring in and out of focus. He said something, but I couldn't make out the words. My head felt heavy, like it was filled with lead, and my vision started to tunnel. I remember thinking, I need to get home. It was the only thought that made sense in the chaos of my mind. I needed to be in my own bed, in my own house, where everything was familiar and safe. "Can you drive me home?" I asked Jake, my voice shaky. He nodded, but his face was pale, and his eyes looked glassy. I knew he wasn't feeling great either, but he said he was okay to drive. I trusted him. We'd been friends for years, and he'd always been the responsible one, the one who thought things through. I grabbed my keys and stumbled out the door, the sunlight hitting me like a physical force. The world felt too big, too open, and I just wanted to be somewhere small and dark. We got to my car, and I climbed into the passenger seat, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the seatbelt. I couldn't get it to click, and after a few tries, I gave up. Jake got behind the wheel, and I asked him again if he was sure he was okay to drive. He said he was, his voice steady, and I believed him. He started the car, and we pulled out onto the street. Jake's house was at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, and we needed to turn around to head toward my place. He drove slowly, carefully, and for a moment, I thought maybe everything would be okay. But then it happened. My mind, already racing from the mushrooms, latched onto a thought, a single, terrifying idea that seemed to come out of nowhere. What if we just drove as fast as possible into whatever we hit first? That would end this bad trip. Yeah. It was a crazy thought, the kind of thing that would never cross my mind under normal circumstances. But in that moment, it felt almost logical. I shook my head, trying to clear it, but the thought wouldn't go away. It was like a seed had been planted in my brain, and it was growing, spreading, taking over. And then, before I could say anything, before I could even process what was happening, Jake's body jerked. His hands tightened on the wheel, and his foot slammed down on the gas pedal. The car shot forward, the engine roaring, and I felt my stomach drop. I turned to look at him, and his face was blank, his eyes staring straight ahead but seeing nothing. He was having a seizure, a full-blown, mushroom-induced seizure, and he was still pressing down on the gas. The car was speeding down the street, the houses blurring past us, and I knew we were going to crash. I knew it with a certainty that made my blood run cold. I wanted to scream, to grab the wheel, to do something, but I was frozen, my body refusing to obey the commands my brain was screaming at it. The world outside the windows was a smear of color and light, and inside the car, everything felt slow, like time had stretched out and was moving through molasses. I thought about my parents, about how they'd find out what had happened. I thought about Jake, about how he'd been my best friend since we were kids, and how this might be the last time I ever saw him. I thought about how stupid we'd been, how reckless, and how none of this would have happened if we'd just stayed at his house. But most of all, I thought about how I didn't want to die. Not like this. Not in a car crash on a quiet suburban street because of some stupid decision we'd made on a Friday afternoon. The car hit the curb, and for a split second, we were airborne. I remember the sound of glass breaking, the crunch of metal, the way the world seemed to tilt and spin. And then everything went black. When I came to, I was lying on the ground, my ears ringing and my head pounding. I could hear voices, distant and muffled, and I realized I was outside the car. I didn't know how I'd gotten there, but I was alive. I sat up slowly, my body aching, and looked around. The car was halfway through the front window of a house, the windshield shattered, the hood crumpled. Jake was a few feet away, sitting on the ground, his face pale and his hands shaking. He looked at me, and for a moment, neither of us said anything. We just stared at each other, the reality of what had just happened sinking in. Somehow, neither of us was seriously hurt. We had a few scratches and bruises, but that was it. The people who lived in the house came running out, shouting, asking if we were okay. I nodded, but I couldn't speak. My throat felt tight, and my chest was heavy with a mix of relief and guilt. We'd destroyed someone's home, and we'd almost died, all because of a stupid decision we'd made on a whim. The police came, and the ambulance, and we were taken to the hospital. They kept us overnight for observation, but we were fine, physically at least. Mentally, it was a different story. I couldn't stop replaying the crash in my head, the sound of the glass breaking, the feeling of the car lifting off the ground. I couldn't stop thinking about how close we'd come to dying. The next few months were a blur. There were court dates, insurance claims, and a lot of angry conversations with our parents. Jake and I didn't talk much during that time. It wasn't that we were mad at each other. It was more that we didn't know what to say. How do you even begin to process something like that? How do you go back to being normal after you've stared death in the face and lived to tell the tale? Eventually, life went back to normal, or as normal as it could be. Jake and I started hanging out again, but things were different. We were more careful, more aware of our own mortality. We didn't talk about the crash much, but it was always there, lurking in the background, a reminder of how quickly things could go wrong. Then, about a year later, we were standing outside Jake's house, just shooting the breeze like we used to. It was a quiet night, the kind where the air feels still and the world seems to hold its breath. We were talking about nothing in particular when Jake suddenly stopped mid-sentence and held up a hand. "Listen," he said, his voice low. "Do you hear that?" I frowned, straining to hear whatever it was he was talking about. And then I heard it, a faint, high-pitched sound, like an alarm. It was coming from somewhere down the street, and it sent a chill down my spine. It was the same alarm that had gone off the night of the crash, the one from the house we'd smashed into. We stood there for a moment, neither of us saying anything. The sound was faint, but it was unmistakable. It was the same alarm, the same house. I don't know why it was going off again, but hearing it felt like a punch to the gut. It brought everything back, the fear, the guilt, the sheer terror of those few seconds before the crash. It was like the past had reached out and grabbed us, reminding us that we couldn't escape it, no matter how much time had passed. We didn't talk about it after that. We just stood there, listening to the alarm, until it finally stopped. And then we went back to talking like nothing had happened. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted, that the crash wasn't just something that had happened to us. It was something that would always be a part of us, a scar that would never fully heal. That night, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the sound of the alarm still echoing in my mind. I thought about how close we'd come to dying, about how one stupid decision could change everything. And I thought about how lucky we were to have survived, to have been given a second chance. But even as I thought about all of that, I couldn't shake the feeling that the crash wasn't really over, that it would always be there, lurking in the background, waiting to remind us of what had happened. And maybe that's the thing about near-death experiences. They don't just end when the danger is over. They stay with you, shaping the way you see the world, the way you live your life. They become a part of you, a shadow that follows you wherever you go. And no matter how much time passes, no matter how much you try to move on, they're always there, a reminder of how fragile life really is. When I was a kid, I lived in a house that still haunts my memories. Even today, when I think about the things I saw and heard there, I get a lump in my throat and a chill down my spine. Most of my family refuses to talk about it. Maybe they didn't see anything, or maybe they just don't want to admit it. But my younger cousins have told me that they never felt right in that house. They had nightmares every time they stayed over. Something about it was just wrong. The story that stays with me the most, the one I think about every time I wake up in the middle of the night, is what I call the voice. It was sometime past 3 in the morning when I woke up feeling unusually thirsty. The air in my room felt heavy, like the walls were pressing in on me. I didn't think much of it at first. I got out of bed, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and started walking toward the stairs. That's when I noticed how quiet everything was. It wasn't just normal nighttime quiet. It was an unnatural kind of silence, like the house itself was holding its breath. The moment I reached the top of the stairs, the feeling got worse. The air felt thicker, like I was walking through something invisible. I hesitated, but I told myself I was being stupid. It was just my imagination. I took my first step down. The second my foot touched the stair, the heavy feeling turned into something else, something almost suffocating. I took another step, and the floor let out a loud, drawn-out creak. Then, right next to my ear, I heard it. A wheezing inhale, like someone struggling to breathe, followed by a raspy chuckle. Heh heh heh. It's time. I screamed. I don't mean I gasped. I don't mean I yelled. I screamed so loud my throat burned. I turned and ran back up the stairs as fast as my legs could move, practically diving into my mother's room. I crawled under her covers and lay there, shaking, for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep. I just lay there, eyes wide open, staring at the dark ceiling, waiting for something else to happen. When morning came, I asked my mom and my grandparents if they'd heard anything. They all looked at me like I was crazy. No one heard a thing, they said. No one. I had been less than 10 feet from my mom's door, and she hadn't heard me scream at the top of my lungs? My grandparents' room was even closer. How could they not have heard it? I wanted to believe I had imagined it. Maybe I was half asleep, dreaming while I was awake. Maybe I had freaked myself out in the dark. But then it happened again. This time, I was sitting in the hallway, talking to my mom. We had paused in our conversation, and she turned around to do something. That's when I heard it, right against my ear. The same voice, the same horrible, rasping breath. Heh heh heh. It's time. I jumped up so fast I knocked over a chair. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. My mom turned around, startled. "What's wrong with you?" she asked. You didn't hear that?" I stammered. She just frowned and shook her head. "Hear what?" I didn't even know what to say. I didn't know how to explain it. I just stood there, my hands shaking, staring at her like she had lost her mind. How could she not have heard it? It had been so loud, so close. After that, I tried to ignore it. I tried to pretend it wasn't happening. But the voice wasn't done with me. The worst experience happened during a power outage. A storm had knocked out the electricity, and I had fallen asleep in my mom's bed. I woke up sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning. The room was pitch black, and the house was completely silent. About 5 minutes later, the power came back on. The sudden hum of the refrigerator kicking in made me jump. I sat up and rubbed my eyes, deciding to check the time. Back then, we had this thing where you could call a number and hear the exact time. I picked up the phone, dialed 853-1212 and waited. The line rang once. Then again. Then, click. Instead of the usual robotic voice, there was nothing but static for a second. Then through the speaker, clear as day, I heard it again. Heh heh heh. It's time. I threw the phone so hard it bounced off the nightstand and hit the floor. My whole body was ice cold. I wanted to run, but there was nowhere to go. My mom was still asleep next to me, completely undisturbed. She hadn't even stirred when I screamed. That was the night I stopped trying to pretend it wasn't real. The voice wasn't in my head. It wasn't my imagination. It was something else. And for whatever reason, I was the only one who could hear it. Over time, it didn't stop, but I got used to it. Sometimes I'd be walking past the dining room, the one place in the house that always felt the worst, and I'd hear it whisper my name. Sometimes I'd be lying in bed, on the edge of sleep, and I'd hear that awful, wheezing laugh right next to my ear. But I never responded. I never spoke to it. I never acknowledged it out loud. I don't know if that made a difference, but eventually, after we moved out of that house, I never heard it again. I've never gone back. Not once. Even though the house still stands, even though other people live there now, I want nothing to do with it. Whatever was in that house, whatever whispered to me in the dark, I never want to hear it again. I don't know what it wanted. I don't know why it chose me. But I know one thing for sure. If I had ever answered it, I don't think I would be here to tell this story. I never believed in premonitions. Dreams, to me, were just the mind's way of working through the day's leftovers, fragmented memories stitched into something that sometimes made sense and sometimes didn't. But after what happened to my sister, I started to question everything I thought I knew. She told me her story years after it happened, during a quiet moment at a family reunion. We had slipped away from the noise of relatives laughing and talking, stepping outside to walk along the dirt road near my aunt's house. The summer air was thick with humidity, the sky a deep purple as the sun set, and there was a distant hum of crickets. I never expected the conversation we had that night to shake me to my core. She told me about the dreams. For years, since she was a small child, she had been having the same recurring nightmare. Night after night, she would see wolves with thick black fur and piercing red eyes creeping into our father's garage. She would hear the low growl of the wolves and our father's screams. In the dream, she would run toward him, desperate to help, but the wolves would always attack her, knocking her away, sinking their teeth into her arms and legs, pushing her back as she fought. No matter what she did, she could never save him. The wolves always won. The dream haunted her, coming back almost every night. She tried to push it aside, to forget about it, but the fear lingered in the back of her mind like a shadow she couldn't shake. It was just a dream, she told herself. It didn't mean anything. Then came that night. The night that changed everything. It was New Year's Eve. My parents were out celebrating, while I stayed home babysitting my sister and 2 other kids. It was cold outside, bitterly cold, and the wind howled through the trees. We were in the living room, watching TV, bundled up in blankets, when I felt it, a chill. A strange, unnatural chill that wasn't just from the winter air. I remember looking around, seeing my sister pull the blanket tighter around her shoulders. The younger kids didn't seem to notice, too focused on their game, but she and I exchanged a glance. Something felt wrong. A few minutes passed. Then we heard it. A scream. A gut-wrenching, desperate scream, echoing through the night. It was our mother outside, screaming our father's name over and over. My heart slammed against my ribs as I jumped to my feet. My sister was already moving, running toward the basement. I barely had time to process what was happening before my mother burst through the front door, her face pale and wild with panic. "Call 911. Your father, he's. She couldn't finish. The words strangled in her throat, but we didn't need to hear them. We already knew. I scrambled for the phone, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. My sister reappeared from the basement, her arms full of winter coats. She was layering them on herself frantically, pulling one on after the other, her movements rushed and desperate. I didn't understand at the time. I thought maybe she was in shock, trying to protect herself from the cold. Now I wonder if she was trying to protect herself from something else. We didn't go outside. I wouldn't let her. Instead, we stood in front of the playroom window, staring out into the night. I could see the garage, the light above it flickering weakly. And I could see my father's legs, lying motionless just beyond the open door. There was blood, dark against the snow, pooling around his body. My stomach twisted into knots, and I felt my sister trembling beside me. The ambulance came. The flashing lights painted the house in shades of red and blue. They took him away, but we already knew. He was gone. He had been gone the moment our mother screamed. And just like that, my sister never had the wolf dream again. She told me all of this as we walked that evening, her voice shaking, her fingers gripping her arms as though she were trying to hold herself together. When she finished, we both stopped walking, standing there in the middle of the road, crying silently. The night was quiet around us, but I felt a weight in the air, something heavy and suffocating, something neither of us could name. After a long time, she spoke again. "My father's father died when he was 12, she said, "and my dad was the youngest of 11 siblings." Her voice was barely above a whisper, but it sent a shiver down my spine. There was something about it, about the pattern, about the way history had repeated itself in such an eerie way. Neither of us knew what to make of it. We didn't talk about fate or curses or premonitions. We didn't try to explain it. We just stood there, in the darkness, letting the weight of it settle over us. And we never spoke of it again. It was the night of February 14th, 1989. I remember it clearly because it was bitterly cold, The kind of cold that makes your breath come out in thick clouds and stings your fingers even through gloves. My girlfriend and I had been driving for a while, heading back from a small gathering with some friends outside of town. The roads were mostly empty, save for the occasional passing car, and the dark sky stretched above us, scattered with stars. Biscay, Minnesota, was just another quiet town, the kind where people turned in early, where the fields stretched out in all directions, flat and featureless under the dim glow of scattered streetlights. It was late, probably close to midnight, when we first saw them. At first, they were just lights in the distance, red and green, unmoving against the darkness. My girlfriend spotted them first and pointed. "Those look like smokestacks," she said. I glanced in the direction she was pointing. At first, I could see what she meant. Two vertical lights, one red, one green, standing side by side against the night sky. But something about them seemed off. There was no factory or facility nearby, no buildings tall enough to have stacks like that. Just an open field. I frowned, watching them. Something wasn't right. "Those aren't smokestacks," I said. As we drove closer, I could make out the shapes behind the lights, solid, dark, angular forms that loomed against the sky. They weren't fixed structures. They were aircraft, hovering completely still, just above the ground. "Pull over," I said. She hesitated but obeyed, easing the car onto the shoulder. The moment we stopped, the aircraft seemed to react. The two black triangles began to move, silently gliding forward. My girlfriend gripped my arm. "Let's go," she whispered, fear creeping into her voice. But I wasn't afraid. I was fascinated. I had never seen anything like them before. I stepped out of the car, my breath puffing white in the cold air. The aircraft moved toward us slowly, no faster than a person jogging, as if they were watching us just as we were watching them. As they passed overhead, the light from a nearby sodium vapor street lamp illuminated them just enough for me to see more details. They were unlike any jets I had ever seen. They were large, with a truck-like build, not sleek or streamlined. The surfaces were angular, almost crude, lacking the smooth aerodynamic curves of most modern aircraft. The wings stretched out wide, and at the rear, two downward-canted tailplanes tapered off into conical tips. The strangest part, though, was the silence. I had been around aircraft before. My neighbor was a pilot for Northwest Airlines, and I had been to air shows. I knew the sound a jet made, especially when it hovered. Harrier jump jets, F-35s, when they used vertical takeoff and landing, they were incredibly loud, their engines producing an ear-splitting roar. But these planes made barely any noise at all. There was a soft hum, the faintest whir of machinery, but nothing close to what I would have expected. Underneath, just behind where the landing gear would have been recessed, two yellowish-white lights pointed straight down, illuminating the ground beneath them. A rotating red beacon pulsed under the nose of each craft. The cockpits were barely visible, shadowed, the canopies blending into the dark fuselage. If there were pilots inside, I couldn't see them. The aircraft continued forward at their slow, deliberate pace. I raised a hand and waved. The moment I did, I heard it. Their engines spooled up, a rising whine that sent a chill down my spine. Almost as if they had acknowledged my presence, they veered south to southeast, gaining speed. I turned and ran back to the car. "Follow them," I said. My girlfriend hesitated, but threw the car into drive. We turned around and sped down the road, trying to keep up. For a short while, we managed to stay close. The aircraft weren't moving too fast at first, still maintaining that slow, controlled pace. But then, without warning, they accelerated. Within moments, they had pulled away, leaving us behind in the darkness. We kept driving, watching as their lights grew smaller and smaller, until they were gone. I sat back in my seat, staring ahead, my mind racing. "What the hell was that?" my girlfriend asked. I didn't have an answer. I still don't. The next day, I spoke to my neighbor, the pilot. I asked if there was anything special about Biscay, any reason why unusual aircraft might be flying through. He told me that sometimes, the area was used as a transit corridor for aircraft moving from one part of the country to another. That explanation made sense for conventional aircraft, but not for what I had seen. I started asking around, trying to find any information I could. Eventually, through a contact, a report of my sighting reached Jim Goodall, an aviation author who specialized in black projects. He told me that there had been ongoing tests of stealthy VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing, aircraft in the Midwest and Michigan around that time. It's been over 3 decades since that night, and I still think about it. I've never seen anything like those aircraft again. If they were prototypes, they never became publicly known. Maybe they failed to meet expectations and were scrapped, locked away in a classified hangar somewhere. Or maybe, just maybe, they evolved into something else, something still flying out there unseen. I may never know for sure. But one thing is certain, I was lucky to have seen them that night. It was a glimpse of something few people have ever witnessed, and it left me with more questions than answers. I don't know why I'm writing this down. Maybe it's because I haven't thought about it in years, and now it's clawing its way back into my mind, demanding to be told. Maybe it's because I still don't have an explanation. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I need to get it out of my head. It wasn't my experience, not directly. It happened to a friend of mine when we were kids. We grew up in a quiet neighborhood in New England, the kind of place where you knew every house, every backyard, every shortcut through the woods. And the woods were a big part of our childhood. They stretched for miles behind our houses, dense and untamed. As kids, we built forts and played hide and seek among the trees, spent entire summers out there, covered in dirt and mosquito bites. But as we got older, the woods changed. Maybe it was just our imaginations, but the air felt different, heavier, like something was watching. We started sticking closer to the edge, where we could still see the rooftops of our houses through the trees. And then eventually we stopped going in altogether. A year after that, my friend had a dream. At least, that's what he told us it was. A dream. But the details never changed, not once, no matter how many times he was asked. In the dream, he woke up, walking out his back door. He didn't remember deciding to leave or opening the door, just that he was already stepping onto the cool grass of his backyard. The moon was bright, lighting everything with an eerie glow. The world was silent, too silent. No crickets, no rustling leaves, just an oppressive stillness. As he moved toward the woods, he didn't feel afraid. Not yet, but something was different. He said it wasn't like before when the woods felt unwelcome, like it didn't want us there. This time, it was watching him, waiting. Then came the sound. Faint at first, like wind through the branches, but steady. A low hum, rhythmic and distant. Chanting. The kind that didn't belong in those woods, that didn't belong anywhere near where we lived. He didn't know why he kept walking. He said it was like he had no control, like something was pulling him forward. He stepped off the trail, pushing into the brush just as the sound of footsteps reached him. Slow, deliberate steps on the dirt path. He froze. From his hiding spot, he saw them. 6 figures, cloaked in deep red, walking in a straight line. He couldn't see their faces. He could only see how they moved, too smooth, too quiet, like they weren't quite touching the ground. And then the smell hit him. He'd smelled death before. We all had. The woods were full of animals, and sometimes we'd stumble across the decaying bodies of deer or raccoons, the air thick with that sickly sweet rot. This was worse. This was wrong. His stomach churned, nausea rolling over him in waves. He pressed himself against the ground, trying not to breathe. Then the branch snapped. Everything stopped. The chanting, the movement. The air itself felt like it had frozen. Then slowly, all 6 figures turned their heads in unison, facing exactly where he was hiding. He ran. He ran harder than he ever had in his life, the path barely visible beneath the shadows. He could hear them behind him, their footsteps no longer quiet, no longer careful. They were chasing him. When he dared to look back, they were moving in a formation, like birds in flight, a perfect triangle cutting through the darkness. But they weren't running. They were gliding, their robes billowing around them, their faces still hidden. His house was close now. He could see the porch light, his mother's potted plants, the familiarity of safety. But just before he could break through the tree line, his foot caught on something. Not a root, not a rock, something deliberate. He hit the ground hard, pain shooting through his hands and knees as they scraped against the dirt. He rolled onto his back, expecting to see them standing over him, waiting to take him. But there was only one. A figure loomed above him, its face obscured by a mask, long, curved like a bird's beak, the kind worn during the plague centuries ago. But it wasn't just a mask. The surface was covered in dark gray feathers, blending into the blackness of its hood. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe, could only stare. Then, everything went black. When he woke up, he was in his bed, his heart hammering in his chest. For a second, he thought it really had just been a dream. Then he saw the blood. His sheets were smeared with it, his hands and knees stinging, raw with fresh scrapes. He sat up too fast, lightheaded, and that's when it fell from his shirt. A feather, dark gray, almost black, stiff with dried blood. He never talked about it after that. Not willingly. If someone brought it up, his face would go pale, his hands clenching as if to steady himself. He insisted it was just a dream, that he must have hurt himself before bed and forgotten about it, that the feather wasn't real. But he kept it. For years, he kept it tucked away in a shoebox beneath his bed. We saw it once, when he showed it to me and another friend, still crusted with that dark, flaking stain. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know if it was really a dream, if he sleepwalked into the woods, if something followed him back. But I do know that he was the last of us to go in. And whatever he saw, whatever he ran from, was real enough to leave scars. And a feather. In 1993, I was 10 years old, living in California. My great-grandmother had just passed away a few days before, and the house felt heavier than usual. She was old, fragile, and had lived a long life, but death still left a weight in the air. My family was close, and her passing hit everyone hard, especially my uncle. He had been taking care of her toward the end, and I could tell he was struggling with the loss. That afternoon, my cousins and I were at my uncle's house. The four of us were piled into the living room, watching whatever was on TV. We were just kids, distracting ourselves with cartoons and each other's company, trying to forget the sadness that had settled over the house in the past few days. The funeral was coming up, and everyone was on edge. My uncle was outside, mowing the lawn, trying to keep busy. I could hear the push mower moving back and forth over the grass, the sound dull but steady. At some point, he took a break. The sound of the mower stopped, and I saw him rested on the concrete slab in the backyard. He wiped sweat off his forehead, looking tired. It was hot that day, the kind of dry California heat that makes the air feel heavy. He went inside to get a drink, and right then, something strange happened. A cold rush of air swept through the room. It wasn't like the kind of breeze that comes in when someone opens a door. It was sharp, unnatural, and it sent a chill straight through me. I could tell my cousins felt it too. They stiffened, looking at each other, but none of us said anything. The room, which had felt normal just a second before, now felt wrong, like we weren't alone. My skin prickled, but I tried to shake it off. It was just a draft, I told myself, just a weird shift in the air. We sat there for a second in silence, the TV still playing in the background, but none of us were really paying attention anymore. Then, we heard my uncle yell, "Oh my God!" His voice was loud, panicked. Without thinking, the four of us jumped up and ran outside, not knowing what to expect. As soon as we got out there, I saw him standing by the lawnmower, his face pale, his hands shaking. "Which one of you guys did this?" he asked, his voice sharp. We all looked at him, confused. Did what? I wanted to ask, but I was too busy trying to figure out what had him so freaked out. He stepped aside and pointed at the concrete, right under the lawnmower. My stomach dropped. There, clear as day, were two letters, MM. They weren't written in chalk or carved into the concrete. They were in the grass stains left behind by the mower, dark green against the pale, sun-bleached cement. The letters were huge, at least a foot tall and a foot and a half wide. It didn't make sense. The mower had only been resting there for a couple of minutes. There was no way the stains could have formed that way, so perfectly, so precisely. But they were there. MM, my great-grandmother's initials. We all just stood there, staring. I felt something cold settle in my chest. My uncle ran his hands through his hair, his breathing uneven. He looked at each of us, waiting for someone to admit it was a joke, but we were just as shocked as he was. None of us had touched the mower. None of us had been outside. We had been sitting in the living room, watching TV, right up until we heard him yell. It didn't make sense. We tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was a coincidence, just random grass stains that happened to look like letters. But the marks were too precise, too deliberate. Maybe someone had done it earlier, some prank we hadn't noticed until now. But the mower had been moved all over the yard before he set it down, and the stains had appeared only when it stopped. We took a picture, all of us gathered around the letters, some strange mix of awe and fear in our expressions. My uncle, still shaken, grabbed the hose and tried to wash the stains away. The water darkened the concrete, but when it dried, the letters were still there. We got a pressure washer, blasted the spot for a good few minutes. still there. The stains didn't fade until days later. Slowly, over time, they grew fainter and fainter until eventually they disappeared altogether. But the memory didn't. Even now, I think about that moment and get chills. I've gone over it in my head more times than I can count, trying to make sense of it. I've heard stories, read about weird coincidences, but nothing ever seems to fit. There was no ghost, no floating figure in the corner of the room, no flickering lights. Just the cold air, the silence, and those two letters staring up at us from the concrete. It wasn't something out of a horror movie. It was real, it happened, and we never figured out why. And maybe that's the part that scares me the most. I've always been the kind of person who brushes things off. You know, the type who laughs at horror movies, who scoffs at ghost stories, who insists there's a logical explanation for everything. But there's something about the things that have happened to me, things that have followed me, or maybe my family, for as long as I can remember, that makes it hard to keep that same energy. It's not like I've ever seen a ghost or anything. No floating sheets, no rattling chains, no creepy little girls with long black hair crawling out of TVs. It's subtler than that. It's the kind of thing that makes you question your own mind, your own memory, your own sanity. And the worst part, it's not just me. It's been there lurking for as long as I've been alive, maybe longer. It starts with my dad. He doesn't talk about it much, but when he does, it's always in this offhand way, like he's trying to convince himself it wasn't a big deal. When he was a baby, my grandma would put him to sleep in his crib and leave the door open. She'd go downstairs, do whatever she needed to do, and then come back up an hour or so later to check on him before she went to bed herself. Most nights, everything was fine, but every now and then, she'd find his door closed. And when she opened it, she'd see him sitting up in his crib, babbling away like he was having a conversation with someone. His eyes would be fixed on the rocking chair in the corner of the room, the one that was always empty, but sometimes still moving, like someone had just been sitting in it. My grandma would scoop him up, close the door behind her, and try to forget about it. But it happened more than once. Enough that she started closing his door herself before she went downstairs, just to be safe. My dad doesn't remember any of this, of course. He was just a baby. But he's told me the story enough times that I can picture it. The dim light from the hallway spilling into the room, the faint creak of the rocking chair, the sound of his own baby voice filling the silence. It's unsettling, sure, but it's easy to write off as one of those weird family stories that gets passed down and exaggerated over the years. Except it doesn't stop there. When I was about 2 years old, we lived in this house with a staircase that took a sharp 90-degree turn halfway up. There was a landing at the turn, and above it, the ceiling stretched up higher than the rest of the house. I don't remember much about that place, but I do remember the stairs. I remember sitting on the landing, looking up at the ceiling, and talking to someone who wasn't there. My parents would find me there sometimes, just sitting and babbling away like I was having a full-on conversation. When they asked me who I was talking to, I'd point up at the ceiling and say, "That man up there." They'd look, of course, but there was never anyone there. Just empty space and the faint smell of dust. I don't remember the man. I don't remember what he looked like or what we talked about, but I remember the feeling of being watched. I remember the way the air seemed heavier up there, like it was pressing down on me. And I remember the way my parents would exchange looks when I said things like that, like they were trying to decide whether I was just being a weird kid or if there was something more to it. Then there's the story my mom tells about when I was a baby. She says one night, she woke up with a start to this weird sound. She doesn't know how to describe it. Not a cry, not a laugh, just this strange noise that came from my room. She didn't hear anything else, but she knew something was wrong. She got up and ran down the hall, her heart pounding in her chest. When she flipped on the light, I wasn't in my crib. She says she started screaming for my dad, and they both started searching the room, frantic. They found me under a toy desk on the other side of the room, sound asleep. I was too young to crawl, let alone climb out of my crib and make my way across the room. They never figured out how I got there. My mom still gets a faraway look in her eyes when she talks about it, like she's trying to piece together something that doesn't make sense. We moved to a suburb of Atlanta when I was a little older, and that's when things started to get stranger. I liked my new room. It was bigger than my old one, with this huge walk-in closet that I used to store all my toys and stuffed animals. But there was something about that closet that always gave me the creeps. It was always cold, even in the middle of a hot Atlanta summer. I'd open the door and feel this rush of icy air, like I was standing in front of an open freezer. And there was this smell, musty and damp, like old books or wet leaves. I tried to avoid going in there as much as possible, but sometimes I couldn't help it. I'd have to grab a toy or put something away, and every time, I'd get this prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. One night, I was lying in bed, facing the wall. My bed was in the middle of the room, with the headboard against one wall and space on either side. The closet was behind me, and the light was on, casting a soft glow onto the wall in front of me. I was almost asleep when I got that feeling again, the one that made my skin crawl and my stomach twist. I opened my eyes, and that's when I saw it. The silhouette of a man, tall and thin, standing in the light from the closet. He was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned fedora, and his shadow stretched across the wall in front of me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I wanted to scream, to move, to do anything, but I couldn't. I just lay there, staring at the shadow, waiting for it to do something. After what felt like forever, it turned and walked back into the closet, disappearing into the darkness. I didn't sleep in my room that night. I ran to my parents' room and begged them to let me sleep with them. They thought I'd had a nightmare, and no matter how much I tried to explain, they didn't believe me. The next day, they made me go back to my room like nothing had happened. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that something was still there, watching me. A few weeks later, something else happened. My dog, Monroe, was sleeping on my bed. She didn't usually sleep in my room. She preferred the living room or my parents' room. But that night, she was curled up at the foot of my bed, snoring softly. I remember feeling a little safer with her there, like she was keeping watch. But around 2 a.m., she suddenly stood up, her body tense and rigid. I woke up to the sound of her growling, low and deep, like nothing I'd ever heard from her before. Her teeth were bared, her hackles raised, and she was staring straight at the closet. I followed her gaze, but there was nothing there. Just the open door and the darkness beyond. Monroe didn't stop growling. She didn't even look at me. It was like she was focused on something I couldn't see. After a few seconds, she let out this sharp bark and jumped off the bed, still growling. I didn't need to be told twice. I grabbed my pillow and followed her out of the room, my heart racing. We spent the rest of the night in the guest room, and I didn't go back to my room for days. Monroe was my protector after that. She slept in my room every night, always on alert, always watching the closet. And for a while, things were quiet. But every now and then, I'd catch her staring at the closet, her ears twitching like she was listening to something. And every time, I'd get that same cold, prickling feeling on the back of my neck. We moved to South Florida a few years later, and for the most part, the weirdness stopped. Or at least, it became easier to explain away. The stereo would turn itself on sometimes, but it was an old system, so I figured it was just a glitch. The TV would do the same thing, but again, it was old. The whispering was harder to explain. My mom and I would hear it sometimes, usually late at night. It was always faint, just on the edge of hearing, like someone was talking in another room. I'd get up to check, thinking maybe someone had left the TV on, but the house would be dark and silent. My mom heard it too, though, so at least I knew I wasn't going crazy. The weirdest thing that happened in Florida was with my other dog, a sweet but skittish little thing named Daisy. One night, I found her sitting in the middle of the living room, just staring at the wall. All the doors were closed, so I couldn't figure out how she'd gotten in there. She was shaking like a leaf, her tail tucked between her legs, and she wouldn't respond to me. I picked her up and carried her back to my room, but she didn't stop shaking for hours. I still don't know what spooked her, but I can't help thinking it was the same thing that had been following me all those years. Monroe's old now. She's got arthritis, and she doesn't move as fast as she used to. She spends most of her days sleeping, and I know she doesn't have much time left. But I'll never forget the way she protected me all those years ago, the way she stood between me and whatever was in that closet. She's the reason I can sleep at night, the reason I don't feel that cold, prickling fear as much anymore. I like to think she scared it off, that whatever it was, it's gone for good. But sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows are long, I still feel it. Watching, waiting, and I wonder if it ever really left. The thing is, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in the supernatural or the paranormal or any of that stuff. But I do believe in the power of the mind, in the way it can play tricks on you, in the way it can make you see things that aren't there. And maybe that's all this is, just a series of coincidences, of weird family stories, of overactive imaginations. But there's a part of me that can't shake the feeling that it's more than that. That there's something else, something I can't explain, something that's been there all along. And no matter how much I try to rationalize it, no matter how much I try to convince myself it's nothing, I can't escape the fear. The fear that one day it'll come back. And this time, Monroe won't be there to protect me. I had come down from Minnesota to Iowa to stay with my sister for a while. She had a small room off her bedroom, one she used as a library and a nursery for her daughter. It wasn't much, but she set me and my 5-year-old daughter up in there with an air mattress. I was about 6 months pregnant at the time with my youngest, and I appreciated having a place to rest, even if the room made me uncomfortable. There was something off about it, something that unsettled me in a way I couldn't quite place. Maybe it was the sloping ceiling that reminded me of an attic, making the space feel too closed in. Or maybe it was the huge picture window at the far end of the room, looming over everything. Either way, it made my skin crawl. That night, I lay on the air mattress with my daughter curled up beside me. The baby inside me was particularly active, kicking up a storm. I was spooning my daughter, and I worried the baby's movements might wake her. Carefully, I tried to shift my weight, rolling over as slowly as possible on the wobbly surface of the airbed. It took a while, but eventually, I settled into a position that was more comfortable, my arm draped protectively over my little girl. The room was dark except for the faint glow of the streetlights filtering in through that massive window. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember was the feeling of my daughter shifting behind me. The bed was small, and there wasn't much room to move, so when I no longer felt her warmth pressed against me, I instinctively reached behind to check on her. My hand met empty space. My heart skipped a beat. The blankets were still there, still bunched up, but she wasn't under them. My pulse picked up as I struggled to turn over again, my belly making movements slow and clumsy. I scanned the room, my vision adjusting to the dim light. Then I saw her. She was standing in front of the picture window, her small frame outlined by the yellowish glow of the streetlights outside. She wasn't moving, just standing there, staring out. My stomach twisted. Something about the way she stood, so still, so quiet, made a deep unease creep up my spine. It wasn't normal. It didn't feel right. I tried to call out to her, but my voice felt stuck in my throat. Finally, I managed a whisper. A strained, shaky whisper. "Come back to bed." She didn't move, didn't react. She just sighed. A deep, weary sigh that didn't belong to a child. Then she jumped, straight through the window. The shattering of glass exploded through the room, a deafening sound that snapped me out of whatever half-conscious state I had been in. My body jolted as if I had been electrocuted, my lungs sucking in a ragged breath. My hands clawed at the blankets, at the empty space beside me. My entire body was consumed with a raw, overwhelming terror, a desperation so intense it made my chest feel like it was caving in. I turned, wild, frantic, only to find my daughter still lying next to me, her tiny chest rising and falling with the even rhythm of sleep. She was there, right there. Everything was fine. There was no broken glass, no cold night air rushing in, no sickening drop through the darkness outside. Just a dream. Just a dream. I lay there, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs from the inside. My hands were shaking, my skin slick with sweat. I could still feel that moment, still see it, like a brand burned into my mind. The way she stood, the way she sighed, the way she stepped forward so deliberately, as if she had no doubts, no fear. The way she just disappeared into the night. I couldn't shake it. I couldn't let go of the feeling it left behind. That sickening fear, that grief that clamped onto me like a vice in those few seconds. It felt too real, too raw. I spent the rest of the night staring at the ceiling, unable to close my eyes without seeing that image again. Every time I drifted, it was there waiting for me. The sound of the glass, the empty space beside me, the feeling of sheer helplessness as I watched her fall. When morning finally came, I moved through the motions in a daze. My daughter woke up happy, oblivious, chattering about something random as I helped her change. I tried to shake off the remnants of the dream, but it clung to me like a second skin. That day, I avoided the room as much as I could. I stayed out in the main areas of the house, distracting myself with conversation, with chores, with anything that kept my mind occupied. But when night came again, and I had no choice but to lay back down in that same spot, I found myself unable to relax. I stared at the window, the massive thing that had felt so unnervingly present in my nightmare. It looked the same as ever, unbroken, untouched. I tried to tell myself that's all it had been, a dream, nothing more. But in the pit of my stomach, something still twisted uncomfortably. I never told my sister about it. I never really told anyone. But I never slept well in that room again. And to this day, even years later, I can still see it so vividly. The streetlights outlining her small frame, the sigh that didn't sound like hers, and the way she just jumped. It was a couple of years back, probably when I was 26. It was late at night, and the house was quiet. Everyone was asleep in their rooms, my parents just behind the wall, my siblings in their own spaces. I had fallen asleep like any other night, nothing strange, nothing out of the ordinary. But something about that night still sticks with me, burned into my mind like a memory I can't shake no matter how much time passes. I remember waking up suddenly. Not the slow, groggy wake-up where you stretch and shift around, but an abrupt, unnatural kind of awakening. My eyes just opened. There was no dream I could recall, nothing that had startled me awake, just this eerie sensation that I had snapped out of sleep for no reason. I blinked, lying there in the dim room, thinking for a second that maybe I had a bad dream and just couldn't remember it. Oh well, I thought, and I tried to roll over. That's when I realized I couldn't move. At first, I didn't panic. I just thought maybe I had slept in a weird position, or my body hadn't fully woken up yet. But as the seconds passed, the realization hit me harder. My arms wouldn't move. My legs were frozen in place. My fingers wouldn't even twitch. I was just stuck. Then came the weight. It was like something was pressing down on my chest, heavy, suffocating. My breathing became shallow, my heart pounding so fast I could feel it thumping against my ribs. It wasn't just the weight itself that terrified me. It was the feeling that it wasn't coming from my own body. It felt foreign, unnatural, like something unseen was pressing me down, refusing to let me move. It wasn't pain, but it was something worse. It was the feeling of complete helplessness. I tried to force my body to move. I focused on my fingers, tried to wiggle them, tried to shift my legs even the slightest bit. Nothing. It was as if my mind was awake, but my body had been left behind in sleep. My breathing got even shorter, more uneven. I felt like I was being pinned down by something I couldn't see, something I couldn't fight against. I wanted to scream. I needed to. I could see the wall beside me, knew my parents were right behind it, knew that if I could just make a sound, they'd come rushing in, flip on the lights, shake me awake, and this nightmare would end. But my mouth wouldn't open. My throat felt locked, like something was holding it closed. My eyes darted around the room, the only part of me I could control. I looked toward the ceiling, then toward the right, toward the wall separating me from my parents' room. I tried again to call out, to make any kind of noise, but nothing came. My chest felt heavier by the second. It didn't just feel physical anymore, it felt wrong. I thought, this isn't real. This can't be real. But it was. I could feel the cold air in the room. I could hear the faint hum of the fan in the corner. I could see the faint light coming in through the window from the street outside. Everything around me was real, completely normal. And yet, my body refused to respond, as if I were trapped in some invisible prison within my own room. Panic set in. My breathing turned shallow, almost gasps. My heart was slamming against my ribcage now, my mind racing with thoughts that made everything worse. Was I dying? Was something actually on top of me? Was there something in the room that I couldn't see? I didn't believe in ghosts, demons, or anything like that, but in that moment, logic didn't matter. I just wanted it to stop. I gathered every ounce of strength in my body and focused on one thing, making a sound. I didn't care if it was a whisper, a grunt, a wheeze, anything that might break this paralysis and bring me back to reality. And then suddenly it happened. My body jolted awake and a loud, strained noise escaped my throat, half a gasp, half a choked cry. Air rushed into my lungs, my chest free from whatever weight had been holding me down. My limbs twitched violently, as if they were snapping back into my control all at once. My heart was still racing, my breath coming in quick, uneven bursts. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, drenched in sweat, my body trembling. My mind was still trying to make sense of what had just happened. It didn't feel like a dream. didn't feel like something my mind had made up. It felt real. Too real. I wanted to sit up, turn on the light, do something to shake off the lingering fear. But I was exhausted, completely drained. It was like whatever had happened had taken all the energy out of me. I wanted to stay awake, to make sure it wouldn't happen again, but sleep was pulling me under too fast. My body was still buzzing with leftover fear, but my exhaustion was stronger. Before I knew it, my eyelids grew heavy, and I let sleep take over again. When I woke up in the morning, sunlight was filtering through my blinds, painting my room in soft, golden light. Everything looked normal. My fan was still humming, my blankets were slightly rumpled. The door was still closed like it had been the night before. There was no sign that anything had happened, no proof of the terrifying experience I had gone through. But I knew it had happened. I could still feel the remnants of fear clinging to me, still hear the sound of my own strained gasp from the night before. I didn't tell anyone about it. What would I even say? That I woke up, couldn't move, and felt like something was sitting on my chest? That I had been awake, but paralyzed in my own bed? I knew it sounded ridiculous, even if it had been the most real thing I had ever felt. But I never forgot it. Even now, years later, the memory is still clear in my mind, as if it happened just last night. The feeling of helplessness, the weight pressing down, the pure terror of being trapped in my own body, it never faded. Since that night, I learned something. I never sleep flat on my back anymore. I always sleep on my side now, curled up just enough that my body feels grounded. I don't know if it actually helps, but it makes me feel safer. I never want to experience that again. Ever. I was very young, maybe 5 or 6 when this happened, and I used to go to bed really early. My parents had always been strict about bedtime, and I never questioned it. I would go to bed around 6 or 7 in the evening, which meant that sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night, fully rested, but confused about why everything was so dark and quiet. It was a strange feeling, being awake when no one else was. The whole house would feel different, like it wasn't even the same place I lived in during the day. At the time, my bedroom had a hardwood floor because my parents were in the process of getting new carpeting for it. The floor was dark brown, and I remember thinking how smooth and shiny it was. I liked how cool it felt under my feet when I would get up in the morning, and I liked the way my toys made a little clattering sound when I dropped them onto it. It was a small room, with a twin-sized bed pushed up against one wall and a dresser against the other. There was a small bookshelf near the corner, filled with books my mom would read to me at night, and a closet with a sliding door that I never liked to leave open. The window was high up, too high for me to see out of without standing on my bed, and it always had the same white curtains that my mom would pull shut every night before tucking me in. That night, like many others, I woke up. It must have been late, but I didn't know how to tell time yet, so I had no idea. All I knew was that it was dark and quiet, and I wasn't tired anymore. I had this habit of deciding it was time to play whenever I woke up at night. My parents were always telling me to go back to sleep, but when I was awake, I felt like I should be doing something. So I turned on the little lamp by my bed and grabbed my favorite toys, setting them up in a neat half circle in front of me. I pulled a book from the stack on my dresser and started to pretend to read to them, flipping the pages and making up a story the way I had seen my mom do so many times before. I don't remember what the story was about. It wasn't important. What I do remember is getting to the end of the book, looking at my toys as if to check that they were following along, and then noticing something move out of the corner of my eye. I turned my head slowly to the left, and that's when I saw it. From the narrow gap between my bed and the wall, an adult-sized hand was rising up, slow and deliberate. I froze. My mind didn't know what to do with what I was seeing. The hand had long fingers, slightly curled as they lifted into view, but that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that it wasn't a normal hand. It was made of wood, the same wood as my floor. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. My eyes were locked onto it, watching as it rose just high enough to be fully visible before it stopped. For a moment, it just hovered there, as if it was waiting for me to do something. Then, just as slowly as it had come, it began to descend back under my bed, disappearing into the darkness. The moment it was gone, I sprang up from my bed and ran out of my room as fast as I could. I didn't stop until I was in my parents' room, diving onto their bed and burying myself between them. My mother woke up first, startled by the sudden movement, but my father took longer to stir. When he finally did, he was annoyed, groggy and grumbling as he asked what was wrong. I tried to tell them, but the words wouldn't come out right. My voice was shaking, and my whole body felt like it was still frozen in that moment, staring at the hand as it crept out from under my bed. My mother believed me. She always did. She rubbed my back, told me it was okay, but my father wasn't convinced. He kept saying it must have been a dream, that there was no way what I was saying could be real. He even got up, walked to my room, and checked under the bed himself, coming back with that same tired look on his face, telling me there was nothing there. But I knew what I had seen. I knew I hadn't imagined it. For weeks after that, I refused to sleep in my own bed. My mother let me sleep on a small mattress on the floor of their room, but my father kept insisting that I needed to go back. Eventually, I did, but I never felt safe in that room again. Every night, I would check the gap between my bed and the wall before climbing in, and even after I convinced myself there was nothing there, I could never shake the feeling that I was being watched. And then, a couple of weeks later, something else happened. I had finally started to sleep better, convincing myself that maybe my father had been right all along, that it was just a dream. But one night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I saw movement again. This time, it wasn't a hand. It was a shadow. It moved across my wall like it had a mind of its own, stretching unnaturally before stopping near the center of the wall. And then it waved at me. I didn't run that time. I couldn't. I just pulled the blankets over my head and squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for morning to come. When the sun finally rose, I pulled the covers down slowly and looked at the wall. There was nothing there. No sign that anything had happened. But I knew what I had seen, and I knew deep down that whatever it wasn't done with me yet. After a successful hunt, my father, his childhood friend, and I field-dressed a large doe and a juvenile buck. The cold air bit at my exposed fingers as we worked, our breath forming clouds that hung in the still evening air. The metallic scent of blood mixed with the damp, earthy smell of the woods. Our ATV, an old but reliable workhorse, sat nearby with its small, trailer-like bed attached to the rear. The bed was already stained dark with blood from previous hunts, but tonight the pool of fresh, warm blood glistened under the dimming sky. My father, tired from the long day, said he'd clean it in the morning. The next afternoon, the temperature had dropped even further, settling into that deep, biting cold that seeped into your bones. I took the ATV out to drop my father off at a tree stand near a creek before heading to my own. The sky was a dull gray, promising an early nightfall. I drove carefully over the uneven terrain, the ATV grumbling beneath me as it bounced over frozen roots and patches of ice. The air smelled of winter, damp wood, distant smoke, and something crisp and metallic. I climbed into my stand and settled in, watching the woods stretch out in all directions. Hours passed, the sun slipping lower and lower until the light was almost gone. No movement, no sound of rustling leaves or breaking twigs. Just an endless, suffocating silence. As the last of the light faded, I climbed down, careful not to make too much noise, though I knew the woods were already empty tonight. I swung a leg over the ATV and started the short ride back to the creek to meet my father. The tires crunched over frost-coated leaves, and every sound felt magnified in the absence of wind or wildlife. I parked at the creek's edge and killed the engine. The sudden silence felt heavier than before, pressing in from all sides. I crossed my arms, leaned back, and tried to think warm thoughts as I waited for my father to emerge from the trees. My breath curled in front of me in small, white clouds. Then, from directly behind me, a howl split the air. It wasn't distant. It wasn't the kind of mournful call that coyotes usually made when they were in packs, calling to one another across the ridgelines. This was close, very close, and it sounded big. Every muscle in my body locked up. My breath caught in my throat, heart hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. The ATV was dead silent, the woods just as still. No crickets, no frogs, nothing. Just the ringing cold and the echo of that howl still bouncing in my skull. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to think. My rifle, my best defense, was in the bed of the ATV behind me. My pistol was back at the cabin. All I had was a knife buried deep in my pocket, barely accessible with my fingers stiff from the cold. I reached for my phone. My hands shook as I hit the power button, the screen flashing to life and illuminating the space around me in a weak, bluish glow. I whipped it around, shining the light toward the back of the ATV, and that's when I saw them, eyes. Large, yellow eyes, reflecting the phone's light from just beyond the tailgate. A coyote, but not just any coyote. This one was bigger than any I'd seen before, its head low, body stiff, ears pricked forward. Its nose twitched as it sniffed the blood pooled in the bed of the ATV. My father had said he'd clean it off in the morning, but I hadn't thought about what that meant in a place like this. Blood meant food. Food meant predators. The coyote's lips curled back slightly, exposing sharp, yellowed teeth. Its body language wasn't right. Coyotes were usually skittish around humans. They might circle, they might watch, but they didn't approach like this, not unless they were starving or sick. I barely breathed. The phone's glow cast flickering shadows against the ATV's bed, making the blood look almost black. The coyote's tongue flicked out, tasting the air, then reached toward the tailgate to lap at the blood. I don't know if it was the sudden movement of my arm or the faint sound of the phone slipping from my grip, but in that split second, the coyote jerked its head up and locked eyes with me. Then I dropped the phone. It hit the frozen ground hard, the plastic casing shattering on impact. The light flickered and went out, plunging me back into darkness. My breath caught in my throat. The silence stretched on, stretching thinner and thinner, like an old rope ready to snap. Then nothing. No sound of paws crunching leaves, no growl, no snap of teeth. I stayed perfectly still, listening, my heart hammering in my chest. Had it run? I strained my ears, listening. Nothing. Not even the faintest sound of movement. Slowly, painfully, I reached back toward the bed of the ATV, fingers searching for the cold steel of my rifle. The moment my fingertips brushed the stock, a branch snapped in the darkness to my right. Not far at all. My pulse surged, and I yanked the rifle into my lap, fumbling to find the safety in the dark. Another snap, this time farther away. Then another, and another. Not running, not charging, just moving, circling. I felt a cold sweat break out along my spine despite the freezing air. My hands trembled as I gripped the rifle, knuckles white. I wanted to turn the key, fire up the ATV, and get the hell out of there, but I knew how these woods worked. A bad move in panic could mean rolling into a ditch or slamming into a tree. I breathed in, slow and steady, willing my hands to stop shaking. My father had to be close by now. He had to have heard that first howl. If he wasn't already on his way back, he'd be wondering why I hadn't turned the ATV back on yet. I swallowed, steadying myself. My eyes darted back to where the coyote had been. Empty darkness. Then, from the tree line, just beyond the edge of my vision, another howl. This one was farther away, but not by much. And then, just like that, it was over. A rustle in the underbrush, a flicker of movement at the corner of my vision, and then nothing but the heavy, suffocating silence again. I sat there, rifle clutched tight, waiting. 5 minutes. 10. 15. Finally, the crunch of boots on frozen ground. My father's silhouette appeared at the edge of the creek, his rifle slung over his shoulder. "Cold night," he murmured as he climbed onto the ATV. I forced a nod, my throat dry. Yeah, I started the engine. The sound felt deafening after so much silence. My hands were still shaking as I turned the ATV around and headed back toward the cabin, headlights carving a path through the darkness. I didn't tell him what had happened. Didn't tell him about the coyote, about the howl, about the way the woods had felt wrong. But the next morning, when I went outside, I noticed something. The blood in the ATV bed was gone. Not just licked up. Gone. Like it had never been there in the first place. The wind had picked up overnight, covering the ground in a fresh layer of leaves and frost. But there, just beneath the trailer, pressed deep into the frozen earth. Tracks. Not just one set. Multiple. Circling. Waiting. Watching. I go urban exploring sometimes. Old hospitals, abandoned theme parks, forgotten factories, places that have been left to rot. It's a mix of curiosity and adrenaline, like stepping into a time capsule that the world has chosen to forget. This time, we were checking out an abandoned hospital, one that held a strange connection to me. This was the place where my mom first found out she was pregnant with me. That fact alone gave me a weird feeling about the whole trip, but I wasn't going to back out. Before we even got there, I had taken a few hits of acid. Or maybe it was mushroom chocolates, possibly peyote. I don't remember exactly, but I know I was tripping by the time we arrived. colors felt a little off. Shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should, and the whole world had a strange, fluid quality. I could still keep my cool, though. I've tripped enough times to handle myself. We pulled up to the hospital late at night. The building was massive, just a giant decaying structure sitting in the dark. Windows were shattered, and parts of the outer walls were crumbling. The air smelled like old concrete, mildew, and something metallic. We had to climb through a broken window to get inside, stepping into pure darkness. The floor was covered in debris, broken tiles, and old medical papers scattered everywhere. The deeper we went, the more eerie it felt. There were 6 of us, me, my girlfriend, a couple we were close with, and 2 other people we didn't know too well. We started moving through the hallways, flashlights bouncing against the peeling walls, illuminating old patient rooms that had been torn apart. Some still had hospital beds in them, rusted and covered in grime. Others were empty except for graffiti-covered walls and broken glass. One of the first weird things we found was a huge pile of what looked like cut-off dreadlocks. Just a tangled mess of hair sitting in the middle of a room. It didn't make any sense. Who the hell leaves a pile of hair like that? It was one of those things that creeps you out but doesn't have a logical explanation, so you just keep moving. As we walked through one of the main hallways, everything was completely destroyed. Scrappers had ripped out most of the walls, leaving behind exposed wiring and jagged metal edges. The ceiling was half collapsed in some areas, insulation hanging down like rotten flesh. At the end of the hall, we saw 5 figures just standing there. For a solid few seconds, we were frozen. Their faces were blacked out, just hollow voids where their eyes and mouths should be. My heart felt like it stopped. Then, as we moved closer, we realized what it was. It was a wooden wall with the cast of M.A.S.H. painted on it. One of those old carnival-style boards with holes cut out for people to put their faces through. Except this one was just left here, rotting. The holes where faces should be looked like deep pits in the dark. The way our lights hit, it made it look like actual people standing there at first. We laughed it off, but there was still this weird feeling in the air, like the building itself didn't want us there. We explored the entire hospital, going through different floors, checking out rooms filled with old equipment, some of it still intact but covered in dust. The boiler room, though, was by far the creepiest. The second we stepped down there, something felt wrong. It wasn't just the darkness or the damp smell. There were sounds. Weird, distant sounds, like metal scraping on metal, like something moving just out of sight. Then we made our way to the morgue. That was the whole reason we came here. Someone had the bright idea to bring a Ouija board, which wasn't my thing, but I wasn't going to be the one to back out. The room itself was freezing. It was already cold outside, but this was different. The air had a sharpness to it, like it was biting into your skin. The morgue had those old, rusted metal slabs where bodies used to be stored, and some of the doors were still hanging open. The idea of bodies once being here, just lying on these cold slabs, made the whole thing feel heavier. We set up in the middle of the room, right on the dirty tile floor. The Ouija board looked out of place here, like something that belonged at a sleepover, not in an actual morgue. But we started anyway. The second we put our hands on the planchette, the air seemed to get even colder. I was still tripping, so everything already felt unreal. But this was something else. The planchette started moving almost immediately. I tried to tell myself someone was pushing it, but my hands felt light, like I wasn't even really controlling them. The board started saying weird shit. It spelled out warnings, saying something was going to follow us home. It kept telling us to be afraid of him, whatever that meant. I wasn't a big believer in the whole Ouija thing, but I couldn't shake the way it made me feel, like we had crossed some kind of line by even being here. After that, we wrapped things up. The trip had been insane, but we had seen some really cool stuff. The hospital itself was incredible, a decayed piece of history frozen in time. But as we left, that weird feeling stuck with me, like we had disturbed something, even if it wasn't supernatural. Maybe it was just the drugs, maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but I felt watched. The entire way back to the car, it was like the hospital was still breathing behind me, waiting for me to turn around. For days after, I couldn't shake the feeling. I kept thinking about that morgue, about what the board had said. Nothing happened, nothing followed us home, but that doesn't mean I didn't feel it. Some places don't need ghosts to be haunted. Some places just are.